Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Like a gunship? That's so freaking cool. You should install one on carriage number 2 so I can shoot too. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. A gunship turret? Kiki rapidly clicked through her computer and pulled up an image. Boom. Like this. But you'll need highly durable bulletproof plating, otherwise, it's useless. Lin Xian stared. Kiki. This is a damn railgun. That's not what I meant. Oh, whatever. Kiki waved dismissively. Think big. I know you're talking about a gun turret, but if we upgrade step by step, we'll get there eventually. Trust me. Lin Xian chuckled. Fine. I'll design a custom mech turret just for you. Kiki grinned, completely in her element. With the Research and Development Center, Lin Xian now had no reason to hold back on ambitious designs. Eerie research in carriage number 3. Arriving at carriage number 3, Lin Xian found Ding Junyi at her workstation, absorbed in her laptop. Beside her, the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum cultivation pod remained undisturbed. Without looking up, Ding Junyi spoke. Are we departing? Lin Xian asked, are you researching that thing? Ding Junyi's expression remained neutral. Just continuing my previous work. This carriage has all the necessary equipment. If you need any of this data, or if you want to forbid me from using your property, you can let me know. Until you officially allow me on board, I am still your rescued prisoner. Lin Xian smirked. Rescued prisoner? If that were true, I'd have thrown you in an iron cage last night. Ding Junyi finally turned to face him, her gaze calm and composed. Then. I appreciate your generosity. Lin Xian's tone grew serious. Don't thank me yet. Yubai City is worse than we thought. Once we get there, I can't guarantee I'll have time to help you. Chapter 123, The Romance of Science. It's fine. I'm sure you'll consider keeping me around. Ding Junyi's expression was calm and unreadable. She gestured toward the workstation in the distance, where several carefully labeled petri dishes sat. Inside them were the plant seeds that Lin Xian and Kiki had collected back on level 89. It looked like Ding Junyi had already categorized and sorted them all. Your plan is to cultivate greenery on the train. Conveniently, I'm an expert in this field. While academic research and practical forestry cultivation are fundamentally different, I doubt anyone else on this train is better suited for this project than me. Besides, you have 2 or 3 biological science research carriages, one can be my research lab, and the other can be used as a dedicated planting carriage. I've already made progress in researching the blood scourge flora. Plus, with multiple ability users on board, I can gather valuable observational data. Keeping me around will help you expand into new fields. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, there are Dawn Project operatives in Yubai City. You could probably also join Federation Phoenix or even the Iron Guard Battalion. With your credentials, why insist on boarding my train? Ding Junyi tilted her head slightly and gazed at Lin Xian with serious eyes. I already told you last night. Told me what? I enjoy advanced physiological stimulation. Staying underground suppresses my emotions. Besides, it's not even safe down there, is it? The events we just experienced prove that. Lin Xian frowned. Are you telling me you enjoy the thrill of being on the run? Ding Junyi responded with absolute righteousness. I wouldn't entirely rule that out. But more importantly, there's nothing more romantic than racing toward dawn on a speeding train while facing death. This is a fusion of science and romance, and I get to have both. Lin Xian was speechless. He had assumed Ding Junyi was just a stoic academic, but now he understood why people often said, the calmest people hide the fiercest passions. Ding Junyi was a prime example of that. After a long sigh, Lin Xian finally responded, fine. If you still feel this way after we reach Yubai City, I'll let you stay on board. Thank you. Without another word, Ding Junyi turned back to her work. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile and left to wake up Daliuo, planning to start installing armor on the nuclear-powered locomotive. Blueprint upgrade complete. Just then, his system screen flashed with a notification from the Research and Development Center. Blue Sky KK-93 Reverse Osmosis Water Purifier Blueprint upgrade complete. Please retrieve the new blueprint, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. He immediately selected Retrieve Blueprint. With a flash of light, a new design appeared in the Research and Development Center. Congratulations! You have obtained the A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier, blueprint. Lin Xian blinked. Subcritical reverse osmosis? What the hell is that? Is this some kind of next-gen tech? Halfway to the next carriage, he abruptly turned around and marched straight to Kiki. Hey, little troublemaker, question for you. Ever heard of subcritical reverse osmosis? Kiki furrowed her brows. Huh? That sounds complicated. Is it related to the purifier? Getting no answers, Lin Xian then sought out Ding Junyi. Dr. Ding, do you know what subcritical reverse osmosis water purification is? Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses and explained, if you're referring to reverse osmosis, filtration, it's a process where a semi-permeable membrane separates solutes from solvents under pressure, filtering down to 0.0001 microns. High-end laboratories and residential areas with strict water purity requirements commonly use this technology. As for subcritical, that describes a material's state. In engineering, it refers to substances that exist in a fluid form at temperatures above their boiling point but below their critical temperature, and at pressures below their critical pressure. Lin Xian walked away mid-sentence. Ding Junyi watched him go, expressionless, before calmly returning to her work. Alright. I was overthinking it. It's just an advanced filtration system that most people haven't heard of. Still curious, Lin Xian tried feeding the new blueprint back into the Research and Development Center, just to see if he could upgrade it further. Mechanical manufacturing level insufficient. This blueprint has already reached its highest standard, damn. Hit the limit already, huh? Constructing the purifier next, he opened the manufacturing plant. By now, his disassembly space had accumulated a decent amount of high-energy solid propellant, but before making more ammunition, he wanted to build the water purifier first. To do that, he needed the base material for the reverse osmosis membrane. Lin Xian tried using steel and plastic for conversion, but quickly realized that this membrane was a Tier 2 material, and converting it from Tier 1 materials drastically increased resource consumption. SHT. This is expensive as hell. Luckily, he still had plenty of Tier 2 materials, and the membrane didn't require too much of it. He used carbon steel for conversion, and after about 20 minutes, he had successfully produced the necessary materials. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian activated the mechanical heart. A soft glow radiated from his hands as countless materials flew into the air, assembling themselves in real time. Within moments, a sleek, white purification system took shape, a network of cylindrical tubes and pressurization components fused together into one compact unit. Lin Xian inspected the final product. Damn. This thing actually looks super high-tech. Only one way to find out if it works. Excited, he carried the new water purifier to carriage number 1 and hooked it up to the locomotive's water tank. Once powered on, the machine began operating silently. A few seconds later, clear, purified water flowed out. Lin Xian watched for a moment and muttered, "Looks good." Then he scowled. Wait. The FCK am I saying? I can't see microbes with my eyes. The first water quality test grabbing the sample, Lin Xian marched straight to carriage number 3 and found Ding Junyi. The lab has water quality testing equipment, right? Check this for me. Ding Junyi, without hesitation, took the sample and began testing it. After running the analysis, she concluded, if you're asking about general water quality, we analyze multiple factors: particle content, turbidity, organic matter levels, pH balance. But if you just want to know whether it meets drinking water standards, then yes, it's exceptionally pure. However, I don't have the equipment to detect whether it carries Black Knight infection energy vectors. Federation Phoenix or HQ might have made progress in that area, but it's outside my research scope. Lin Xian took back the crystal clear water sample, hesitated for a moment, then drank it all in one gulp. His water purifier's filtration standard exceeded the bottled water they had on board. If there were still invisible contamination risks, there wasn't much else he could do. Besides, no one had fallen sick from drinking their bottled water so far. Also, if the eerie radio cube had truly blocked all dark energy influences, then this purified water should be safe as well. If this still isn't safe, I don't know how the other survivor groups are even managing to stay alive. Finally relaxing, Lin Xian returned to the Research and Development Center and inserted the blueprint for the M556 light machine gun. Select Research Focus, Firepower, 13 hours, Mobility, 9 hours, Precision, 12 hours, Firepower. With a confirmed selection, the system displayed, M556 light machine gun firepower upgrade, 12, 59, 59, countdown initiated, Chapter 124, upgrade log on the vast snowfield, A massive floodlight illuminated the roof of the infinite train. Under its glow, Lin Xian began working on the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, making necessary adjustments. Coming out of the tunnel, they had rammed through an unknown number of zombies and human eries. The locomotive's front end was a mess. Lin Xian gave it a quick cleaning and repair before moving on to designing armor for the entire train. Being at the back, we'll probably face a lot of combat. Ever since they left Zhong City, most battles had taken place in Car 5. Whether it was chases or ambushes, that section had become the primary war zone. Now, with a nuclear-powered locomotive pulling from the rear, it was an unavoidable decision. This locomotive had a highly intricate internal structure, with a 290-megawatt DRX nuclear power reactor encased in multiple protective layers. It came with an array of support systems but lacked a through-corridor like the original Huangsing 7F electric locomotive. With such a compact nuclear facility on board, it had to be positioned at the very back for overall train safety. Lin Xian didn't have any complex design plans, he simply piled on materials. From devouring the TFV 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, he had obtained plenty of forged inner armor steel. He combined it with hardened tungsten steel for a dual-layered armor configuration. For the design, he directly used the tank's armor structure. Since he was evolving purely through experience, he applied whatever worked. The Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive was a 45-meter-long intercontinental-class locomotive, originally developed by the Federation's Keiwa Heavy Industries. Without it, diving deep into underground city number 9 would have been a huge loss. Thankfully, they secured it, ensuring stable power for the train. Lin Xian and Luo Yi worked tirelessly for 5 hours, reinforcing both the nuclear locomotive and experiment cars 3 and 4 with armor plating. Now, the infinite train consisted of 9 carriages, spanning nearly 300 meters, slicing through the pitch-black snowfield like a colossal black beast. The train keeps getting bigger. Shasha ran from the rear carriages to the front, holding a can of food. Her eyes widened in amazement. It's almost turning into an aircraft carrier. The rest of the squad was gathered in Car 1's dining area, finishing their meal before departure. In about an hour, it would be dawn, and they needed to be ready. A Dragon Mountain-class aircraft carrier weighs 150,000 tons. The Hercules-class skycruiser is 190,000 tons. The White Emperor 3 Sky battleship is 330,000 tons. The Kingluan Sky City is 960,000 tons. Our train? Barely 1,500 tons. We've got a long way to go. Kiki grinned. But once we reach the Pacific, who knows? Maybe we'll be able to fly. Shasha's mouth formed an O shape. That jellyfish can fly. If we take off, won't we crash into it? Luo Yi, usually quiet, suddenly chimed in. Lin Xian shrugged. There are monsters underground, and monsters in the sky. The best solution is to move on land, fly in the sky when necessary, and if we're really desperate, dive into the deep sea. As he spoke, his mind wandered. If jellyfish could fly into the sky, then who knew what horrors lurked in the abyss below? Oh, right, Shasha. Lin Xian pulled out a metal case, revealing 50 V0G 25 40mm grenade launchers, all freshly manufactured. Holy SHT. Shasha's eyes lit up. So many. Lin Xian chuckled, handing her a grenade launcher. Next time we run into monsters, don't hold back on the ammo, blast them to hell. Kiki, intrigued, leaned over. Hey, Lin Xian, when are you making the 1130 for me? I want to have some real fun. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. That one's not happening anytime soon. Building an 1130 close-in weapon system wasn't easy. First, phased array radar and fire control radar required rare earth materials, which had to be processed at the manufacturing center. Then, it had to be properly integrated into the train, not just slapped onto the roof. Since Lin Xian lacked formal knowledge in mechanical engineering or weapon systems, he could only design basic armor, plating, and melee weapons without blueprints. The Research and Development Center, from what he had seen, could only upgrade existing blueprints, not create new ones from scratch. Kiki was good with systems but wasn't much help in designing hardware. For example, despite gathering plenty of research materials, she still hadn't figured out how to build a water-oxygen recycling system. If we had an A system, we could manage and maintain the entire train. She sighed. Kiki added, oh, and mecha. If we could build one, your mechanical abilities would be even more insane. Lin Xian agreed. With a manufacturing plant and his mechanical creation and control abilities, an external exosuit could massively enhance his mechanical hard ability. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan remained silent. Listening to their conversation about weapons and upgrades, she felt uneasy. She was the only one without combat abilities, which weighed on her. She decided to spend more time learning firearm skills from Shasha. Maybe it would be useful once they reached Yubai City. Lin Xian reviewed the train's upgrade log, adding another item to the list. Planting carriage entertainment area sentry system icebreaker shield storage and refrigeration, heating equipment drone recon system power supply medical facilities industrial armor, mechaloader track laying system repair system electrified GK blades on train armor water purifier cargo bay modification for car 5 train mounted weaponry I-system module drive system upgrade advanced combat armor combat bots at 15:56. The pitch black sky suddenly cleared, revealing a blindingly white snowfield. Lin Xian closed his logbook, activated his mechanical heart, and checked over the train. After a long night of work, the infinite train was ready to roll toward Yubai City. That's a lot of snow. Inside the cockpit, Chen Sixuan frowned at the snow piling up ahead. At least the snow's stopped, that's good news. Lin Xian unlocked the engine limiters. With ample power, the infinite train roared to life. The icebreaker shield plowed through the snow, pushing forward steadily. Chapter 125, The Orbital Rail. There's a valley ahead. Once we pass through it, we should be able to see Yubai City. This section of track should merge with the main freight line before reaching Yubai Freight Terminal. The infinite train plowed through the thick snow, picking up speed across the frozen wasteland. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Though Lin Xian said this, everyone on the team knew that the situation in Yubai City was far from simple. Countless survivors had gathered at the airport's high-altitude corridor, along with remnants of the former Federation, the Iron Guard Battalion, the Airport Security Regiment, and Yubai City's local survivors. Adding to the chaos, radio reports confirmed that the atmospheric jellyfish was also drifting toward the city. With this much snow, without a snowplow, regular convoys would struggle to move. Chen Sixuan observed. In these conditions, survivors either head to large city hubs and wait for the official evacuation or join large convoys, or do what we're doing, running an apocalypse train. Small militias won't last long unless they have powerful abilities. Lin Xian replied. From the initial chaos of the Abyss catastrophe to now, time and survival instincts had forced survivors to organize. Whether through official evacuations or self-formed factions, humanity was beginning to transition from anarchy to order. If we can get past the high-altitude corridor, we should get some breathing room. But heading east from Xingqiang, we'll reach the outskirts of Abyss Zone Number 4. The further we go, the faster night will fall. Crossing the polar night zone will bring a whole new set of unknown dangers. Crash. Snow splattered as the infinite train thundered across the valley, pushing through the frozen terrain. Buried beneath the snow, countless abandoned vehicles began to emerge. Lynch, Lynch. Those two people woke up. Shasha's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Give them some bread and water. Nothing else. Lin Xian responded. Got it. Suddenly, thud. The train collided with something, sending a deep, muffled shockwave through the steel frame. Lin Xian, look. Chen Sixuan pointed ahead, shouting. Lin Xian lifted his gaze and saw a massive wreckage on the mountainside, a downed aerial gunship, its impact creating a deep trench in the snow. Flaming debris was scattered everywhere, with parts of the aircraft already coated in frost. Judging by the condition of the wreck, it must have crashed last night. Others on the train noticed it too. In Car 3, Ding Junyi stood by the window, her voice soft but heavy, Iron Guard Battalion. Meanwhile, in Car 5, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen were devouring the bread that Shasha had given them. Zhu Wen suddenly froze mid-bite, eyes widening. Teacher Zhao, look. It's a military aircraft. They stared in shock at the wreckage. The crash had been devastating, only scattered remains of soldiers could be seen, most of them obliterated beyond recognition, leaving behind only bloodstains in the snow. Kiki ran to the cockpit, looking out over the expanding battlefield. Twisted wreckage lay everywhere. Tanks, helicopters, gunships, aerial artillery platforms, charred ruins stretched across the snowy valley. The number of corpses only grew. Iron Guard 3. The destroyer. Oh my god. Warhawk-class aerial gunship. TFV-600 heavy dual-barrel tank. Lightning II aerospace fighter. What the hell did they fight here? That jellyfish. Kiki gasped. Most likely. Lin Xian's expression darkened. These were the primary combat units of the Federation's Iron Guard Battalion. To see them in such a devastating state was beyond terrifying. Did they all get wiped out? Not entirely. Radio reports said Brigade 52 retreated toward Yubai City. It must be an absolute mess over there right now. Chen Sixuan said, concern in her voice. If there's an eerie airborne entity, then even the high-altitude corridor might not be safe anymore. But we don't have a choice. Lin Xian replied. With Galluo Mountain Tunnel blocked and the western route no longer an option, the only path forward was the climbing passage. Suddenly, whoom! A low-pitched humming roared through the sky. Everyone looked up. A small aircraft streaked past at high speed, heading toward underground city number 9. Is that from the former Federation or the Phoenix Union? No idea. Lin Xian glanced at it but didn't dwell on it. Beneath underground city number 9, a deep abyss behemoth still lay dormant. Whether it would emerge was anyone's guess. Even if someone told Lin Xian there was a treasure trove down there, he wouldn't risk going back. As the train pushed forward, the landscape opened up. Ahead, a massive trench cut across the valley floor, its irregular shape stretching into the distance. Scattered within it were the remains of military convoys, shattered vehicles, and even an overturned military freight train, still burning. At the edge of a deep crater, a massive severed tentacle lay sprawled across the ground, surrounded by unidentifiable fluids and human blood. Lin Xian recognized it instantly. It really was that atmospheric jellyfish? Chen Sixuan gulped, only now realizing the full scale of the battle. These convoys never stood a chance. That night had been pure chaos. If Lin Xian and Luo Yi hadn't reinforced the roof armor beforehand, their train could have ended up just like that military freight train, ripped apart and derailed. The infinite train pressed forward. Through the misty cold air, the sky-high pillars of the high-altitude corridor began to emerge, stretching toward the snow-covered mountains of Daluo. To penetrate the 4,500-kilometer-long plateau mountain range, the Federation spent over 30 years constructing the orbital freight railway. All vehicles, trains, and cargo transports used a magnetic acceleration system, reaching speeds over 1,000 kilometers per hour to transport freight between megacity hubs. Yubai City's #1 spaceport was one of the most critical transport hubs, linking Western and Central Dragon Nation. But this wasn't the only high-altitude corridor. Across Blue Planet, the 320,000-kilometer-long orbital rail network interconnected land, ocean, and spaceports, spanning across Asia-Pacific continent, Blue Oceanic continent, North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Arctic continent, Eastland continent, Republic continent, and linking the Pacific, Black Ocean, Arctic Ocean, and Western Ocean. It was humanity's greatest infrastructure project. But now, the skyscraping structures cast ominous shadows over a silent city. The infinite train merged onto the Y3365 main rail line, heading toward Yubai Freight Terminal. The highways leading into the city were completely jammed, bloodstains, severed limbs, abandoned luggage, all buried beneath the snow. Just then, a drone buzzed in from high altitude, scanning the train before swiftly retreating. Lin Xian frowned. Something felt off. Then, a snowmobile sped toward the cockpit, cutting through the snowfield. Everyone was tense. Then, the rider removed her helmet, revealing a familiar face. Captain Lin, stop for a moment. Lin Xian recognized her immediately. Shu Qin, the leader of the Bigfoot convoy, the woman who had asked him to repair her water purifier. Chapter 126, Nightfall's Invasion. Screech. The infinite train slowly came to a stop. Lin Xian opened the door, and a snowmobile rode up. Shu Qin, looking noticeably more haggard than a few days ago, her skin dry and hair disheveled, immediately unfastened her helmet and secured it to the vehicle upon seeing Lin Xian. Her expression was somewhat urgent. I can't believe it's really your train. Looks like I called the right person. Lin Xian looked at her curiously. Shu Qin? Where's your convoy? Over there. Shu Qin pointed toward the distant freight terminal. We've got 4 convoys gathered there, getting ready to enter the city together. But a lot has happened. You guys better be careful too. What happened? Lin Xian asked. It's complicated. Are you planning to stop at the freight platform up ahead? If so, we can group up and push into the spaceport together. There are too many zombies over there, plus the fog. Some eerie entities are appearing in the city regardless of whether it's day or night. Many convoys have suffered heavy losses. Alright, we'll pull in first and talk. Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. As he gazed at the cold, desolate industrial city ahead, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Based on the radio broadcasts, this place had already become a completely abandoned city. All survivors and official forces had essentially gathered in Spaceport #1. But Lin Xian had no intention of charging straight in. If there was a chance to team up, it was always safer to have allies. Clang, clang. The train began moving again, merging onto the double-track railway. Shu Qin put her helmet back on and sped forward on her snowmobile. Before long, they arrived at a large freight station, surrounded by numerous derelict trains. Many zombie corpses lay sprawled across the tracks, seemingly having been cleared earlier. The infinite train crushed over them as it advanced. Soon, in an open area, they spotted a large cluster of survivor vehicles, dozens of them, parked in a staggered formation along the tracks. Many were heavy trucks, their exteriors battered and stained with blood, clear evidence of brutal battles. Anyone who had made it this far was either exceptionally lucky or had remarkable courage and strength. As the infinite train approached, several armed survivors instinctively raised their guns, but upon recognizing Shuken leading the way, they cautiously lowered their weapons. The train rolled in slowly. Inside the carriages, Shasha, Kiki, and Chen Sichuan peered through the windows at the convoy outside, while the survivors outside fixed their gazes on the heavily armored locomotive. Another train. Whoa. Look at that armor, it's insane. Way better than the scrap metal we slapped onto our rigs. It looks like a factory-made apocalypse train. Could it be from the Federation? Who knows? But it's badass as hell. The murmurs of the survivors filled the air. Once the train fully stopped, Lin Xian stepped out. A few convoy leaders made their way over from nearby. Lin Xian recognized two of them. Aside from Shuken, there was also Zhu Jin, the middle-aged man he had met before. It seemed their convoys had grouped together on their way to Yubai City. Let me introduce you, Shuken said, moving swiftly. This is Captain Lin, leader of the Infinite Convoy. She then gestured toward an older man with graying hair. And this here, old Mo Qingzi, leader of the Iron Force Convoy. He used to be a mechanical engineer at Kippa Heavy Industries. TSK. The man called Old Mo was lean and wiry. Despite being in his 50s or 60s, he sported a punk Harley-Davidson-style leather jacket, tight pants, a checkered scarf, and sunglasses, giving him a rather fashionable yet eccentric look. He strode straight to the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, lifted his sunglasses, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I never thought I'd see a gem like this in the apocalypse. Hey, kid, where do you find this thing? And you actually got it running? This has to be a first-generation power turbine, right? Incredible. Lin Xian could tell Old Mo was an expert. That's right. Took some effort. Old Mo nodded in approval, patting the steel body of the locomotive. It's impressive, no doubt. But the terrain restrictions are a serious issue. Since yesterday, we've seen multiple trains come through, besides the Federation Phoenix and Iron Guard Battalion's intercontinental trains. We even spotted the Silver Star, an Eternal-class train built by the Finger family from Ying City. That beast had 118 carriages, carried over 3,000 people, and was powered by 2 microcore engines with 4 railguns mounted on it. Then there was Dragon Mountain No. 1, another intercontinental-class train, completely overhauled by the entire Dragon Mountain city. That thing was a double-deck train city hybrid, practically a moving metropolis. But still, terrain is a massive limitation. Even with track-laying equipment, they're constantly restricted by the rails. We, on the other hand, modify a heavy truck, and we can go anywhere. His expression was filled with passion but also conflict, clear signs of a man who had dedicated his life to machinery. Planes are even more flexible. But what good does that do? Zhu Jin sighed. Just got word that Sky City King Luan completely crashed into the Pacific Ocean yesterday. God knows how many people died. Ha! You escaped the abyss, only to be swallowed by the nightfall. He continued, every method has its trade-offs. Sure, trucks have more freedom, but with the blizzard raging, you're basically waiting to die without a heavy-duty snowplow. Didn't the Glasses convoy get wiped out like that? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Glasses? The guy who traded eerie blood crystals with me last time? He recalled the man. At the time, his convoy had just survived a major battle, and he had looked utterly dejected. Yet, they still had plenty of members left back then. They're all gone? Yeah. They were attacked by eerie entities. No. Shu Ken said grimly. They got trapped in the snowstorm, and the Nightfall invasion got to them. Someone in their team mutated, and... well, you can guess the rest. Nightfall invasion. Lin Xian's mind raced. Was this what Ding Junyi had referred to as Dark Night infection? Is there any way to defend against it? Lin Xian asked. No. Old Mo rasped, waving a hand dismissively. Anyone who's injured, mentally exhausted, or already weak-willed could be taken by this evil force at any moment. They turn into something that's neither human nor ghost. Shu Ken nodded. That's why, in our convoy, anyone who's injured is immediately isolated in a separate vehicle to prevent a chain reaction. Lin Xian was shocked. He thought back to when Kiki was gravely wounded and that invisible corrupting demon appeared. He remembered the train being infiltrated by the eerie radio frequency. It had been a terrifyingly close call. But now, with the eerie cube, did that mean this would never happen on his train again? If so, his infinite train was literally the safest place in existence. Where's Zhang Yun? Lin Xian suddenly asked about the chasing wind convoy leader. They headed toward Pinga Lake that night. Zhu Jin replied, looking surprised. You didn't hear? That night, a massive zombie riot broke out. Didn't you get caught in it too? Lin Xian's heart sank. You guys encountered it as well? Chapter 127, Purified Water. We all encountered it. If it weren't for Zhang Yun, we would have been completely wiped out. Shu Ken's voice rang with anger, her expression darkening. There was a gang of thugs called the Black Crow 4, specialized in hunting down ability users. One of them seemed to have the power to repel zombies. That night, when all our convoys gathered at the factory, they targeted us. They wanted to wipe us all out. Later, Zhang Yun and Big Beard's convoy chased them all the way to Pinga Lake, but Big Beard's team suffered heavy losses, and one of Zhang Yun's men, Dong Dong, died there too. Even worse, according to radio reports, those 4 bastards got away in the end. Damn it. Her frustration was palpable. Clearly, that zombie horde attack had cost them dearly. Lin Xian's expression shifted as he processed the information. So that zombie horde had nothing to do with Tanghai after all. His luck really was terrible. He had run into 2 major disasters at the same time. Dong Dong. Lin Xian recalled the young man who had guided them through Puguan City that night and even warned them to be cautious. He sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Yeah, those guys were total maniacs. Lin Xian nodded, realizing that night had been even more dangerous than he originally thought. Not only had he barely survived, but he had also unknowingly made new enemies. Right, there's someone else you should meet. Shu Ken suddenly remembered something and pointed toward a large, heavily modified RV parked by the roadside. To Lin Xian's surprise, a beach umbrella was set up beside the vehicle. Beneath it, a young man wearing sunglasses lounged on a beach chair, sipping tea. A small table beside him held an elegant tea set and assorted pastries. The casual, carefree scene was completely at odds with the somber atmosphere of the survivors around them. Who the hell is that? Doesn't look like a refugee. More like someone on vacation. Lin Xian remarked. That's Lu Xingchen. Shu Ken explained. He's a solo survivor, a one-man convoy. We met him back at Mount Daliuo, and he's helped us out quite a bit on the way to Yubai. She paused before adding, his ability is extremely powerful, he can handle eerie entities alone. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and looked over at the man. Just then, Lu Xingchen tilted down his sunglasses, glanced at Lin Xian, and casually lifted a hand in greeting. Hi. Lin Xian gave a nod in return, but the man quickly lost interest, returning to his tea. After some introductions and small talk, Lin Xian got a rough understanding of the convoy groups present. Shu Ken's Bigfoot convoy, 7 vehicles, 30-plus survivors, moderate weapons. Zhu Jin's convoy, 18 vehicles, 3 heavy trucks, over 100 survivors. Old Mo's Iron Force convoy, 2 heavily armored, all-terrain crawler trucks, 20-plus people, including family and close friends. Old Mo's crawler trucks were particularly impressive, 6 pairs of large off-road wheels, thick armor plating, and even watchtowers. The exterior was painted with a cool sunglasses logo and the words Iron Force Clan. So, why are you all stuck here? Lin Xian asked, getting straight to the point. Shu Ken and Zhu Jin exchanged glances before Shu Ken responded gravely, the city has a large eerie entity inside. Lin Xian frowned. Are you talking about the giant jellyfish? You ran into it? Shu Ken asked in shock. Lin Xian didn't hide it. Yeah, back when I was crossing Mount Daliuo. Luckily, I managed to avoid it. Then your luck's really good. Old Mo chuckled, pushing up his sunglasses. Even the Iron Guard battalion was forced to retreat when they encountered that thing. If we see it, the only thing we can do is run. Zhu Jin spoke up next. Aside from that, the roads are completely blocked. The entire city is crawling with zombies, and the snow and ice make driving impossible. That's why we decided to move on to the railway tracks. Following the trains heading to the spaceport seemed like the best bet. Our vehicles are built for rough terrain, so we can manage it. And there's fog in the city. Shu Ken added grimly. We've lost contact with many other convoys because of it. That's why we're trying to gather as many survivors as possible before making the push forward. Wait a second. Lin Xian interrupted. You said those jellyfish, as in more than one? Shu Ken looked at him strangely. Of course. There's definitely more than one. But unlike the large eerie entity in Mount Daliuo, the ones in the fog are much smaller. Zhu Jin shrugged. Maybe they're its offspring. Either way, we've seen multiple of them inside the city. Lin Xian nodded slowly. That explains a lot. Well, the climbing passage is still operational. We can follow the railway tracks, I'll lead the way with my train, and you all can follow behind. That way, we have more firepower if things go bad. The floating eerie entities made Lin Xian uneasy. His infinite train had solid defenses, but his firepower was still lacking. Until he finished assembling the 1,130 close-in weapon systems, he wasn't fully prepared for battle. Hearing Lin Xian's plan, Shu Ken's eyes lit up. That's perfect. Captain Lin, with your train leading the way, our chances will be much higher. Old Mo, however, was more interested in Lin Xian's train. He strolled along the length of the infinite train, taking in every detail. Finally, he stopped and gave an approving nod. Didn't expect you to have an intercontinental-class nuclear-powered locomotive as well. He mused. How many passengers do you have on board? Less than 10. Lin Xian replied honestly. At this, all three convoy leaders gave him strange looks. Zhu Jin was the first to react. Less than 10 people? And you're running a train that big? That takes some guts. Shu Ken added suspiciously, so does that mean everyone on your train is as strong as Lu Xingchen? Lin Xian chuckled. Not quite. I do have some ordinary people on board. I'm still looking for suitable teammates, but so far, I've encountered more monsters than humans. Just making it this far alive is lucky enough. At these words, Shu Ken fell silent. More monsters than people. That wasn't an exaggeration. With zombies and eerie entities lurking everywhere, running into a living person was rare. Even the campfire gathering Zhang Yun had organized, where a few convoys had banded together for mutual support, was a rare stroke of luck. That was why Shu Ken trusted Lin Xian more than a stranger. They had already survived together once before. Alright, it's settled then. Old Mo cracked his knuckles. Lin's train will lead, and I'll cover the rear. Don't underestimate my trucks, they're packed with firepower. By the way, Captain Lin. Shu Ken suddenly walked back to her truck, pulled out a box, and handed it to him. Last time, you fixed my water purifier, and I only repaid you with a box of canned food. I felt bad about that. Since we've crossed paths again, take this, you'll find it useful. It's a set of reverse osmosis filter membranes. She smiled. With these, our purifiers can now produce level 2 purified water. We don't even need to boil it, the quality is safe for drinking. Over 100 people in our group have been drinking it without any issues. Chapter 128, The Water Purifier. Lin Xian was surprised as he accepted the box. Level 2 purified water standard. That's the Federation Phoenix's standard, right? Yeah. Zhu Jin confirmed, pulling out a silver-colored detection device. This is one of their research-grade instruments, including the soul wave detector. We traded eerie blood crystals for it aboard the Silver Star. That train stocked up on tons of supplies from the Phoenix's mobile rescue points, including some light industrial manufacturing equipment. Compared to our older devices, this one is a lot more precise. There should be Federation Phoenix personnel stationed at the spaceport. He added, but I'm not sure if we can trade with them. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then returned to his train and filled a cup of water from the onboard purifier before stepping back out. Brother Zhu, test this for me. Zhu Jin nodded. Is this from your train's water purification system? Alright, I'll check it out. He casually placed the silver detector into the cup. After a few seconds, a green light flashed on the device. Lin Xian assumed this meant the test was complete, but to his surprise, Zhu Jin, Shu Ken, and Old Mo all froze, their faces changing drastically. Level 1 purified water? What the? Old Mo pushed down his sunglasses, his expression filled with disbelief. Kid, did you just distill this water? No. Lin Xian replied, confused. It's just filtered through the purifier. Zhu Jin and Shu Ken exchanged stunned glances. That's impossible. Zhu Jin said. Even the highest-end purifiers can only get water down to level 2. Unless you immediately distill it, it naturally degrades after an hour. There's no way it should stay at level 1 purity. Is that true? Lin Xian frowned. To verify, he turned toward Chen Sixuan. Ms. Chen, bring me a bottle of sealed water. She nodded and quickly fetched an unopened bottle of drinking water. Lin Xian poured some into a new cup and handed it to Zhu Jin. It won't work. Zhu Jin said as he ran the test. Even sealed bottled water can't escape the effects of nightfall infection. Sure enough, the device lit up with a yellow light. See? Green is level 1, yellow is level 2, and orange or red means the water is completely unsafe to drink. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. So even the cleanest factory-sealed water was corrupted by nightfall, yet somehow his train's water purifier produced purer water than bottled water? What the hell? If water became contaminated after an hour, then there was only one way to confirm his theory. He needed to filter bottled water through his purifier, then wait for an hour. If the water remained at level 1, then that meant the eerie cube truly blocked the nightfall infection. Captain Lin, what model is your purifier? How is it able to directly produce level 1 purified water? Zhu Jin and Shu Ken's eyes were burning with curiosity. Even though boiling water could improve its safety, it would never reach level 1 purity. Only distillation could achieve that, but distillation consumed a ton of energy, making it impractical for most convoys. For the majority of survivors, as long as their water was drinkable and wouldn't kill them, they were willing to settle for level 2 purified water. Yet Lin Xian's purifier. It could bypass distillation entirely and still produce level 1 water, meaning he could drink the cleanest water anytime, anywhere. This wasn't just advanced equipment, this was a luxury in the apocalypse. I found it along the way. Lin Xian said vaguely, seeing their eager expressions. Then, after a pause, he added, but I have extra units. If you want one, I'm willing to trade for eerie blood crystals. Making these purifiers wasn't particularly difficult for Lin Xian. Keeping them to himself didn't make much sense. Instead, he could exchange them for more blood crystals, which were far more valuable for survival and strength. Currently, the infinite train only had 2 blood crystals. One level 1 blood crystal was installed in the radio station. One level 2 blood crystal was inside the soul wave detector. He had none to spare. Seriously? Zhu Jin's eyes gleamed. How many do you have? 2. Lin Xian replied. But I need to dismantle them first. 2? You lucky bastard. Old Mo whistled. How many blood crystals do you want for one? Zhu Jin and Shu Ken exchanged glances. Our 2 convoys can share one purifier. Shu Ken suggested. That way, we'll have 3 purifiers in total, which is enough. But we don't have many blood crystals, only small ones. I heard large eerie entities drop bigger ones, but we can't handle those. 100 survivors sharing one level 1 purifier and 2 level 2 purifiers was more than enough. Their priority was to give the purest water to children and the wounded, reducing their risk of nightfall infection. Zhu Jin took out 5 small blood crystals, some of which had been traded from others. Lin Xian inspected them. They were level 1 eerie blood crystals, likely from creatures on the same level as the red centipede, fog spider, or 3-headed monster. His estimation of their convoy's strength rose. They weren't weak. Clearly, having a large team was a major advantage. All right. Lin Xian agreed. 3 crystals for 1 purifier. Deal. Zhu Jin and Shu Ken agreed instantly, handing over 3 blood crystals. Without hesitation, Old Mo reached into his pocket and pulled out a metal case. Inside were 4 blood crystals. For Zhaola and the others to have clean water. He said gruffly. I'm getting one too. Lin Xian nodded and accepted 6 blood crystals in total. He returned to the infinite train, and about 10 minutes later, he and Luo Yi carried out 2 large purifiers. The A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis purifier was significantly bulkier than Shuken's original one. The moment it was brought out, dozens of convoy members gathered around, their eyes filled with amazement. Holy crap, this thing looks high-tech as hell. This has to be top-tier Federation equipment. I bet it's worth a fortune. Zhu Jin and Shu Ken wasted no time. Their teams carefully loaded the purifier onto their heavy trucks, where all critical survival gear was stored. Seriously, thank you. Shu Ken said, genuinely grateful. She glanced toward Lin Xian's train, a flicker of yearning in her eyes. You've been running non-stop. She sighed. Honestly. If we ever got the chance, I'd love for my entire convoy to join your train. Surviving out here is just too damn hard. Lin Xian fell silent. He had thought about it before. What if he extended his train, adding more survival carriages? In theory, his train could accommodate far more people. Then there was the Silver Star, and Dragon Mountain No. 1, both of which had been modified into massive, moving cities. That was his original dream, wasn't it? Hearing Shu Ken's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but seriously consider the idea once again. Chapter 129, The Alliance. We're basically banding together now, but in the current situation, we can't take all of you with us. Everyone's vehicles are loaded with supplies, and if we make it across the Dazhu Plateau alive and find a few survival carriages in Jiazu City, we might really be able to form a mobile fortress train and survive together. Right now, the Infinite Train didn't have enough survival carriages. The immediate priority was reaching the high-altitude corridor before nightfall. The city was shrouded in dense fog, and solving their current predicament was the top priority. There was no time for Lin Xian to refit the train or search for additional carriages. The entire freight platform was filled with either container cars or flatbed trailers. The idea sounded great, but reality was far from ideal. Shu Ken had only spoken casually, but Lin Xian's words unexpectedly touched her. She smiled and said, "Thank you. We'll all do our best to survive and keep pace with your train." That's the spirit. Unlike the sentimental mood, Old Mo grinned and said in a carefree tone, "But if you get the chance, I'd suggest heading to Xingcheng or Zhenhai to modify the train with wheeled tracks. There's a tech called amphibious transformation drive, allowing interchangeable movement. If you get that working, you could drive anywhere without needing rails." Zhu Jin let out a breath and said, "Whether it's tracks or treads, you've got a much better path than us with our trucks and off-road vehicles." So let's cut the chatter and get into the city before dark. The spaceport announced that the climbing passage will shut down tomorrow, but with that big guy in the sky, who knows if the airport can hold out. If we don't make it up there, all this talk is meaningless, we'll just be stuck here in Yubai City waiting to die. Lin Xian nodded, his expression growing serious. Alright, let's move out. Stay sharp and don't fall behind. Safe travels. Safe travels. Take care, kid. With a few simple words, their temporary alliance was formed. Zhu Jin returned to his convoy to organize things, and soon, the parked vehicles ahead cleared the road. From a distance, Lu Xingchen, who had been lounging under his RV, casually pushed down his sunglasses, stretched, and started packing away his sunshade and reclining chair before getting back into his vehicle. Who's that guy? He looks so smug. Inside the Infinite Train's cockpit, Kiki and Shasha peered through binoculars, watching Lu Xingchen. Shasha pouted, it's freezing, and he's out sunbathing? Is he hot or something? Lin Xian walked into the cockpit and quickly relayed the latest updates. Then, he started up the train, guiding it toward the freight station's exit. The industrial city was built at the base of the snow-capped plateau, and from the station's vantage point, they could see the outskirts of the city nestled within a mountain valley, but the main city center was still out of sight. However, beyond the valley, they could see the high-altitude corridor's towering sky pillar, standing majestic and imposing. ZZZZT. Captain Lin, can you hear me? The Alliance team synchronized their radio frequencies, and now Lin Xian, Old Mo, Shu Qin, Zhu Jin, and the enigmatic Lu Xingchen were all linked and communicating. On a heavy truck fitted with anti-slip chains, Shu Qin checked her radio and said, it's 18:15 now. We have about half an hour before nightfall. I estimate it'll take us around 40 minutes to reach the spaceport, assuming nothing unexpected happens. Doesn't matter if it's night or not. Zhu Jin replied. The city's already filled with fog, and the Phoenix Group warned about eerie entities appearing in daylight, so who knows how many monsters are lurking around? I'd bet it's just as bad as nighttime. From his perspective, Yubai City was already in a catastrophic state. Going in now was a life-or-death gamble, day or night. With the climbing passage shutting down soon, this was the last chance for nearly 200 people to escape. Yeah, the fog is just as bad as the dark. Lin Xian responded over the radio. He had already survived the fog escape in Beiwang, so he knew firsthand that the mist was indistinguishable from total darkness. Thinking back, it had already been snowing when they entered Beiwang. The Phoenix Group's report was proving to be eerily accurate. Let's move out. Stay alert. Lin Xian's expression hardened as he drove the Infinite Train forward. The main road was clear of snow, likely plowed by other trains. Aboard the Infinite Train, the crew was on high alert. Luo Yi and Shasha were fully armed. Thanks to Lin Xian's manufacturing plant, Shasha now carried a full ammo backpack filled with grenade launchers, while Luo Yi had 2 full belts of bullets slung over his shoulders, looking well stocked and ready for battle. Ugh, we're gonna see that giant jellyfish again. Kiki rubbed her hands together and grimaced. I really hate anything with tentacles. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xian used the scanner blueprints he got from Zupu to quickly fabricate a water quality detector. He handed it to Chen Sixuan and instructed, Chen, take a cup of water and test it. If the light is green, it's level 1 quality. Then check again in an hour to see if there's any change. Chen Sixuan immediately understood his intent and went to fetch water. Kiki asked, you really think the dark infection contained bottled water? No need to think, I know it can. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. But what I'm testing now is our train's defense. He considered explaining the Eerie Cube, but then realized he didn't fully understand it himself. Dark invasion, night infection, fear corruption, even he was totally clueless about how they worked. Trying to explain them would be pointless. That was a problem for Ding Junyi in the Phoenix Group to study. Until they had solid research results, all he could do was test if the Eerie Cube's shielding worked. If the train's water remained unchanged, then the Eerie Cube was indeed a priceless artifact. The Federation would definitely want to study it, but even with his mechanical heart, Lin Xian could neither scan nor modify it, only seal it away. Clang, clang, the Infinite Train rolled out of the station, heading down the mountain road toward the city. Behind it, countless trucks and vehicles followed in an orderly fashion. At the very back, Old Mo's 2 massive fortress trucks rumbled along, towering over the rest. Among the moving vehicles, a sleek, luxurious RV cruised along, driven by Lu Xingchen. Wearing sunglasses, his sharp features oozed confidence as he casually whistled a tune. Inside the RV, Buddhist charms hung from the rearview mirror, and the dashboard was lined with soft padding and delicate trinkets. Unlike the desperate, ragtag survivors, his vehicle was immaculate and stylish. Hearing the intense radio chatter between the convoy leaders, he smirked slightly and muttered, Everyone's so tense. Sigh. He adjusted his sunglasses with a flick of his fingers. A tiny flame ignited at his fingertip, flickered for a moment, then was effortlessly snuffed out by his breath. No big deal. I'll step in if needed. Chapter 130, Entering the City Buzz. On the Yubai City freight rail, a heavy train rumbled forward, followed closely by a long convoy of trucks and off-road vehicles, moving like a dark tide toward Yubai City No. 1 spaceport. As they passed through a mountain valley, the main city came into view. With nightfall approaching, the entire city was swallowed in a gray-black haze, looking somber and desolate. Before Apocalypse Day, Yubai City was the largest industrial and freight hub in the southwest, serving as the gateway to the Huangsing orbital rail from Tanhai province. It was once known as the Pearl of Tanhai. Now, the once thriving aerial rail pillars that had propelled the city's economy stood tall over the Danzō plateau, resembling towering tombstones. The howling wind swept through the ruins, echoing a dirge for humanity. As the train advanced, zombies began appearing along the tracks. The roar of engines and clatter of wheels drew their attention, and soon, they started chasing after the convoy. More and more zombies joined the pursuit, but the convoy remained disciplined. No one fired a shot, no vehicle fell behind. Watching through the train's nuclear-powered camera feed, Lin Xian felt a sense of respect. The surviving convoys were clearly no ordinary groups. What surprised him even more was that Old Mo, Shukin, and Zhu Jin's team seemed to have a good amount of eerie blood crystals. Did they have hidden experts in their ranks? After all, the eerie entities he had encountered so far were something else entirely. If we had 100 people on this train, each equipped with a grenade launcher, we'd basically have a mobile heavy artillery unit. The idea was tempting. With his mechanical heart, building a firepower-based survival convoy was completely feasible. But before he could dwell on his expansion plans, his expression stiffened at the sight ahead. As the train entered the city, the tracks were lined with high walls and barbed wire. Beyond the fences, the streets were packed with moving figures, a dense, black tide of zombies, stretching endlessly. Screech. The ground shuddered as the horde howled, triggered by the train's vibrations. Behind him, Shukin, Zhu Jin, and Old Mo also saw the sight and visibly tensed. A full city zombie tide. Attention. Do not fire. Stay close to the infinite train. Do not break formation. Zhu Jin's voice came through the radio, cold and firm. If the zombie horde broke into the tracks or split the convoy, it would be a massacre. Only the heavy trucks stood a chance of pushing through. Regular off-road vehicles would be instantly swallowed. As they moved deeper into the city, zombies flooded every street, an ocean of the undead. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted far ahead. The sound rolled closer like thunder. Gunfire and engine roars echoed through the streets. Lin Xian's gaze locked onto the right front side of the convoy. In the distance, a massive cluster of zombies was shifting, rushing toward the source of the explosions. The scene turned bizarre. Some zombies charged the convoy's fences, while others sprinted toward the distant battle. Looks like another convoy is in combat. Shu Ken's voice came through the radio. Zhu Jin remained calm. Stay on alert. It's not our fight. Hold formation. Deploy drones for recon. Lin Xian ordered Kiki, who responded without hesitation. 2 drones lifted off, soaring toward the battlefield while the train continued forward. Da. Gunfire, collisions, and screeching brakes grew louder. The drones soon transmitted live footage. Got eyes on them. Kiki's voice carried a hint of shock. It's a large convoy, but they're not running from zombies, they're chasing another convoy. Pursuit? Who the hell would be fighting in the middle of a zombie-infested city? Lin Xian immediately relayed the intel across the convoy's comms. Shukin, sensing something off, ordered her team's own drone to close in. As the video feed showed more vehicles, Shukin's face darkened. She grabbed her radio and shouted, I know that convoy. That's the Black Crow 4. The moment she said it, Zhu Jin and Old Mo's faces hardened. Even Lu Xingchen, whistling in his luxury RV, suddenly went silent, his gaze sharp as he peered toward the battle ahead. Weren't they just 4 guys with 4 vehicles? Lin Xian frowned. I don't know. Maybe they absorbed other convoys and grew stronger. But I recognize their signature vehicles. Who are they? Chen Sixuan asked. Lin Xian answered, a group we heard about on the radio earlier. Chen Sixuan's expression turned anxious. They made it this far? Aren't they afraid of retaliation from other survivor groups or the Phoenix Guild? Yubai City is already overrun. Other than the spaceport, no one's in control anymore. Lin Xian wasn't sure what these lunatics were after, but they were known for hunting ability users. Were they trying to power up by killing them? With this many of us, they wouldn't dare attack us. Right? Lin Xian's expression turned cold. That depends on whether they come near us. If they do, then we make the first move. Their priority was reaching the spaceport, but knowing that this was the same group that once tried to wipe them out with a zombie horde, Lin Xian couldn't let it go. Especially after hearing that they had an ability to control zombies. If such power was in friendly hands, it'd be a game changer. But in the hands of murderers, it was a catastrophic threat. Luo Yi, Shasha, stay alert. If anyone gets close, take them out. Copy that. Shasha's voice crackled over the radio. Got it. In carriage number 2, Kiki sat cross-legged, floating slightly in the air, enjoying the newfound control over her evolved ability. Shu Ken pulled out a black Remington M96, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lin, if they spot us, they'll likely attack immediately. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, watching as the city's fog thickened. I know. The fog's rolling in, hold formation. I'll keep watch. A fight, huh? Guess us old men should join in too. Old Mo's voice boomed over the radio, brimming with battle spirit. Good. Zhu Jin gritted his teeth, watching the distant street. He grabbed his radio and alerted all vehicles. Prepare for combat. Chapter 131, Ability Hunters. Boom. 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 On a street teeming with zombies, a heavy-duty truck with a bulldozer blade carved out a bloody path. Behind it, an armored bus packed with women and children, along with several off-road vehicles and pickups, sped through the chaos. People on the vehicles fired frantically at their relentless pursuers. They're catching up. The driver of a pickup truck shouted after glancing at the rear-view mirror. Damn it. The convoy leader, a middle-aged man with a blood-streaked forehead, sat in the passenger seat of an off-road vehicle. Looking at the endless zombie horde ahead, he gritted his teeth. Why the hell are all these zombies swarming us? Rocket launcher. A panicked voice screamed through the walkie-talkie. Whoosh. Boom. A trailing off-road vehicle exploded in a fiery blast, the force flipping it over. The people inside turned into blazing fireballs in an instant. Ah gee. Li Qian. The middle-aged man let out a desperate roar, but the walkie-talkie only responded with silence. Screw it, let's fight. His eyes glowed with fury as deep crimson scales spread across his neck and face. His hands transformed into massive beast-like claws, resembling those of a tyrannosaurus. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door and climbed onto the car roof. The other team members' eyes turned bloodshot with rage. At once, a dozen firearms unleashed a storm of bullets at the approaching enemy vehicles. Several hundred meters behind them, 3 black semi-trucks, covered in green graffiti, led a fleet of armored war vehicles, each modified for combat. A blonde thug, his face covered in tattoos, stood atop one of the SUVs, gripping a rocket launcher. Despite the apocalypse, he still had a cigarette dangling from his lips, grinning maniacally as he admired the wreckage ahead. Ha ha ha. Got him. Got him. He slapped the car roof excitedly. Boss, let Lolo hit them harder. Let's trap them completely. The driver, a man in his early 30s with a buzz cut and a sinister expression, was the leader of the 4-person crew, Caillou Long. With a lazy smirk, he picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke in a languid tone. Slow down. We're entering Yubai City. Don't stir up too many zombies and trigger a chain reaction. Boss, slow down? Why? Blonde thug looked confused. You know shit. Caillou Long sneered, his gaze locked onto the fleeing convoy. He spoke with eerie calm. Having someone clear the road for us isn't a bad thing. They can't escape anyway. The real thrill is in the hunt. Hee. Got it, got it. At the front of the semi-trucks, a burly man drove while a punk-styled woman with short purple hair and a lip-piercing lounged beside him. Her eerie green eyes flickered slightly as her ability weakened just a bit. She shot the driver a sharp look. You heard him. Slow down. Got it. The burly driver muttered, forcing a grin. But a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. If Lin Xian were here, he would have recognized this driver instantly, Zhulei, the same man who shot Qian Yu in cold blood at the Wang outpost and fled with a stolen vehicle. Despite his outwardly honest demeanor, his eyes were always brimming with ruthless cunning. That night, he barely escaped the outpost thanks to the chaos caused by the zombie horde. After looting half of the Black Zhao convoy's supply trucks, he gathered his remaining men and picked up a few new recruits along the way, including a mutant ability user. His group had grown significantly, almost reaching mid-tier status. But then they crossed paths with the Black Crow 4. The infamous gang raided them mercilessly, swallowing his entire convoy whole. With no way to resist, Zhulei was forced to submit, becoming nothing more than the driver of their lead truck. As for the purple-haired woman beside him, Lolo, she was ranked 3rd in the Black Crow 4. Zhulei had witnessed her terrifying ability firsthand. She could manipulate zombies into frenzies, triggering chain reactions that led them to attack designated targets. It was downright monstrous. Under Lolo's influence, The zombies that had been surging toward the fleeing convoy suddenly slowed. However, the chaos in the city had already spiraled beyond her control. The entire area had turned into a frenzied battlefield, with both convoys attracting more and more zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire intensified. The heavy-duty truck plowed through skulls, leaving a trail of crushed corpses in its wake. Kaiu Long watched as an ability user from the escaping convoy leaped onto the roof of their own vehicle and then, with a burst of speed, lunged straight toward them. He scoffed. A beast-type ability user? Not even evolved yet. What a waste of time. Picking up his walkie-talkie, he casually ordered, "Go, he's yours." Got it. As soon as he spoke, the passenger door of another truck swung open. A long-haired, dazed-looking young man, his face twisted with an unsettling grin, suddenly leaped out. For a split second, it seemed like he would plunge straight into the zombie horde below. But then, whip, a pair of gray-black wings sprouted from his back, and with a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, shooting toward the beast-transformed middle-aged man. "Grandpa's here to teach you a lesson." He cackled, his speed terrifyingly fast. The middle-aged ability user, furious at the challenge, let out a snarl. His body continued transforming as his beast claws lashed out at the airborne attacker. Whoosh! The powerful strike tore through the air, but to his shock, Goer didn't even dodge. Instead, he countered with a single punch, clang, sending sparks flying. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. His claws had hit something metallic. A closer look revealed Goer's right arm gleaming with a mechanical sheen. His joints were made of steel. A mechanical prosthetic? Pathetic. Goer sneered. In a blink, he twisted around, gripped the middle-aged man's throat, and, with a powerful flap of his wings, dragged him skyward. Arg! The man thrashed wildly, his scales spreading as his transformation intensified. One claw locked onto Goer's prosthetic arm while the other lashed toward his gut. But Goer wasn't giving him the chance. Mid-flight, he suddenly loosened his grip, whoosh, dropping his prey from the sky. Before the man could react, he slammed straight into the path of an oncoming truck. Boom! The gruesome impact sent his body crashing into a storefront, his fate unknown. Whoa! The scene drew cheers from Lolo and the gang. The man hadn't even landed a proper hit before being obliterated. Still hovering midair, Goer chuckled. Another beast-type ability user? Wonder if he can enhance my evolution. Whatever, I'll just keep trying till I find the right one, huh? Mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed something in the distance. His eyes narrowed as he peered toward a massive rail line a few streets away. A heavily armored train, escorted by dozens of vehicles, was speeding along the tracks. Goer's grin vanished. He grabbed his walkie-talkie. "Boss, you won't believe this. We just ran into an old friend, it's that train from Kuguan." Inside an off-road vehicle, Kaiu Long's expression shifted. Well, what a coincidence. Boss. Blonde thug leaned back into his seat, scowling. Last time, that bastard Zhang Yun let all those fat fish slip through our fingers. We need payback. You think I don't know that? Kaiu Long smirked and picked up his walkie-talkie. Lolo, send the zombies to cut off their convoy. Everyone else, take the next turn. Move in. Chapter 132, The Great Battle Buzz. What a twist of fate. Several heavy-duty trucks swerved left at an intersection, as countless zombies surged into the streets ahead. Yet, the Black Crow convoy weaved through them effortlessly. The zombies charged forward, and so did the roaring engines. Some zombies lunged at the convoy, only to be swiftly crushed beneath the wheels. Hearing Kaiu Long's command, the thugs inside the vehicles howled in excitement. They knew a grand hunt awaited them just ahead. Meanwhile, the smaller fleeing convoy, which had been under relentless gunfire, suddenly noticed the bullets had stopped. Confused, they hesitated for a moment. At the same time, in the ruins of a collapsed storefront, the middle-aged ability user, bloodied and battered, struggled to crawl out from beneath the rubble. Brother Dong. Brother Dong. His walkie-talkie crackled with urgent calls from his team. Kneeling, he grabbed it with shaking hands. I'm still alive. They're not chasing us anymore. Panting heavily, he was at a loss for the sudden change. Though he didn't understand what had happened, he immediately signaled his men to pick him up. High above the battlefield, Goer spared a lazy glance at the store. To him, that guy was just a weak level 1 ability user, worthless. His real prize was that train. Goer, block the road. Don't let them escape. Exactly what I was thinking. Goer sneered. The ability to fly was the dream of many survivors. It granted him unmatched mobility in the apocalypse. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could always retreat. Over time, his confidence had swelled to arrogance. Now, eyeing the speeding train, he pulled out a grenade, flapped his wings, and shot toward the locomotive. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Seeing a figure approaching from the sky, the convoy's gunners fired without hesitation. "Captain Lin, watch out!" Shukin's anxious voice crackled through Infinite Train's cockpit intercom. Perfect timing. Lin Xian's sharp gaze locked onto the airborne attacker. The moment he understood Goer's intent, his expression turned cold. "Oh, you can fly? Let's see if you still can after this." Zap. Lin Xian swung open the cockpit door, leaned out, and raised his hand. Electricity crackled between his fingers. Goer scoffed mid-flight. "Trying to hit me with BZZZT." A blinding bolt of electricity surged through the sky, far faster than any bullet. Before Goer could react, it pierced straight through his shoulder and one of his wings. Feathers exploded in all directions, scattering like a wounded duck blasted from the sky. Holy shit! A lightning ability user? Panic twisted Goer's face. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun lightning. Struck hard, he spiraled out of control, plummeting toward the railway tracks below. Screech, the Infinite Train slowed to a stop. The convoy behind it followed suit, soldiers gripping their weapons, preparing for battle. Lin Xian leaped off the train, sprinting toward the fallen enemy, one less threat. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. The side door of car number 7 slammed open, and Luo Yi unleashed a barrage from his light machine gun, shredding into the oncoming enemy convoy. From the rear, Shu Ken and Zhu Jin's teams also opened fire. The battle had officially ignited. There's a strong one among them. Inside the Black Crow convoy, Kaiyu Long watched in surprise as Goer was shot out of the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Vroom. He slammed the gas pedal, plowing through the zombie horde. Then, turning to a subordinate, he barked, "Take the wheel." With terrifying speed, he kicked open the door and leaped out, his entire body enveloped in a blood-red aura. Boom. Boom. His sheer momentum shattered several zombies in his path as he charged straight toward Lin Xian. This was an extreme physical enhancement ability. Meanwhile, Blonde Thug reappeared on the roof of a truck, raising his rocket launcher. "Eat this, motherfuckers." In the Infinite Train support convoy, Zhu Jin saw this and immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Rocket incoming, watch out." Whoosh! A rocket streaked through the air, heading straight for the Infinite Train's locomotive. Boom! But just before impact, a pillar of flames erupted, swallowing the missile midair and detonating it prematurely. What the fuck? Another ability user? Blonde Thug gaped. Boom! A camper van barreled onto the battlefield. Suddenly, from the center of the zombie horde, a blazing column of fire shot skyward. Flames roared, burning as bright as the sun. From the inferno, a red silhouette descended. Lu Xingqian emerged from the flames, his upper body stripped bare by the heat, his hands wreathed in fire. He stood between Kaiyu Long and Lin Xian, smiling. Ability user? Kaiyu Long's expression darkened as he took in this new opponent. Lu Xingqian grinned. No, I am a god. A fire ability user? Kaiyu Long narrowed his eyes at the flame-wielding youth. Who the hell are you even talking to? Lu Xingqian turned slightly, glancing at the charred zombie corpses around him. His brows furrowed. Sensing movement, he quickly spun back. Kaiyu Long was already midair, fist aimed straight at his gut. Whoosh! Lu Xingqian's face changed. Reacting instantly, he threw up both hands, Godflame Pillar. Boom! A torrent of fire erupted toward Kaiyu Long. Are you fucking naming your attacks? Kaiyu Long roared. The raging flames engulfed him, halting his strike. His skin burned black, and the sheer agony contorted his face. But then, his blood boiled. Veins bulged beneath his charred skin, rapidly regenerating as his blood energy surged. His strength was only increasing. Lin Xian, noticing the enormous fire pillar in the distance, finally understood, Lu Xingqian was a fire-type ability user. No wonder Shu Ken had praised his strength. A fire ability like that was the dream of countless survivors. With an ally like him, Lin Xian felt far more confident. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the fallen birdman. Rat-a-tat. Both sides unleashed a storm of bullets. Kaiyu Long, still grinning like a maniac, relished the chaos. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he locked onto Lu Xingqian. I'll handle this fire-breathing freak. Blonde Thug, go help Goer. On it. Blonde Thug tossed his empty launcher aside, grabbed two axes, and slipped from the truck. Dashing between vehicles like a shadow, he moved with unnerving speed, expertly weaving through the battlefield. In an instant, rat-a-tat-ta. He gunned down two members of Zhu Jin and Shu Ken's convoy with precise shots. Meanwhile, the Black Crow's lead truck skidded to a halt. The purple-haired woman, Lolo, pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Zhulei, the former traitor now reduced to their lackey. Fatty. She smirked. Shouldn't you be doing something? Zhulei swallowed hard. Oh, of course. We're all in this together, right? Feigning enthusiasm, he grabbed his gun and disembarked. Just then, he spotted someone, his former subordinate, Da Yong, rushing past. Da Yong shot him a glance, then completely ignored him and ran forward. Zhu Lei clenched his teeth. Motherfucker, traitors like you are the worst. Which was ironic, considering he himself had betrayed multiple groups before. But now, watching the battle unfold, he sensed an opportunity. As both sides clashed violently, Zhu Lei's eyes darted around. Then, he spotted something valuable. Chapter 133, Underestimated Ratat. On the infinite train, bullets hammered against the train's armored exterior. Outside, the chaos reached a new level. Zombies flooded in through a breach in the rail barriers, tearing into both sides indiscriminately. The once distant firefight had turned into brutal close-quarters combat, with casualties mounting on both sides. Inside car number 3, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen cowered in fear as the gunfire intensified. Ah! Why did we stop? Zhao Yan screamed. Did the tracks get blocked? Why aren't we just leaving? Zhu Wen shouted in panic. Across from them, Ding Junyi remained completely unfazed, tapping away at her laptop as if the battle outside was none of her concern. Director Ding, get down. Bullets are flying everywhere. Zhao Yan cried. The windows in the research carriage are bulletproof. The entire train is reinforced to P5 grade protection, with additional external armor. Ordinary bullets won't affect us at all. Ding Junyi replied calmly, her hands never stopping on the keyboard. Since we can't help, don't make unnecessary noise and distract others. Zhao Yan's shriek slowly faded as she realized the logic in Ding Junyi's words. Her face twisted in frustration, but she clamped her mouth shut and covered her ears, waiting anxiously for the battle outside to end. Boom. Boom. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was closing in on the fallen Goer, unleashing relentless gunfire. Snow and dust burst into the air as a gray-winged birdman suddenly darted sideways. At the same time, a black object tumbled toward Lin Xian's feet. A live grenade. Lin Xian reacted instantly. With a flick of his wrist, he extended a mechanical clamp, snatched the grenade midair, and hurled it right back at Goer in one fluid motion. Goer, still retreating, barely had time to register what had happened before the very same grenade he had thrown came hurtling back at him. You fucking bastard! What kind of freak has a mechanical hand that long? He cursed. In reflex, he snapped his wings shut and raised his cybernetic arm to block the blast. Boom! The explosion ripped through his wings, shrapnel punching bloody holes into them. Blackened by soot and seething with rage, Goer realized he had completely underestimated his opponent. Panic seized him. This wasn't a fight he could win. Screw it, I'll just take out a few weaklings before I retreat. Determined to change tactics, he twisted in the air, adjusting his trajectory to target the more vulnerable survivors in the convoy. But just as he turned, whoosh! Darkness. A giant electrical transmission tower, as if suddenly alive, snapped in half and came swinging toward him. Crack. ZZZZZZZZT. Dozens of power cables snapped, and the steel tower, controlled by an unseen force, slammed into him midair. Bam! Goer crashed into the ground like a swatted fly, rolling to a stop beside the railway tracks. Near Infinite Train's open carriage door, Kiki lowered her right hand, her eyes glimmering with faint light. Humphrey. Flap those wings all you want, you're still just a crow. She sneered. Crack. Goer groaned as he struggled to his feet, his wings were shattered, his bones fractured. He glanced toward the train, where two figures were approaching, Lin Xian and Kiki. Fear gripped him. Flying high and looking down on his victims, he had always felt untouchable. Now, he was prey. Lightning abilities. Telekinesis. What kind of monsters were on this train? Goer's mind screamed retreat. This level of ability. I should leave this for the boss. Click. He activated a small cylindrical device on his mechanical prosthetic, a miniature explosive, his last trump card. But just as his fingers reached for it, whoosh! A dark shadow lunged at him. Who? Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted as Blonde Thug fired to cover Goer. But it was too late. The shadow dodged every bullet, reaching Goer in seconds. Thump! A boot slammed onto his mechanical arm, pinning him down. Before Goer could react, crack! The shadow twisted his wrist, ripping the entire prosthetic arm off his body. At the same moment, the figure spun around, raising a massive black shotgun, aiming it point blank at Goer's head. 2 barrels. A Remington M96. Goer stared into the abyss of those twin muzzles. FCK. Boom. His head exploded like a watermelon, chunks of skull and brains splattering onto the snow. 3 seconds. A flawless sequence: sprint, disarm, turn, execute. The shadow stood tall, gripping the still smoking shotgun. Shukin. Lin Xian and Kiki stared, momentarily stunned. Whoa, that was fast. Is she an ability user? Kiki gasped. Lin Xian, eyes narrowing, shook his head. She's not. He had assumed Shu Ken and Zhu Jin's group were just hardened survivors, tough, sure, but ordinary. Now, he realized he had completely underestimated them. Ding Junyi had once told him, those who survived the polar night, even without abilities, had evolved beyond human limits. Shu Ken was proof. She was no ordinary human. She wasn't here by luck, she had earned her survival. You motherfucker. Blonde thug, seeing Goer's headless corpse, lost it. Raging, he sprayed bullets at Shu Ken with his AK-47. Shu Ken sidestepped, throwing the severed mechanical arm toward Lin Xian as she dashed forward with inhuman speed. At the same time, the infinite train convoy opened fire on Blonde thug. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Lin Xian's eyes glinted as he caught the prosthetic arm midair. With a flick of his wrist, he fired wind cannons toward Shu Ken, covering her advance. Blonde thug was caught off guard. A wind blast tore through his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. Fuck. He scrambled into the zombie horde, using the chaos for cover. Lin Xian frowned. Even if this guy had enhanced physical abilities. Lolo. Unleash the horde. Blonde thug yelled into his walkie-talkie, finally realizing they had miscalculated. This convoy was not an easy target. But they had one last trump card, the zombie swarm. On the Black Crow convoy, Lolo, the purple-haired woman, bit her lip. Seeing the battle turn against them, she activated her ability. Her eyes gleamed green, radiating an unseen force. Roar. The zombies turned rabid, their eyes gleamed with insane bloodlust, their target shifting toward the infinite train convoy. Oh no! They've unleashed the horde. Zhu Jin shouted. Bam. The side panel of a heavy-duty truck slammed open. A modified electric Gatling gun was wheeled out. Hold the line. Da, the six-barreled beast roared, shredding the oncoming zombies. But it was too late, they were now fighting on two fronts. Chapter 134, Bunker Boom. 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 Flames roared across the streets, fire engulfing everything in its path. The zombie horde was overwhelming. Lu Xingchen and Kaiyu Long had fought their way from the roadside into a shop. Both of them were revolution-level ability users. Lu Xingchen's fire-based ability was undeniably powerful, but Kaiyu Long's eerie blood aura made him stronger the longer he fought, allowing him to recover at an alarming rate. The battle was at a deadlock. You can recover? Lu Xingchen's face twisted in shock. He gritted his teeth and spat, then I'll just burn you to ashes and see if you can. Too much talking. Kaiyu Long blurred into a blood-red shadow, appearing before Lu Xingchen in an instant, launching a devastating punch. Lu Xingchen crossed his arms to block and retaliated by spewing flames behind him. Reverse thrust. What kind of dumbass name is that? Do you have to yell out every move like you're in an anime? Humphrey. Fire fist. Completely immersed in his own world, Lu Xingchen ignored Kaiyu Long's taunts. He threw a punch, unleashing a column of scorching flames as thick as a water barrel. Divine, annihilating flames, twin jets of fire burst from both hands. Divine, flame slash, a downward slash of fire from one hand. Flame Emperor, a massive fireball shot forward. Kaiyu Long's eyes darkened. He had killed countless ruthless men on his journey, yet this young brat had barely any combat experience but wielded terrifying power, and to top it off, he kept shouting out ridiculous attack names. It pissed him off to no end. Meanwhile, Huang Mao sprinted toward the convoy, diving behind an off-road vehicle. Just then, an ability user with hardened insect-like exoskeleton limbs advanced under a hail of bullets, leading a group of armed thugs. Good timing. Da Yong, take out that chick. I'll get a beauty to keep you company in your car. Huang Mao called out. Hey. Sounds good. Da Yong, a brute who used to follow Zhulei, wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. He grinned, nearly drooling, as his eyes locked onto Kiki near the train. I want that one. Then get your ass moving. Huang Mao barked while firing his gun. Alright. Kill 'em all. Da Yong, despite being cursed at, gleefully raised his insect-like armored forearms, using them as a shield. He stepped onto the hood of a wrecked car and lunged forward. Bang. A thunderous gunshot echoed through the air. Da Yong, mid-leap, had just landed on the car roof when his chest and head exploded in a mist of blood and flesh. His brains, intestines, and shattered bones sprayed out in all directions, forming a thick crimson cloud. In the blink of an eye, only his half-torn torso remained, his exposed spine twitching in the air. A shocked silence fell over the thugs hiding behind the vehicle. Huang Mao's eyes widened in horror. Holy fuck. They have a sniper? Inside car number 1 of the Infinite Train, Chen Sixuan held her A-33K heavy anti-materiel sniper rifle, her face pale, her eyes burning with barely contained fury. She didn't know why, but watching those raiders storm the convoy, watching her allies get slaughtered by zombies and bullets, made her blood boil. She had never fired a gun before, but when she saw the sniper rifle, an unfamiliar courage surged within her. Scope up. Safety off. Chamber around. Aim. Fire. One shot. One kill. Through the scope, she saw Da Yong's torso disintegrate. Her body trembled, realization dawning upon her, she had just taken a life. Her mouth went dry, her breathing turned ragged, and even her fingertips shook. She had no idea how her hands had remained so steady when she pulled the trigger. It felt strangely like the delicate moment of placing a cherry atop a cake during a quiet afternoon of baking at home. Tenchi? Owo Shasha, who had just run over, gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Chen Sixuan, still in mild shock, slowly turned to her. Did I just kill someone? Is he dead? Shasha stared at Da Yong's bisected corpse, looking as if she had just seen a ghost. Gee. He's blown to pieces. I don't think he's gonna make it. Hearing the gunshot, Lin Xian and Kiki rushed into the carriage, only to find Chen Sixuan clutching the massive sniper rifle, her face as white as a sheet. Lin Xian, I just wanted to help. Chen Sixuan's voice was weak, as if she was trying to justify her actions. Lin Xian stared at her, dumbfounded. Ms. Chen. When the hell did you learn to snipe? She barely stood taller than a 1.6-meter-long sniper rifle, and she had always been so gentle, careful when handling things. Yet now, she had just blown a man's head off. Shasha taught me. Shasha's eyes went wide, frantically waving her hands. I just taught her the basics. She never even fired a shot before. Damn, Chen-ji. You've got talent. That was badass. Kiki's eyes sparkled as she stared at Chen Sixuan. Clutching the sniper rifle, she looked stunningly fierce, a sharp contrast to her usual quiet demeanor. You're my new idol. Lin Xian was in awe. This apocalypse was fucked up. It had even forced a gentle foreign language teacher to pick up a sniper rifle and turn into a killing machine. If Chen Sixuan had a talent for this, maybe he could even custom build a sniper setup for her. Outside, the zombie horde surged, filling the tracks. The group fought while retreating into the train. What now? Shukin, panting, grabbed a walkie-talkie. Their boss is still fighting losing Chen. There's another ability user among them. Where's the one controlling the zombie horde? Lin Xian asked, turning to the convoy's radio channel. Has anyone spotted them? Shukin immediately deployed a drone to scan the battlefield. They were at a severe disadvantage, surrounded by the undead. If they could eliminate the Mastermind, they might have a chance to regroup. On the convoy's radio, Zhu Jin's voice crackled through. The one controlling the zombies is hiding inside a vehicle. Old Mo, can you find him? Old Mo replied, I only spotted Huang Mao. Let me take care of him first. Inside a specially modified heavy truck, surrounded by zombies, Old Mo sat calmly, binoculars in hand. He pressed a button, activating the intercom. All units, heads up. Huang Mao is hiding behind that green off-road vehicle. Got him. That area's full of hidden shooters. What's the plan? They've got cover. Too many zombies. Damn pain in the ass. Screw it. Let's just blow them the hell up. The team quickly agreed. Good idea. Old Mo hit the switch. The truck's roof opened, revealing multiple missile launch tubes. He adjusted the targeting parameters, muttering, let's send them and their bunker straight to hell. Launch. Huang Mao, hiding behind the car, was catching his breath when his thug tapped his shoulder, pale-faced. What? The thug pointed toward the truck in the distance. Huang Mao looked up. A black missile launcher had just locked onto him. What the F? Whoosh. 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 3 missiles screamed toward him. Huang Mao's face twisted in horror. Oh, sh, boom. Chapter 135, Sneak Attack. A deafening explosion erupted from the streets outside the railway tracks. Everyone flinched at the shockwave, turning their eyes toward the scene. Several Black Crow convoy off-road vehicles had been blown to bits, flames roaring skyward, thick black smoke billowing into the air. Huang Mao and his gang were completely obliterated, their bodies reduced to nothing but scattered shreds of cloth drifting in the wind. Seated in the passenger seat of a heavy truck, purple-haired Lolo finally sensed the impending doom after watching Go Liuer, Huang Mao, and Da Yong drop like flies. Her face turned deathly pale, and her panicked gaze darted around, searching for Kaiyu Long. The convoy was in chaos. Among the Black Crow 4, Kaiyu Long was the strongest. His insane regenerative ability made him almost unkillable. As long as he was still standing, the convoy wouldn't collapse entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Xian noticed that more zombies were surging in from the city streets, the fog thickening around them. His expression turned grim. Shasha, cover me. That ability user must be nearby. Whoever was controlling the zombie horde had to be taken out immediately. The undead army that attacked them last time had nearly derailed the train. Lin Xian wasn't going to take any chances. He grabbed his rifle and electric blade and charged out of the train. Buzz. A wave of telekinetic energy blasted outward, sending dozens of zombies flying and clearing a path for Lin Xian. Shasha, following closely behind Kiki, jumped down and fired her grenade launcher. Boom. Crash. Boom. Bang. The grenades exploded within the horde, sending limbs and rotting flesh flying. Meanwhile, Zupu's team rained down a storm of bullets, mowing down waves of undead like dominoes. Lin Xian, machine gun blazing in one hand and electric blade slashing in the other, charged deep into enemy territory, scanning for the Black Crow convoy's movements. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire erupted from the fog, but Lin Xian had already dodged, slipping past a wall by the tracks. In a flash, he lunged into the enemy's vehicle formation, slicing down two thugs who were shooting at the train. A drone buzzed overhead, relaying visuals to Kiki. Her voice crackled through Lin Xian's radio. Lin Xian, 2 o'clock. Black truck. Passenger seat, there's a woman. From the train, Kiki controlled the drone, zooming in on the footage. In the truck's passenger seat, a strange woman with glowing green eyes sat nervously. That had to be the ability user. Target acquired. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, he opened fire on the truck's cabin. Clang. 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 His bullets pinged harmlessly off the armored plating and bulletproof glass. However, the purple-haired woman inside flinched in fear. Gotcha. Lin Xian smirked. She was the one. Just as he was about to attack again, a sudden roar of flames erupted behind him. Boom. A fiery explosion burst into the air, and from within the blazing inferno, a figure shot out at high speed, Kaiyu Long. From Lin Xian's blind spot, Kaiyu Long struck, his fist tearing through the air, aiming straight for Lin Xian's skull. Damn it. Lu Xingqian had no time to warn him, Kaiyu Long was already too close. But just as Kaiyu Long's fist was about to connect, Lin Xian suddenly flipped his left hand, a massive metal shield materialized in an instant. Bang. Kaiyu Long's sucker punch, which should have been a guaranteed hit, slammed into solid steel instead. The impact dented the shield, but Lin Xian was completely unharmed. Kaiyu Long's eyes widened in shock. Where the hell did that steel come from? Wasn't this guy an electricity user? Before he could react, BZZT. A blinding arc of electricity shot toward his face. It burned straight through his cheek, the searing current blasting out the back of his skull. Though there was no blood spray, Lin Xian immediately kicked the shield, launching Kaiyu Long's body backward. Boom. Kaiyu Long soared through the air. Before he could even hit the ground, a pillar of fire roared up, engulfing him completely. Careful. This guy's got insane regeneration. Lu Xingqian yelled from behind. Sure enough, even after being electrocuted and burned alive, Kaiyu Long still wasn't dead. He burst from the flames, his charred body steaming, but instead of attacking Lin Xian or Lu Xingqian, he suddenly changed direction, rushing straight for Shasha and Kiki. Shit. He's trying to take hostages and hijack your train. Lu Xingqian's face twisted in fury. He hated cowards who resorted to dirty tricks when they couldn't win in a fair fight. Enraged, he kicked off the ground, flames erupting under his feet as he launched himself forward. I, the Flame God, am here. You dare? Lin Xian, watching, couldn't help but facepalm. Damn. This guy is ridiculously overdramatic. Kaiyu Long, on the other hand, was a complete idiot. Of all directions to run, he just had to charge straight at Shasha and Kiki. Kaiyu Long, realizing his convoy was doomed, was desperate. He failed to kill Lin Xian and couldn't overpower Lu Xingqian. But, Shasha and Kiki seemed important to Lin Xian. If he could capture them, he might turn the tables. He lunged forward, only to suddenly freeze midair. Kaiyu Long's eyes widened in horror. An invisible force locked him in place. Kiki's eyes glowed coldly, her hair floating as if weightless. Brother? Kaiyu Long was confused. He saw a girl using an ability, but why did the little one call for her brother? And then, a massive black silhouette suddenly charged forward. A gleaming steel-slaying greatsword swung down mercilessly. Kaiyu Long's pupil shrank. Oh shit. Her brother was here. Slash. Kaiyu Long was cleaved in half, his torso separating from his legs. Kiki, expressionless, simply flicked her wrist, tossing his corpse into the zombie horde. The undead, smelling his blood, swarmed over, tearing his body apart in a frenzied feeding. Lin Xian winced. Damn. Brutal. Lu Xingqian landed, frying the remaining zombies with a burst of flames. But upon closer inspection, Kaiyu Long was already reduced to nothing but scattered chunks of meat. Can he even regenerate from that? Kiki asked, frowning. Shasha, looking disgusted, muttered, he's already zombie poop. No way he's coming back from that. Lu Xingchen, realizing he completely lost his moment of glory, suddenly felt awkward. Until, hey, big bro? Shasha pointed at the street. Is that your RV? Lu Xingchen turned. His precious fire god RV was speeding away into the distance. Oh hell no. Who the fuck just stole my ride? Chapter 136, The Swarm of Jellyfish. Lu Xingchen stood there, dumbfounded. In the chaos of battle, someone had stolen his RV? Bzzzzzzzzz. On the distant street, seeing Kaiyu Long's death, the remaining raiders scattered like cockroaches. Some jumped into vehicles, recklessly plowing through the zombie horde in an attempt to escape. Others simply ran blindly toward the trucks. Rat-a-tat. The tables had turned. On Zujin and Shukin's side, their troops showed no mercy, mowing down the retreating enemies with a hail of bullets. Inside the heavy truck, the purple-haired woman saw the disaster unfolding. She panicked, scrambling into the driver's seat, locking the doors, and fumbling to start the engine. Lin Xian, the closest to her, saw her trying to escape and charged his hand with electricity, ready to finish her off. Captain Lin, fall back. Old Mo's voice crackled through the radio. Huh? Lin Xian frowned, confused, until he turned his head and his face changed dramatically. The missile launchers mounted on Iron Force convoys trucks had lit up once again. Without hesitation, Lin Xian bolted. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 missiles shot from the launchers, streaking straight toward the heavy truck. No. Please. The purple-haired woman's pupils dilated in horror, her face turning ghostly pale as death loomed over her. Boom. The explosion obliterated the truck's cabin, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Even Lin Xian, though far enough away, felt the ground tremble beneath him. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. The woman was vaporized. Damn. That was brutal. Lin Xian let out a relieved sigh, but before he could regroup, he saw Lu Xingchen sprinting past him in a panic. Where the hell are you going? Lin Xian grabbed his arm. My car. My car. Lu Xingchen was on the verge of a breakdown. Not only was his beloved RV gone, but his clothes had been burned off in battle. Now, standing half-naked in the freezing wind, he was shivering uncontrollably. Lin Xian turned toward the street, squinting. The RV had already disappeared, having turned several blocks away. No way he could chase it on foot. And from what Lin Xian had seen, Lu Xingchen definitely didn't have flight abilities. Elsewhere, inside the stolen RV, a chubby man gripped the steering wheel with a death grip, his foot slamming the gas pedal to the floor as he plowed through the zombie horde. He glanced into the rearview mirror and saw the stockpile of supplies inside the RV. His tense expression finally relaxed. Damn, that was close. Zhule had barely escaped with his life. Who could have expected those Black Crow bastards, who were so feared, to get completely wiped out by the train convoy? Shit, everyone in Yubai City is a damn monster. Good thing I got out in time. With an armored, modified RV and a fresh start, Zhule could vanish and rebuild his life elsewhere. As long as he stayed far away from those lunatics, he'd be fine. For once, he actually felt proud of his quick thinking. He let out a deep breath, finally able to relax, and then, darkness. The light inside the driver's cabin dimmed. Zhule froze, his heartbeat accelerating. The street ahead was clear of obstacles, no buildings, no signs, no sudden storm. Then why did it feel like something was blocking out the light? Slowly, he looked up. His pupils shrunk. His face went deathly white. Above the clouds and fog, a massive shadow loomed, a monstrous, eldritch creature was descending upon him. His scream echoed inside the RV. Back at the train convoy with the Black Crow 4 annihilated, Lin Xian and the others rushed back to their vehicles. Shu Ken's voice came through the radio, filled with panic. We need to get out of here, there's something in the sky. Above them, a colossal jellyfish-like creature emerged from the thick clouds. Everyone in the convoy paled. Compared to the one they had seen near Mount Daluo, this one was slightly smaller, but still enormous, larger than a skyscraper. All aboard. Start the train. Lin Xian barked. The zombie tide surged toward them. There was no time to gather loot, the infinite train roared to life, accelerating out of the battlefield. The convoy followed close behind, engines roaring as they pushed through the undead. It's getting dark, stay alert. Zujin warned. There's another one over there. Kiki gasped. To the left of the train, far in the city, another massive jellyfish emerged. Fuck. There's more of them. In the rear convoy, Zujin, Shukin, and Old Mo's survivors locked their doors, pure terror washing over them. Inside buses and trucks, mothers clutched their children, covering their mouths to muffle their frightened whimpers. The pressure was suffocating. Hurry up. Drive. Drive. The vehicles charged forward, crushing zombies under their wheels, desperately keeping pace with the train. The barbed wire walls had been destroyed during the battle. Thousands of zombies spilled onto the railway, chasing after the convoy. Inside the train, car number 1, a shirtless young man sat in the corner, staring at the floor with dead eyes. Lu Xingchen. Since fleeing eastward, this was his greatest loss. His home was gone. Any normal person would be in shock after that. In the driver's cabin, Xiaoxia hesitated before whispering to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin. Should we take him with us?" Lin Xian turned to look at Lu Xingchen, who sat motionless, looking utterly defeated. "Yeah. He's got nowhere else to go. Find him some clothes." At the freight terminal, Lu Xingchen had been lounging under a parasol, drinking tea. Now, he didn't even look alive. Yeah. This dude was having a rough day. Lin Xian sighed and turned his attention to the sky. He lifted the radio, his expression serious. "Do not engage the jellyfish. We don't know how many there are. We can't afford a chain reaction. They've definitely noticed us." Shu Ken's voice confirmed. "Then we keep moving. No stopping. Stay together. No stragglers." The train accelerated, the convoy gunning their engines to keep up. But, a deep, resonating hum suddenly echoed from above. Like the blast of a massive cruise ship horn, the sky jellyfish was descending upon them. As it drew closer, Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan could see its massive, writhing tentacles swaying in the air. "It's coming." Chen Sixuan's voice trembled. Lin Xian tightened his grip on the radio. "Everyone, prepare to fire. Do not let the tentacles touch you." Whoosh! The Iron Force convoy launched 3 missiles, hitting the jellyfish's core tentacles. Boom! Boom! Its gigantic transparent body convulsed, several tentacles snapping off, falling toward the city. Splat! When they hit the ground, a thick, white mist erupted. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Shit! Those things are poisonous! Chapter 137, Flaming Squid Bloom. The sky jellyfish let out a deep, thunderous roar. Its massive, transparent bell rippled violently, sending out shockwaves that shattered skyscraper windows and rattled the very bones of everyone in the convoy. A palpable sense of dread filled the air, as if a colossal nightmare had descended upon them. "Keep moving. Don't slow down. Watch the track pylons and stay in formation. Everyone else, light that bastard up." Zhu Jin's voice roared through the radio. On board the heavy trucks, the Gatling guns swiveled, locking onto the monstrosity above. BRRRRRT. A hailstorm of bullets erupted into the sky, as the convoy's armed survivors leaned out their windows, unloading their magazines into the behemoth. "It's coming down." On car number 7 of the Infinite Train, Xiaoxia clutched her radio, screaming. Above, the sky darkened. The sky jellyfish's massive silhouette loomed over the convoy, its countless tentacles stretching down toward the railway tracks. Crash! A stray off-road vehicle was snatched into the air, flung violently into a wall, and plunged off the highway, taking dozens of zombies down with it. Inside the wrecked vehicle, a woman struggled to crawl out the shattered window, screaming for help. But before she could escape, the horde consumed her. Her desperate, outstretched hand disappeared into the sea of undead, her screams drowning beneath the chaos. "Ank! Xiao Ai!" Shu Ken's shout cracked with rage and sorrow. Her eyes reddened, and with a snarl, she slammed the accelerator. "You goddamn bastards, focus!" Boom! 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 As the sky jellyfish drifted over the convoy, bullets shredded its lower tendrils, sending grayish-white chunks and viscous fluid raining down. Like a sickening downpour, the acidic slime splattered onto vehicles and people alike. Sizzle! Screams! Flesh burned, limbs melted, and the convoy nearly collapsed into chaos. 18:45 p.m., darkness fell, the dense fog thickened, and night swallowed the city whole. Every vehicle's headlights blazed to life, cutting through the inky void. "Lin Xian. There's another one ahead." Kiki's urgent voice rang through the radio. Lin Xian's eyes darted forward. A second, even larger sky jellyfish emerged over the city skyline, drifting from behind a skyscraper. "We're screwed if this keeps up." Lin Xian grimaced. "Kiki, grab the fire-throwing idiot and bring him to me." "On it." Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen sat motionless, still staring blankly into space. "My car. My car. My car." Kiki stormed up to him, glaring. "Are you serious right now? The world's about to end, and you're still whining about your RV?" Lu Xingchen lifted his head, eyes hollow. "You don't understand. That RV was my partner. My sanctuary. My only solace in this forsaken world." Kiki's eye twitches violently. She resisted the urge to punch him, took a deep breath, and snapped, "Fine. Help me kill that damn jellyfish, and I'll make Lin Xian give you your own custom train car. You can decorate it however the hell you want. Deal? Whoosh. In an instant, Lu Xingqian stood up, his demeanor flipping entirely. His chest puffed out, his gaze sharpened, and he nodded solemnly. Time is of the essence. Let's go. Kiki. The hell did I just witness? Before he could dramatically monologue, Kiki simply snapped her fingers, and with her telekinesis, she yanked his ear, dragging him straight to the driver's cabin. Lin Xian, I got him. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Xingqian, eyes narrowing. Can you fight? Lu Xingqian opened his mouth to complain, then caught sight of the enormous, eldritch monstrosity in the sky. His expression hardened. I can. Good. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Gather every drum of gasoline we have and get ready to launch them. Got it. Before Lu Xingqian could question why Lin Xian called the sky jellyfish a squid, Kiki had already bolted toward the cargo hold. Setting the trap, Lin Xian kicked open the driver's cabin door, conjuring a steel staircase leading to the train roof. Lu Xingqian, impressed by the seamless mechanical creation, briefly paused, but quickly climbed up without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kiki didn't just levitate the gasoline barrels, she stood on them, balancing in midair as they floated beside her. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. So? You can fly. It made sense, she could lift an entire train, so why not herself? Kiki, grinning, soared beside the moving train, carrying the barrels high above the tracks. On the roof, Lu Xingqian stood firm, his hands glowing with firelight. Kiki raised the barrels overhead. I'll throw. You light it up. No need to remind me. Fire is an art. Lu Xingqian cracked his knuckles, stepping forward. Inside the cabin, Lin Xian's voice came over the radio. Old Mo, once we light that thing up, fire a few missiles to finish the job. Everyone else, keep your windows shut, we don't want burning jellyfish guts raining down on us. Shu Ken and Zujin responded immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, Old Mo was laughing through the radio. Ha. Fire roasted squid. You've got balls, kid. A series of missile launchers armed themselves. Alright, let's go all in. Win or die. The sky jellyfish let out a deep, otherworldly bellow, boom. Its transparent bell pulsed, its massive tentacles writhing as it descended toward the train. Now! Lin Xian shouted. Kiki's eyes gleamed. Her telekinetic power surged, hurling the gasoline barrels upward, whoosh. The drums shot into the sky, heading straight for the jellyfish's core. Lu Xingqian planted his feet, gathering all his firepower. A massive fireball formed in his palms, flames licking across his arms. The fire grew brighter. Hotter. Larger, until finally, divine, Flame Emperor. Lu Xingqian thrust his arms forward, launching the searing inferno toward the sky. Fwoom. The fireball ignited the fuel midair, triggering a chain reaction explosion. Boom. A towering inferno erupted, consuming the sky jellyfish's entire body. A sea of flames engulfed the monster, turning the night sky into a blazing hellscape. The heat wave crashed down onto the convoy. Lin Xian smirked. Burn, you bastard. Chapter 138, Number 1 Spaceport Boom. Flames erupted in the sky, illuminating several nearby streets. The massive sky jellyfish let out a shrill, agonized wail as a massive fireball engulfed most of its body. Its translucent bell rim writhed frantically, with burning gasoline clinging to its tentacles, sending thick black smoke billowing into the air. In unbearable pain, it violently crashed into a nearby skyscraper. Bang! Crash! At that moment, flaming debris, shattered jellyfish flesh, and countless shards of glass rained down from above. Get inside! Kiki shouted. Reacting quickly, she used her telekinesis to grab Lu Xingqian and drag him through the cockpit door. Right behind them, Lin Xian swiftly detached the steel boarding ladder and slammed the door shut. The fire is falling. Push through it. Boom. 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 Countless fireballs and burning gasoline rained down, instantly turning the tracks and city streets into a fiery inferno. Flames crashed onto several convoy vehicles, sparks bursting upon impact. Some cars caught fire, their roofs engulfed in flames, while shattered glass fell like rain. The raging inferno spread across the streets, igniting hordes of zombies, turning them into burning corpses. Ah! Watch out! Stay in formation. Don't crash. Fire extinguishers. Where are the extinguishers? Panic filled the radio channels, but after an intense sprint through the flames, the infinite train and the convoy finally made it through the firestorm. Survivors in the burning vehicles scrambled to open their windows, grabbing extinguishers in a desperate attempt to douse the flames. Did we just take one down? From her rearview mirror, Shu Ken saw the enormous jellyfish, engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground. Her face was filled with disbelief. If it's not dead, It's at least roasted half to death. Zhu Jin let out a breath, exhilarated. Unbelievable. There's more of these fucking things out there. At the back of the convoy, old Mo, keeping a steady grip on the wheel, finally sighed in relief. Through the convoy's communication channel, he asked, anyone injured? No, Grandpa Mo, we're all fine. Zhala is crying, though. PFF, what a scaredy cat, are we safe now? How much longer till we reach the spaceport? Almost there, almost there. Old Mo squinted at the towering silhouette emerging from the black mist ahead. The bright lights of the massive structure became clearer. Then, glancing at the infinite train leading the charge, he clicked his tongue. Good thing we followed this train. If not, with this many people, we'd all be dead. Neither the Black Crow 4 nor the Sky Jellyfish were threats the convoy could handle alone. Even with losing Shin on board, survival seemed nearly impossible without Lin Xian's infinite train breaking through obstacle after obstacle. Aboard the infinite train, danger had come one after another. Inside car number 3, Ding Junyi gazed out at the retreating flames with a steady expression. Then, her eyes locked onto something ahead of the train, a colossal structure stretched into the sky. By number 1 spaceport. Aerial rail, climbing passage. Clang. Clang. The heavy locomotive rumbled along the elevated track leading into the spaceport, the darkened city streets stretching around them. But ahead, the spaceport platform was ablaze with countless lights. Under blazing high-altitude floodlights, the climbing passage stood like a pillar piercing the heavens, leading into an aerial corridor, a gigantic suspended transit tube. Inside the corridor, negative pressure electromagnetic acceleration tracks ran alongside a vehicle transit lane, capable of carrying up to 10 intercontinental-class trains and over 10,000 vehicles, all pulled forward by powerful traction systems. As the infinite train drew closer, elevators streaked upward at staggering speeds, glowing under the floodlights, a monumental feat of human engineering, an epic achievement in history. Holy crap, that's insane. Inside the cockpit, Shasha and Luo Yi gaped at the massive climbing elevators, their expressions full of awe. I've ridden this before, but seeing it again still blows my mind. Chen Sixuan's eyes sparkled. After such a long and brutal escape, they had finally reached the main track of the orbital rail, the starting point of their journey's next phase. Damn, if only my RV were still here. I could have taken it up into space. Lu Xingchen muttered bitterly. It's fine. It's probably already up there by now. Kiki deadpanned. Wait. What the hell do you mean by that? Tap, tap. Footsteps approached. Lin Xian turned to see Ding Junyi striding over, followed by the nervous-looking Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen. You got lucky. Lin Xian remarked. The spaceport hasn't fallen yet. That was good news. From their vantage point, they could see the spaceport base packed with thousands of vehicles, carrying survivors from all over Danhai province. Thank God. Zhao Yan let out a relieved sigh. Lin, we owe you everything. Without you, we'd all be dead. Yes, we're incredibly grateful. Zhu Wen added. Ding Junyi glanced at Lin Xian before shifting her gaze to the spaceport. The close-in weapon systems, turrets and anti-air defenses are still operational. Looks like the Phoenix Guild's emergency teams and engineers have arrived in time to maintain defenses. That means there's still an armed force holding the line. It's probably the Spaceport Security Regiment or Iron Guard Brigade 52. Chen Sixuan speculated. We heard on the radio earlier that Brigade 52 had retreated to number 1 spaceport to regroup. They're likely preparing to evacuate from here as well. That's great news. Lin Xian nodded. After running for so long, we've finally found the main forces. In this apocalyptic world, no one wanted to fight alone. If there was an opportunity to find protection under an official military force, who would choose to keep hiding in the shadows? At the spaceport, thousands of escaping vehicles were jammed together in a delicate balance of order and restraint. After their battle against the bandit convoy, seeing so many survivors coexisting peacefully felt almost unreal. A place this crowded. No one's gonna dare stir up trouble, right? Chen Sixuan wondered aloud. Not necessarily. Kiki replied. But with this many people, plus the security regiment and Iron Guard, anyone with bad intentions will have to think twice before acting. They'd have to be suicidal to start trouble here. Lu Xingchen scoffed. Everyone came here to stay alive. No way anyone's dumb enough to pick a fight. Behind them, Shuqin, Zhu Jin, and Old Mo's convoy gazed at the approaching spaceport, their expressions complex: hope, exhaustion, relief, nervous anticipation. Everyone knew, once they crossed the snowy highland via the aerial corridor, they would finally have a moment to breathe. Lin Xian, look! Chen Sixuan suddenly shouted. The group turned their gaze forward. On the exclusive train platform ahead, 3 massive trains stood parked. One belonged to the Iron Guard Brigade, An intercontinental-class military transport train. The other two? Even grander. Like the Infinite Train, they were doomsday trains, preparing to race onto the orbital rail. Chapter 139, entering the station. Compared to the Infinite Train with its mere 9 carriages, the 2 doomsday trains ahead could only be described as railway behemoths. The first train was a massive, double-decked steel fortress, stretching over a kilometer long with 50 to 60 carriages. It was driven by 6 intercontinental-class nuclear electric locomotives at the front, each locomotive itself a colossal war machine. The entire train was wrapped in welded steel armor, with various colors and patterns covering its exterior. Its interior lights glowed brightly, illuminating its many carriages like a moving double-decker city. The second train, however, left even Lin Xian in awe. A Silver Titan, the Eternal Class train, Silver Star, stretched across the spaceport platform like a metallic dragon. Unlike the first train's patched armor and rugged build, the Silver Star had a sleek, uniform silver design, spanning over 100 carriages. Mounted along its front, rear, and mid-sections were 4 electromagnetic railguns, making it look like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Even without asking, Lin Xian knew, this was Old Mo's rumored doomsday train from Sun City, the Silver Star, operated by the Fenger Group, housing over 3,000 survivors. And the double-decked steel fortress beside it? That had to be Dragon Mountain City's legendary Dragon Mountain No. 1. Whoa. That's a long train. Shasha leaned over the control panel, her eyes wide in amazement. Chen Sixuan glanced at Lin Xian, sighing in admiration. You were right. We're not the only ones escaping to the orbital rail on a train. Of course not. Lin Xian nodded calmly. With such a developed railway system, it's only natural that people would use it to survive. Clang. Clang. Approaching the spaceport, the Infinite Train rumbled forward, approaching the spaceport gates. Below the elevated tracks, an ocean of zombies swarmed toward the fortified walls, their grotesque figures illuminated by floodlights. Rat-a-tat-ta. Gunfire erupted from the high walls, automatic turret towers unleashed a relentless barrage, mowing down the crawling undead. Among the zombie horde, twisted mutant creatures, giant centipedes, towering aberrations, smashed against the fortifications, shaking the steel barriers. They won't hold out much longer. Lin Xian observed grimly. If they don't close the spaceport soon, the whole place is gonna fall. He muttered. Beep. 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 The radio communicator crackled to life. KH-5580, this is Spaceport Tower. Reduce speed and identify yourself. KH-5580. That was the old military designation for the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, its original service number before being repurposed into the Infinite Train. Hearing the call, Lin Xian immediately responded. Spaceport Tower, this is Infinite Train. We have over 200 survivors requesting access to the aerial corridor. Beep. Infinite Train came to a full stop and prepare for inspection. Inspection? Chen Sixuan frowned. Are they boarding us? Beep. Just as Lin Xian was preparing for potential trouble, the radio crackled again. KH-5580, Infinite Train, you are cleared for entry via Gate D. Please wait for an available climbing elevator. Kiki blinked. Wait. Weren't they about to inspect us? Why did they just let us in? They probably don't have the manpower to inspect us right now. Shasha guessed. Let's not question it. Just go. Understood. Lin Xian pressed the acknowledge button, then restarted the train, guiding it into the spaceport. Entering the spaceport rumble. A massive steel gate slowly opened, revealing dozens of heavily armed soldiers from the Iron Guard Brigade standing in formation. Their weapons were not ordinary rifles, these were heavy-duty military firearms, assisted by powered exoskeletons and night vision helmets, their expressions sharp and vigilant. A stern-faced officer stepped forward, scanning the train before shifting his gaze to the convoy behind it. Any injured in your group? He asked. We can provide medical support. Lin Xian responded immediately. There are casualties in the convoy behind us. He said. Some were injured while escaping the sky jellyfish? Understood. The officer turned to his radio. D platform has wounded survivors. Dispatch a medical team immediately. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan exchanged glances. For the first time in a long while, someone was offering help. A gesture of humanity in the apocalypse. Boom. 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 From the high platforms, close-in weapon systems turrets tracked incoming threats, sporadically firing into the night. Tracer rounds streaked across the sky, cutting through the darkness. In the gate passage, 12 automated turrets locked onto every heat signature as the convoy entered the platform, while Iron Guard soldiers scanned for hostile threats. The atmosphere was tense. Behind them, Shukin, Old Mo, and Zhu Jin's convoy followed closely, their nerves taut. As the searchlights swept over the infinite train, countless survivors turned their gazes toward them. First time seeing this many people after so long. Zujin's voice crackled through the radio. Having this many people isn't necessarily a good thing. Shuken muttered. Didn't you see how insane those monsters are outside? If the defenses collapse, this place will turn into a buffet for them. Man. Haven't been here in years. Old Mo chuckled. But damn, this place looks completely different now. His tone grew serious. Looks like only one climbing elevator is operational. The Silver Star arrived hours ago, why hasn't it entered the ascent sequence yet? Aboard the infinite train, Lin Xian stared up at the aerial corridor, deep in thought. All of these trains, including ours, should be able to use the Horizon Clamp system to ascend. He mused. But the Spaceport Command Tower doesn't seem interested in opening more routes. They're probably worried about chaos and elevator crashes. Chen Sixuan speculated, her expression tense. The spaceport doesn't have enough personnel or maintenance equipment. And with all these modified trains and vehicles, if they force an ascent without proper safety measures, the tracks could fail, or worse. The elevators could collapse. If that happens, the entire climbing passage is finished. Lin Xian nodded. That made sense. Decades ago, trains ascended via horizon clamps and electromagnetic acceleration, using raw power to blast into orbit. The Whale 03E's turbines were even designed for this. But over the years, brute force ascents had been replaced by safer, controlled elevators. The Iron Guard Brigade looks like they've taken serious losses. Chen Sixuan observed. Her sharp eyes caught the battle-worn soldiers, their armor stained with blood, some even scorched from intense combat. In the valley, they probably lost an entire regiment's worth of weapons. Kiki added grimly. And even a full military brigade couldn't hold their ground. Now, they're just running and trying to survive. Clang. Clang. The infinite train switched tracks, entering the spaceport platform, flanked by the two massive Doom trains, the Silver Star on the left, the Dragon Mountain #1 on the right. And as the infinite train rolled past, thousands of survivors aboard the other trains turned their heads, watching. Wondering. Who was this mysterious armored train racing into the future? Chapter 140, Federal Investigation Team Screech. The infinite train finally rolled to a stop at the frontmost position of track number 7, awaiting orders from the control tower. For the first time in a long while, Lin Xian felt as if he had re-entered human civilization, a world with rules and order. The feeling of wandering alone through the darkness seemed to fade, if only slightly. As the train settled, Lin Xian opened the carriage door and stepped down onto the spaceport platform. What met his gaze was an enormous expanse of vehicles, packed together in an organized queue. With nightfall, the massive entry and exit gates of the spaceport had been sealed shut. The skies were pitch black, and turret towers on the high walls spewed relentless gunfire. Several 1,130 close-in weapon systems turrets hovered in defense, while atop the climbing elevators, two rail-mounted electromagnetic cannons hummed with a soft blue glow. However, among these defenses, many systems appeared damaged or out of service, a sign that they had been hastily repaired and deployed by the Phoenix Guild in an attempt to fortify the spaceport platform. All across the spaceport, long lines of survivors and their convoys waited for their turn to board the climbing elevators. The plaza was filled with people, a chaotic mix of refugees, mercenaries, and military personnel. Among them, Iron Guard soldiers moved in disciplined formations, while transport trucks shuttled back and forth, ferrying weapons and ammunition to the outer defenses. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Chen Sixuan scanned the scene, her expression grim. This situation looks bad, she murmured. If the defenses collapse, there's nowhere left to run. At that moment, Zhu Jin, Shu Qin, and Old Mo walked over, having parked their vehicles nearby. Zhu Jin exhaled, looking up at the climbing passage towering over them. Judging by the queue, he said, we'll be waiting until dawn. And with all those jellyfish coming this way, who knows if the Iron Guard can hold out? Shu Qin added. They'll manage. Old Mo shrugged. As long as it's not that one we saw at Mount Daluo. Don't underestimate military firepower. The real problems are internal infections from the Dark Invasion. And those giant creatures. Lin Xian, however, frowned. Didn't we hear from the Spaceport Security Regiment earlier? Where the hell are they? Security Regiment? Oh, those guys are too busy guarding the rich folks inside the inner port. A deep, booming voice interrupted them. They turned to see a burly middle-aged man approaching, broad shoulders, a square jaw, and a thick beard. He wore a heavy fur coat, his beer belly pressing against the fabric. Behind him, a group of people followed, their eyes lingering on the infinite train with undisguised curiosity. Weird setup. One of them muttered. An old gas turbine locomotive pulling a nuclear-powered train? That makes no sense. Gas turbines aren't great for running away. Fuel's too unreliable. Those armor plates look like high-quality standard parts. No visible weapons, though. And they don't have many people, but damn. They've built quite the beast. Oi? Stop staring. The bearded man interrupted, then turned his gaze to Lin Xian. He extended a rough, calloused hand. Name's Shidoan. Commander of the Dragon Mountain No. 1. Lin Xian glanced toward the massive intercontinental-class Doomsday train in the distance, immediately recognizing the name. He reached out and shook the man's hand. Infinite Train. Lin Xian. Infinite Train, huh? Sounds badass. Shidoan smirked. Without hesitation, he got straight to the point. That massive fireball in the sky earlier, half the spaceport saw it. The gates were already sealed, but they reopened just for you. I take it you guys ran into something big? A whole bunch of sky jellyfish? Shasha piped up. You mean you didn't see them? PFFT. Big creatures show up every night. A woman behind Shidoan scoffed. We've seen plenty of monsters in the sky. Lin Xian, however, still had questions. You mentioned the security regiment was in the inner port. Why? Shidoan snorted. They're guarding the federal investigation team. At that moment, Ding Junyi walked up, holding her laptop. I accessed the spaceport's information network, she said. The investigation team was sent from Xingqiang headquarters to investigate the underground city No. 9 incident. Since Dr. Zhao and I still have valid clearance, I was able to check their mission logs. She continued, aside from their investigation, they're also evacuating the high-ranking officials and wealthy first-class citizens who were stranded here after the Great Migration. It's technically a rescue operation. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Could that be why they let his train through? Did Ding Junyi's connection with the federal team get them special clearance? So the old federal government is still operating out of Xingqiang? Kiki asked, frowning. Aren't they worried about the polar night? Ding Junyi shook her head. The federal government's entire doomsday plan revolved around underground cities. That hasn't changed. A bunch of stubborn old fuckers. Kiki spat. Ever since she learned about underground city No. 9's self-destruct protocol, she had nothing but contempt for the old government. Haha. That's exactly right. Shidoan laughed. Those bastards showed up 2 days ago. Looks like they're planning to escape on a large airship with a few hundred people. His voice was filled with disdain. They've redirected the entire spaceport security regiment to protect their flight bay. They'd rather waste soldiers guarding the rich than lift a single finger to defend the perimeter. So now, the entire defensive line is being held by the Iron Guard Brigade. Yeah. One of his men added, the Iron Guard was supposed to rest and recover, but now they've been forced to take over spaceport defense. They haven't slept in days. Everyone frowned. It was no secret that the Iron Guard Brigade had suffered horrific losses at Mount Daluo. Hearing that they were now overburdened while the security regiment protected the elites made everyone's blood boil. Lin Xian asked, why is the security regiment still following orders from the old federal government? I thought the Phoenix Guild was in charge now? It's not that simple. Old Mo pushed up his sunglasses and joined the conversation. The Phoenix Guild was only formed a few months ago. The old government and the new government are still tangled in bureaucratic messes. The Spaceport Security Regiment is a local military force. It doesn't follow the same chain of command as the Interstellar Army or the Iron Guard Brigade. Before anyone could respond, a convoy of armed vehicles sped toward the Spaceport Plaza. The vehicles carried heavily armed personnel, along with several federal officials. Leading them was a blonde woman in a black leather coat and sunglasses, her every step sharp and commanding. Ding Junyi's eyes narrowed. That's the Spaceport Security Regiment, she murmured. And those must be the federal officials. Lin Xian glanced back at the Infinite Train. Inside, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen were hiding in the carriage, too afraid to come out. Since your people are here, Lin Xian said to Ding Junyi, tell them to come out. Ding Junyi hesitated. The investigation team will probably want to speak with you, she warned. Whatever they say, just refuse. Lin Xian chuckled. Survivors like us were abandoned by the federal government. From a sociological standpoint, they have no authority over me. Tell them to mind their own damn business. Chapter 141, Resignation. Whoosh. 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 A group of heavily armed security regiment officers disembarked from their vehicles, following behind the blonde woman as she strode forward with swift, purposeful steps. Their sudden arrival drew the attention of many survivors across the spaceport. The blonde woman swept her gaze coldly over Lin Xian and his group before locking eyes on Ding Junyi, the woman in the researcher's uniform. Without hesitation, she walked straight up to her, pulling out a mobile terminal, glancing at a photo for confirmation, and then speaking in a detached tone, I am Taylor Moreno, Federal District Chief and leader of this Special Investigation Unit. Did you initiate the communication with us? Her voice carried authority, her expression brimming with arrogance. She didn't spare even a glance at Lin Xian, Shidoan, or the others, as if they weren't worth her attention. Yes, that was me. Ding Junyi responded calmly. Taylor scanned the group briefly before stating, you claimed that 3 personnel from the Biological Research Department escaped from Underground City Number 9. Where are they? Inside the Infinite Train, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen had been waiting nervously. The moment they saw the Federal Investigation Team, they clutched their bags and hurriedly rushed out of the train, nearly tripping over themselves in their eagerness. Us. That's us. Before Ding Junyi could reply, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen had already rushed forward, introducing themselves eagerly. I'm Zhao Yan. Doctor of Molecular Biology, Biological Research Department, Underground City Number 9. Zhu Wen, Doctor of Biochemistry, Biological Research Department, and an official employee of the federal government. Despite the federal government abandoning them during the evacuation, seeing the investigation team now filled them with an overwhelming sense of relief and excitement. The fact that the team had come specifically for them meant that, as scientific researchers, they still held some value in the eyes of the federal government. Taylor scrutinized them, then spoke in a flat tone. Yesterday, we sent an aerial investigation team to Underground City Number 9. They've been missing for over 11 hours. Do you know what happened? The city was completely overrun by subterranean creatures. Ding Junyi stated, pulling a portable hard drive from her coat pocket. This contains the system logs from the Underground Cities network, as well as our department's research data. Everything you need to know is in there. Taylor cast a glance at the device, and a subordinate immediately stepped forward, connected it to a terminal, and began scanning the data. After a moment, he whispered, the situation matches headquarters' predictions. Most likely an S-class nocturnal entity. Taylor barely reacted. If that's the case, then it's no longer worth investigating. Prepare for withdrawal. Then, she turned back to Ding Junyi, Zhao Yan, and Zhu Wen. Take them with us. They'll be useful for further assessments. Really? That's fantastic. Thank you, Director Taylor. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen lit up with joy, their faces filled with emotion. From being buried alive in the depths of a ruined city, to miraculously escaping, to now being taken back into the fold of the federal government, it felt like they had walked through hell and back. But then, additionally, Taylor tapped her mobile terminal, pulling up the document, and continued, aside from investigating Underground City Number 9, our mission also involves retrieving a classified biological research asset. Did you recover it during your escape? Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen's faces instantly stiffened. Displayed on Taylor's terminal was an encrypted project code. Others couldn't understand it, but Ding Junyi, Zhao Yan, and Zhu Wen knew exactly what it referred to. The classified asset was none other than Specimen Number 1, Blood Scourge Flora. Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. As a high-ranking official, Taylor was no fool. She immediately noticed their unnatural expressions. Without speaking, she began searching through the system logs on her terminal. Moments later, she found security footage showing Lin Xian and his team rescuing the scientists, and more importantly, she saw them transporting the containment pod that held the Blood Scourge Flora. I see now. Taylor handed the device to her subordinate, then walked past Ding Junyi and stood directly in front of Lin Xian. Sir, she said in an official tone, on behalf of the federal government, I thank you for rescuing our research personnel. Now, please return the property belonging to the federal government. In exchange, I will provide you with a compensation package of survival supplies. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Chen Sixuan, Shu Qin, and even Shi Duan's group all frowned. They had no idea what Taylor was talking about. But Lin Xian did. She was after that black flower. What surprised him most, though, was Taylor's own words. It wasn't just some random research specimen. The Blood Scourge Flora was an official target of the Federal Investigation Team. It was far more valuable than he had expected. And what if I refuse? The words left Lin Xian's mouth calmly, but they sent a shockwave through the group. Taylor's eyebrows furrowed. You refuse? Lin Xian smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, I refuse. His voice remained steady, but his words left everyone stunned. I am not your employee, nor did I accept any federal contracts. We saved these people by choice, not under obligation. Everything we recovered from Underground City Number 9 belongs to our team. Do I not have the right to refuse? Taylor scoffed coldly. Underground City Number 9 was federal property. Everything inside still belongs to us. That includes the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive behind you. Lin Xian's expression darkened instantly. He had risked his life retrieving those assets, and now they were trying to claim them as their own? Brazen. Absolutely shameless. His gaze turned icy as he met Taylor's stare head-on. So, Director Taylor, how exactly do you plan to take it from me? Taylor's expression hardened. She stepped back and snapped, "Security regiment." Clack. 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 The security regiment soldiers behind her immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Lin Xian and his crew. Shidun and the others tensed, not expecting the situation to escalate this quickly. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen stood frozen, their faces pale with fear. And then, step. Ding Junyi suddenly stepped forward, standing beside Lin Xian with her hands in her coat pockets. She said nothing. Taylor's eyes narrowed. "Dr. Ding, what is the meaning of this?" Ding Junyi exhaled slowly. "The research I provided earlier contains all of my official contributions as a federal scientist. By submitting that data, I have fulfilled my contract as a federal employee. Therefore, I am officially resigning. From this moment onward, I am no longer a federal employee." "What?" Zhao Yan gasped in shock, while Taylor's face twisted in fury. Only Lin Xian, standing beside her, understood exactly what she was doing, and even he had to admit, this woman was braver than he expected. Chapter 142, Wrath. "Okay, I accept your resignation." Taylor's gaze turned sharp as she sneered. "Since you're no longer employees of the federal government, I can now officially classify you all as terrorists plundering federal assets. Isn't this the outcome you were hoping for? Terrorists? I don't think so." Lin Xian stared at the dozens of gun barrels aimed at him without a trace of fear on his face. He slowly raised his hands and said loudly, "Do you really think you're the only ones with guns?" Click. 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 The sharp sound of a safety being disengaged rang out, and the cold, black muzzle of the Remington M96 was suddenly pressed against Taylor's forehead. Shukin. At the same time, Luo Yi, Zhu Jin, Old Mo, and over 100 armed convoy members all raised their weapons, standing behind Lin Xian and aiming at Taylor and her security regiment. Even Shasha, with her small frame, stood beside Lin Xian, confidently gripping a grenade launcher as she glared at the blonde woman before her. Haha. This woman still thinks she represents the government? Now she's resorting to robbing survivors? From the side, Shiduan from Dragon Mountain No. 1 let out a laugh, snapping his fingers. His men immediately pulled out their weapons, pointing them at Taylor's group as well. Perfect timing. I've had enough of you government lapdogs. Go on, try firing a shot if you dare. The situation was on the verge of exploding into an all-out battle. You people are insane. Do you dare challenge the federal government? Taylor's face twisted with rage as she shouted, Zanwei, I order you to execute these criminals on the spot. Zanwei, the head of the security regiment, was a man in his 30s with a military-style crew cut. Seeing how tense the situation had become, he hesitated. Captain? One of his subordinates shot him a concerned glance. What do we do? Hold your ground. Don't fire on the civilians. Zanwei said in a hushed tone. If the security regiment clashed with the Survivors Alliance here, it would trigger complete chaos. And with the zombie horde already besieging the city, no one wanted a bloody internal conflict. The federal government? Ha! I spit on it. Zhu Jin spat on the ground, gripping his rifle tightly. When the disaster struck, the first thing you did was abandon the people. And now you have the audacity to call yourselves the government? Zhu Jin's words were like a spark thrown onto dry tinder. Though the natural disaster wasn't the government's fault, they had abandoned the common people, leaving them to fend for themselves. And now, instead of defending the spaceport, they were only concerned with protecting their so-called first-class citizens. Fury spread like wildfire. The survivors, their faces twisted in anger, began closing in on the security regiment, their numbers rapidly increasing. Yeah. Phoenix is the one running the rescue efforts now. What the hell are you even doing? Where the fuck were you during the polar night? Cowards. Fuck the federal government. Go crawl back into your underground bunkers and eat shit. The rage of the crowd was overwhelming. The security regiment members looked around in panic, shifting their weapons uneasily. But there were simply too many survivors surrounding them. Lin Xian watched the scene unfold, smirking internally. Looks like I'm not the only one who's fed up with this so-called government. Every survivor here had experienced loss, families torn apart, loved ones dead. Now, all that anger was being directed at the federal government, and Taylor, a mere senior officer, couldn't possibly withstand the fury of so many people. Taylor's face was flushed with rage, her chest rising and falling sharply as she shouted, You people. Are you trying to rebel? Rebel? That's not your call to make, Taylor. A powerful voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the tension. From outside the crowd, a large unit of Iron Guard Brigade soldiers marched in swiftly. These were heavily armed troops wearing powered exoskeletons, their presence instantly imposing. Seeing the Iron Guard Brigade arrive, many survivors instinctively stepped aside. Lin Xian's gaze landed on the middle-aged woman leading the soldiers. She wore a military uniform emblazoned with a crimson phoenix insignia. Phoenix. And to Lin Xian's surprise, standing among the troops was a familiar face, Zhang Yun. Taylor's expression changed drastically upon seeing the newcomers, but she still lifted her chin arrogantly. Captain Bei, I am here under orders to investigate this district. Are you interfering with a federal operation? The middle-aged woman, known as Captain Bei, swept her sharp gaze over Taylor, not even bothering to acknowledge her authority. There is no federal operation here. The spaceport platform is now under the joint command of Phoenix and Iron Guard Brigade 52. Do not disrupt order. Taylor's eyes flashed with fury. Ridiculous. Yubai spaceport belongs to the Federation. You think you can just take over? She glanced at the Iron Guard soldiers behind Bei and sneered, You Iron Guards have been losing battles from Maple City to Chang'an to Xinglong. You have no real skills, yet you dare point your guns at the federal government? Her words immediately enraged the Iron Guard soldiers. If you still don't understand, I have no problem removing you from the spaceport myself. Bei Shuang said coldly, her voice laced with finality. As soon as she spoke, the heavily armed Iron Guard soldiers adjusted their grips on their weapons, making their threat clear. Though Bei Shuang's tone remained calm, her overwhelming presence left Taylor visibly shaken. Taylor's security regiment numbered fewer than 100, while Bei Shuang had an entire battalion of Iron Guard Brigade 52 behind her. After the collapse of the federal government, the Starfleet and Iron Guard Brigade had sided with Phoenix, leaving Taylor's Dawn project with no real power. Taylor's face paled as she looked at the weapons aimed at her. She couldn't afford a direct confrontation with Phoenix and the survivors. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Lin Xian and Bei Shuang. Don't think this is over. I will report this incident, federal assets will be reclaimed. Looking forward to it. Lin Xian scoffed. He had no intention of bowing to the so-called government. His team had fought tooth and nail to acquire their loot, there was no way they were giving it up for free. And the more Taylor resisted, the clearer it became, the blood-scourged flora must be extremely valuable. With that, Taylor stormed off with her team, her subordinates Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen shooting Lin Xian and Ding Junyi a complex look before hurriedly following her. Yeah, get lost. Fuck your government. Rot in hell, you pieces of shit. The surrounding survivors cheered as Taylor's group retreated in disgrace. At that moment, Bei Shuang approached Lin Xian. Before she could speak, Zhang Yun stepped forward to introduce them. Captain Bei, this is Lin Xian, convoy leader of the Infinite Train. Lin Xian, this is Bei Shuang, head of the Phoenix Spaceport Emergency Response Unit. She was the one who arranged for you to fast-track through the platform earlier. So that's what happened. Lin Xian nodded in understanding and looked at Bei Shuang with gratitude. Much appreciated. No need to thank me. Zhang Yun briefed me on your convoy, so we waived the emergency inspection. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Since when did Zhang Yun get close to Phoenix's leadership? Bei Shuang's gaze swept over the convoy leaders. Since you're all here, let me get straight to the point. The spaceport is facing an emergency situation, and we need support. Emergency? Shi Dun asked. Bei Shuang pointed towards the massive ascending elevator. There's an enemy obstruction. Chapter 143, Support Wait, Corpse Shepherds of the Polar Night, do those things actually exist? Someone in the crowd asked in panic. Has anyone actually seen one? Will we have time to escape? The radio said. Anyone who encounters a corpse shepherd, dies. Silence. Bei Shuang's voice rang out loud and clear, her sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. It doesn't matter what they are. The crisis is right in front of us. If you want to survive, don't just stand around. Anyone with weapons or abilities capable of fighting should head to the spaceport's defenses to help hold off the zombie tide. If we lose this battle, there will be no escape. Her words snapped many people out of their panic. Over on Lin Xian's side, Chen Sixuan, Kiki, and the others looked tense as well. After everything they had been through, they had finally made it here, there was nowhere left to run. At that moment, Zhang Yun stepped forward. I suggest we don't panic. Captain Bei, please specify what kind of assistance is needed. The convoys here can provide support, and we'll organize things on the spot to avoid chaos. Good. Since this is an emergency, just tell us what you need, Captain Bei. Shidun from Dragon Mountain No. 1 said boldly. We've got plenty of weapons. Same here, Silver Star is ready to assist. Click clack, click clack. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed across the plaza. The crowd instinctively turned their heads, spotting a man and a woman approaching, surrounded by a heavily armed security team. The two newcomers were young, dressed in luxurious fur coats with gleaming silver cross-star badges pinned to their chests. Unlike the ragged survivors, they were spotlessly clean, carrying an air of nobility. The woman in the lead had stunning looks and an elegant presence. She spoke directly. Silver Star has 800 armed personnel available. If needed, We also have 42 engineers across multiple fields who can assist. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow in shock. Damn. A single train carrying an entire battalion's worth of firepower, and over 40 engineers? No wonder they used to be a major international corporation. Money really does make a difference. As two major convoys stepped forward, the mood in the plaza shifted toward action. Other convoy leaders began offering their support, realizing that their own survival depended on working together. Meanwhile, the battle outside the spaceport was intensifying, the sounds of gunfire and explosions shaking the air. Aside from Lin Xian, Shu Qin, Zhu Jin, and Old Mo's convoys, the two largest forces present were Silver Star, 800+ heavily armed personnel and 42 engineers. Dragon Mountain No. 1, excluding the elderly, women, and children, they still had 500+ combatants. Together, these two forces alone were nearly a battalion-sized military unit. Additionally, convoys like Zhang Yun's Chasing Wind Convoy, Big Beard's Convoy, and several others totaled another 1,000 fighters, though their firepower was far less organized compared to Silver Star or the Iron Guard Brigade. The battle plan Bei Xiuang, seeing that everyone was mobilized, wasted no time. The situation is as follows. First, the A-Gate's lockdown system is malfunctioning, allowing zombies and eerie entities to flood in. The Iron Guard Brigade is deploying heavy troops to contain the breach. Second, the spaceport's radar has detected multiple airborne eerie entities approaching. Preliminary scans show at least B-class sky jellyfish, and there is a high chance that an S-class atmospheric jellyfish is in Yubai City's airspace. Third, the ascending elevator is malfunctioning. We're trying to fix it, but if it remains broken, we won't be able to evacuate. Sky jellyfish. What about the rail-mounted electromagnetic cannons? Shi Duan pointed at the anti-air defenses on the upper structures of the spaceport. Can't those handle it? Limited power supply, we can't activate all of them. Answered Wei Kexu, an engineer from the emergency response team. The spaceport's power grid was heavily damaged earlier. That's why we've only activated one ascending elevator and are still prioritizing the high-altitude corridor's electromagnetic acceleration system, otherwise, trains inside will collide. Fine. But Silver Star and Dragon Mountain No. 1 both have anti-air weapons. We should be able to use those. Shi Duan noted, glancing at Jian Xuai. We can. Silver Star's weapons will remain online. Jian Xuai replied steadily. But the spaceport is too large, our coverage will be limited. Lin Xian summarized, so the three main problems are, the A-Gate lockdown failure, the airborne threat, the malfunctioning ascending elevator. That's correct. Bei Xiuang nodded. Lin Xian then turned to Wei Kexu. Can you explain the specific issue with the elevator? I have some mechanical expertise, maybe I can help. Before Wei Kexu could respond, a chuckle interrupted them. The group turned to see Jian Xuai's companion, Jian Zhang, barely holding back laughter. Zhang. Jian Xuai's expression darkened as she reprimanded him. Sorry. Jian Zhang waved dismissively at Lin Xian. No offense, but do you even know what the ascending elevator is? That's not some ordinary machine. It's a 4,800-meter tall near-vertical superclimb system with a 90-degree incline. You don't just fix that by knowing a little about mechanics. Lin Xian didn't react to the mockery. He was more concerned with solving the issue than arguing. Lin Xian, are you serious? Zhang Yan asked, watching him closely. Lin Xian took a deep breath, then raised his hand. A soft glow radiated from his palm. In the next instant, several metal components materialized out of thin air, assembling themselves in midair. Clang. A solid metal gate forged itself on the spot, crashing onto the ground with a deep, resonant boom. Silence. Everyone stared in shock. Kiki and the others simply smiled proudly, their expressions reading, "Don't underestimate us. We may be small, but every single one of us is elite." Wait. Mechanical ability? That's an actual power? Unbelievable. Zhang Yan's gaze shifted slightly as he smiled, as if realizing that he had only scratched the surface of Lin Xian's capabilities. Jian Xuai's eyes widened in shock, while Jian Zhang was utterly speechless. Bei Xiuang's expression hardened before she finally said, I see. That changes things. Lin Xian, we'll need you inside the ascending elevator. If you can speed up repairs, it will increase our chances of survival. Lin Xian exhaled. He didn't like showing off, but this was life or death, for his team and for everyone here. Captain Lin, this is great. Wei Kexu exclaimed. Some key components are broken. If you're available, we should go right now. First, we need to seal a gate, otherwise, things will get out of hand. Lin Xian said firmly. Agreed. Bei Xiuang turned to the others. We'll split into groups. Zones A5, A7, C1, C2, D9, and E6 all need reinforcements, especially long-range ability users and heavy weapons. With that, the survivors began mobilizing for battle. Chapter 144, The Gate Gear Up. Load your weapons. The survivors rushed to reinforce the spaceport defenses. Woo! The 1,130 close-in weapon systems cannons roared, their bright tracer rounds illuminating the night sky. Above, the massive silhouettes of sky jellyfish slowly pulsed as they approached. On the high walls, an overwhelming tide of zombies climbed relentlessly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Preloaded missiles streaked into the zombie horde, striking giant humanoid grotesques and black centipede-like creatures clinging to the rail tracks. Even more bizarre, new eerie entities emerged from the darkened streets, monsters Lin Xian had never seen before. These eerie entities were indiscriminate, devouring zombies as they advanced toward the spaceport. The high-powered floodlights seemed to make them uneasy, forcing them to stay in the shadows or attempt sudden ambushes. Some creatures scaled the walls, ripping apart soldiers before retreating under heavy fire. Boom. 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 With more survivors and ability users joining the fray, the Iron Guard Brigade finally gained some breathing room. Don't you guys think the number of zombies and eerie entities in this city is way too high? Lin Xian sat in the airport shuttle, watching the chaotic battlefield unfold. Kiki frowned as she observed the burning high walls. It's like they all received some kind of signal, they're swarming toward us. Could there be a zombie leader controlling them? Lu Xingchen mused. Didn't we just hear about that corpse shepherd? Maybe you're right. Zhang Yun responded. Speaking of which, Lin Xian turned to Zhang Yun. I heard you ran into the Black Crow 4, how did you end up working with the emergency response team? Zhang Yun, still wearing sunglasses, glanced back at him. My team and Big Beard's convoy were at Pinga Lake when we encountered the S-class atmospheric jellyfish. The Iron Guard Brigade was there too. Lin Xian recalled something. A few hours ago, we took down the Black Crow 4 with Shuken and Zujian. Really? Well done. That saves me the trouble. Zhang Yun smiled faintly, though his expression held a trace of sorrow. This journey has been full of danger. Not everyone makes it out alive. Lin Xian fell silent. He knew Zhang Yun had deep ties with one of the Black Crow 4, it must have been hard for him. Beside him, Shasha was loading grenade rounds into her launcher. She carried a massive backpack filled with ammunition Lin Xian had prepared for her. At first, Lin Xian had designed a bulletproof backpack to help her carry extra ammo, but it was too heavy, the small girl could barely stand upright. So instead, he planned to build her a custom exosuit when he unlocked his external armor designs. Shasha had no abilities and was still young, and Lin Xian didn't feel comfortable letting her run around battlefields unprotected. At least she had Big Luo to watch over her. Meanwhile, Wei Kexu, the engineer, was furiously typing on his laptop. Suddenly, his expression changed. Not good. The monsters are getting smarter, they're converging on a gate. His words chilled the room. It was just like Lu Xingchen's joke about a zombie leader, except now, it felt all too real. A gate, the breaking point. Boom. Boom. The thunderous gunfire and explosions grew louder as their shuttle approached the collapsing A gate. Hundreds of Iron Guard soldiers were holding the line, but the massive gate had been forced open by about 2 meters, enough for hordes of zombies to squeeze through. On the high walls, machine guns and artillery rained fire upon larger grotesque entities, but the sheer volume of corpses piling up was blocking the gate from closing. Big Luo, Shasha, cover us with long-range fire. Lin Xian issued orders immediately. Kiki, Lu Xingchen, help me clear a path. If we don't shut the gate, we're doomed. Zhang Yun said grimly. Lin Xian, I'll clear a way for you. Zhang Yun grabbed his walkie-talkie. Huayan. On it. Vroom. The roar of a motorcycle engine grew closer. From behind, a woman in a black leather jacket raced forward on a modified bike, dodging debris as she launched multiple guided micro-missiles at the gap in the gate. Boom. Boom. The explosions ripped through the zombie horde, briefly clearing the entrance. Ren Huayan reached out and grabbed at thin air, but something invisible formed in her grasp. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she hurled it toward the gate. Whoom. A shockwave of air pressure erupted, sending chunks of flesh and bone flying. We've got the outside, go. Zhang Yun adjusted his sunglasses and leaped off the shuttle. A gust of wind surged around him, lifting him into the air. Wind ability. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Nice, nice. Wind can boost my firepower, we make a perfect team. Are you in love with him? Kiki rolled her eyes. You misunderstand. A true warrior seeks kindred spirits, Lu Xingchen. Lin Xian cut him off and pointed at the high wall. Get up there and burn everything you can. As you wish. Right now, pressure relief was the top priority. If the zombie horde kept growing, the The gate wouldn't just stay open, it would be ripped apart completely. Hueco checked his laptop. 2 of the gate's power units are down. One of the steel cables is jammed. Got it. Shut down the entire power system and reboot it. What? If we do that, the zombies will break through instantly. They won't. The shuttle stopped, and the team rushed out. Lin Xian turned to Kiki and Lu Xingqian. Time it perfectly. Buy us a few seconds. Hueco swallowed hard and nodded quickly. Kiki clapped her hands, her eyes glowing faintly as she lifted off the ground. More survivors and Iron Guard soldiers stared in shock. What the hell is going on today? Why are so many people flying? A red centipede-like creature suddenly burst through the gate, its hundreds of wriggling legs spilling out like a nightmare. Kiki and Lin Xian locked eyes, they recognized it instantly. The same monster from before. Again with this damn thing. Kiki gritted her teeth and activated her ability. She grabbed the red centipede midair, then twisted her wrist. Snap. The monster's body contorted like a pretzel, its internal structure crushing under her grip. Scree-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee. Its horrific screech pierced the air, right as Lu Xingqian unleashed a beam of white-hot fire into its open mouth. Whoosh. The centipede burst into flames, its chitin crackling under the heat. Suddenly, a crimson humanoid figure leaped from the zombie horde, its mouth opening wide. Whoosh. A blast of fire erupted toward the defending Iron Guard soldiers. It's spraying flames, dodge. Survivors screamed as a wall of burning blood engulfed dozens. Lu Xingqian's eyes darkened. Oh, hell no. You think you can breathe fire in front of the fire god? Chapter 145, The White-Haired Ghost Spider. Lu Xingqian's eyes sharpened, his body lowering into a crouch with one fist planted on the ground. Boom. Flames erupted around him, his fists igniting with raging fire. With a thunderous explosion, he launched himself forward, descending from the sky like a meteor onto the skeletal humanoid figure. Divine annihilation, silent extinction. Boom. A massive pillar of fire erupted from both of his hands, engulfing and reflecting the enemy's fire breath back at it. Lin Xian watched in astonishment. A perfect counter. Previously, he and Kiki had barely survived against this same fire-spewing eerie entity. Yet Lu Xingqian could face it head-on, and even overpower it. Above them, a howling gust of wind suddenly surged, intensifying the flames. I'll help boost your firepower. Zhang Yun extended both hands, conjuring white hurricanes that both swept zombies off the walls and fanned Lu Xingqian's flames. Hum. At that moment, Kiki swooped in, unleashing an invisible shockwave that blasted away both the burning eerie creature and a swarm of zombies, clearing the area. Now! Close the gate. Lin Xian shouted at Hueco. Woo! The remaining gate motors roared to life, but only one side of the gate was functioning, slowly inching shut. Cover them. The Iron Guard soldiers, seeing the ability users assisting, began suppressing the enemies with all their firepower, buying time for Lin Xian's team. The ground was already a graveyard of corpses, but Kiki's earlier attack had cleared just enough space to make closing the gate possible. Lin Xian rushed into the engineering control room, activating mechanical scan. Mechanical scan, initiating. This gate is even bigger than I expected. There are 4 motor units, 2 on each side. Scan complete, malfunction detected, not just a snapped cable, the motors short-circuited too. Without hesitation, Lin Xian manufactured a new steel cable, rapidly reconnecting it with mechanical repair. Then, he restored the motor circuits and manually forced the gate shut. Outside, amid the chaotic battlefield, the massive alloy gate suddenly rumbled, and began closing. From above, Kiki and Zhang Yun saw the piled corpses blocking the entrance. They struck simultaneously, a gale force wind and a psychic shockwave sweeping away the debris. Bang! With a thunderous slam, the titanic metal doors finally sealed shut. Inside the spaceport, the remaining zombies were swiftly eliminated, and the Iron Guard soldiers immediately felt the pressure lift. Woo! Suddenly, the 1,130 close-in weapon systems turrets spun around and began firing wildly in one direction. Above them, a monstrous white spider scaled the spaceport's rail structures, its grotesque form illuminated by searchlights. White-haired ghost spider, B-class eerie entity. Hueco shouted in alarm. Swoosh! A gust of wind howled. Zhang Yun soared forward, shouting, "Don't let it open its mouth." Rat-a-tat-tat. High-speed metallic projectiles shredded the spider's body, spraying chunks of blood and flesh into the air. Meanwhile, Ren Huayan weaved her motorcycle through the battlefield, maneuvering under the spider's massive legs while firing missiles at its rear limbs. One missile struck true, blowing off one of its hind legs. Lin Xian rushed out of the engineering room, his stomach tightening at the sight of the behemoth. It's 10 times larger than the 3-headed spider I fought at Yukai. He noticed its swollen abdomen pulsing, and his face darkened. Watch out! Gurgle gurgle. Just as the ghost spider's face was blasted apart, its massive abdomen violently trembled. Boom. It exploded. A storm of red acid rained from the sky. Ah! What is that? Hundreds of Iron Guard soldiers and survivors screamed in terror. Boom. Simultaneously, Zhongyun, Kiki, and Lu Xingchen attacked. Wind blast. Psychic strike. Explosive flames. Boom 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 boom. Nearly half of the airborne acid was redirected outward, melting zombies and eerie entities instead, but there was still too much left. Blocking the acid rain flashback. Shield wall. Lin Xian maximized his speed, activating disassembly space to materialize countless metal plates. Whoosh. The heart of machinery roared. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. A towering steel barricade materialized in an instant, intercepting the thickest concentration of acid rain. Splash. As the acid landed, an overpowering stench of burning metal and toxic fumes filled the air. Dozens of Iron Guard soldiers and survivors screamed as their bodies were drenched in acid, their flesh dissolving in seconds. The crowd fell into chaos, terrified. Kiki's face went pale. She snapped her fingers, her psychic energy seized the spider's corpse midair. With a furious shout, she hurled it over the wall, crushing an incoming white zombie horde, dousing them in acid. She couldn't worry about that now. Her gaze locked onto Lin Xian's steel barricade. It was rapidly dissolving, holes forming everywhere, but then, new layers of metal kept regenerating. Lin Xian's ability is still working. Fall back. From behind the steel wall, Lin Xian's shout snapped the soldiers out of their panic. They bolted away in terror. The steel barricade buckled and melted under the corrosive onslaught. Lin Xian released his grip and jumped back, just as an invisible force yanked him away. Lin Xian, are you okay? Kiki descended, eyes filled with worry. Lin Xian gasped for breath and shook his head. I'm fine. The battlefield was a hellscape. Half of A-Zone Plaza was drenched in acid. Over a dozen vehicles, including Iron Guardians and survivor transports, had melted into blackened husks. The ground was littered with charred, deformed corpses. Whoosh! Zhongyun summoned a storm, dispersing the acidic fumes. Lin Xian, Engineer Wei, will hold this area. Get to the ascending elevator. Got it. Wei Kexu, deathly pale, clutched his computer and fled toward the shuttle. Lu Xingchen. Lin Xian turned to the fire-wielding warrior, whose upper clothes had burned away in battle. He pointed at the high wall, where Big Luo and Shasha were still firing down at enemies. Protect them. Lynch, be careful. Shasha called out, reloading her grenade launcher. Lu Xingchen cracked his knuckles, his battle-hungry grin returning. Understood. The fire god shall not fail. Let's move. Lin Xian nodded to Zhongyun and Ren Huayan, then boarded the shuttle, racing toward the ascending elevator. Chapter 146, Robot Blueprints. The system's self-check indicates that the main faults are concentrated in the drive module of the ascent track. These faults are typically handled as routine maintenance and aren't particularly complex. However, the problem now is that there are too many failure points, all of which fall under safety protocols. As a result, the system has been forced to shut down. We don't have enough manpower, and we need to climb to the high-altitude section of the elevator to make the repairs, which will take considerable time. On the vehicle, Wei Kexu explained to Lin Xian amidst the constant gunfire. The engineers sent by Silver Star can help a bit, but their expertise is mainly in engineering repairs. Those maintenance areas are typically handled by a large number of maintenance robots. Relying solely on human effort is just too slow. Then why not activate the maintenance robots? Kiki asked. Wei Kexu waved his hand. When we arrived here a few days ago, most of the maintenance robots were still functional. But yesterday, after Iron Guard Brigade encountered that atmospheric mica in Mount Daluo, they seem to have been hit by some kind of ion pulse attack. This resulted in their core control boards burning out. Lin Xian frowned. So the other ascent passages haven't been activated not just because of insufficient power, but also because most of the airport's master control programs have malfunctioned, right? Wei Kex's expression turned grim as he nodded. We've already sent an urgent request to headquarters to dispatch some maintenance robots for support, but they won't arrive in time. It's already lucky that a few electromagnetic rail cannons survived. Otherwise, we would have had almost no air defense capabilities left. At the time, the horde tide wasn't as severe as it is now. Those zombies and eerie entities hadn't actively attacked the airport. It was only after the Iron Guard Brigade withdrew that the full defense mechanism was activated. At this moment, the shuttle vehicle drove past the airport platform and began entering the massive ascent elevator pillar. The lighting changed suddenly, revealing a vast and magnificent megastructure before Lin Xian's eyes. As they moved deeper inside, countless transport corridors stretched upward. A massive black platform dominated the scene. All incoming trains and vehicles would first be prepared on this traction platform. Then, in 3 stages, they would be accelerated upwards in a near catapult-like manner, surging up the ascent passage to a vertical height of 4,800 meters. From there, they would enter the high-altitude corridor above the Danzō Plateau's snowy mountains. Inside the enormous corridor pipelines, the cargo would be electromagnetically accelerated to a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, allowing tens of thousands of tons of goods to be transported across 4,500 kilometers to Jiazu City in under 5 hours, nearly as fast as a commercial airliner. Wei Gong, take me to see those maintenance robots. Lin Xian spoke. Attempting to fully repair the ascent elevator was clearly unrealistic. The sheer scale of it was comparable to a small city. Expecting his mechanical heart to cover the entire structure for repairs? He'd suffocate to death before finishing. The only feasible way he could help was by manufacturing some key components based on existing blueprints. However, from Wei Kek's explanation, this wasn't just a matter of replacing a few parts. If they could restore the maintenance robots, the repairs would proceed much faster. Wei Kek looked up at him, remained silent for a moment, then nodded quickly. Got it. The shuttle vehicle swiftly drove into a large maintenance bay. Under the dim yellow lights, numerous conveyor chains and suspension platforms came into view. Wei Kek operated the computer system and activated the lights in a designated area. As the illumination flickered on, rows of small yellow maintenance robots appeared on the ground. These are PX-05 engineering robots specifically designed for ascent elevator maintenance. They are usually managed directly by the airport's self-check system center. When the malfunctions started, a few colleagues and I tried to repair some, but we couldn't get them running. The maintenance warehouse had some backup units, but the Federal Investigation Team took them for airship repairs before we could use them. The Federal Investigation Team again? Why the hell are they still here? All they do is make our lives harder. Kiki said irritably. Wei Kek sighed helplessly. Even though we belong to different factions now, Phoenix's top priority is still to help as many survivors as possible. We can't afford direct conflict with them. If everyone on Blue Planet dies, then our resistance will be meaningless. Lin Xian didn't respond. He walked straight over, placed his hand on one of the engineering robots, and activated mechanical scan. Scanning in progress. 15%, scan progress. 50%, these factory robots used small Hall-effect anode layer thrusters for high-precision levitation operations. Just judging by the scanning speed, Lin Xian could tell that their engineering complexity was high. However, he also noticed something surprising. These robots weren't missing any structural components. Unlike the previous wrecked Iron Guard 3 military mecha, which had lost its entire core, leaving only an empty shell that was useless except for devouring, these PX-05 robots were still intact. Since devouring damaged and incomplete machines wasn't particularly efficient, Lin Xian always prioritized restoring fully operational mechanical units whenever possible. That way, he could obtain complete blueprints. After about 20 minutes, Lin Xian finally completed the full scan. Scan complete, PX-05 engineering robot blueprint acquired, detected core control board circuit damage. Begin repair? Repair. Seeing the prompt, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. A full set of robot blueprints, finally. From the materials required, the construction wasn't particularly complex. His current mechanical manufacturing skill level would make the process a bit slow, but with these blueprints, he could start mass-producing maintenance robots for train repairs. He could even install machine guns or grenade launchers on them and turn them into battle robots. Bzzzzz. A soft hum filled the air. The mechanical circuits inside the robot flickered with blue light, a maze of intricate wiring that would be a nightmare for any normal engineer to troubleshoot. But for someone with mechanical heart, repairs were effortless. Beep, program initiated. The PX-05 engineering robot's control panel lit up with a faint fluorescent glow, and a low electric roar sounded as its thrusters ignited with a soft blue light. Then, slowly, it hovered into the air. Whoa. It's actually working. Wei Kek adjusted his glasses in shock, immediately checking the system. Sure enough, one of the engineering robots had come online in the system's registry. Lin Xian nodded. The first one takes longer. Now I'll fix the rest. That's amazing. At that moment, Wei Kek's eyes were filled with admiration. For a mechanical engineer, Lin Xian's ability was literally like a mechanical god's blessing. With his skill, who even needed to study Kun's control system engineering, mechanical manufacturing and equipment, CAD and mechanical components, materials forming technology, or engineering materials and applications. For a moment, Wei Kek wanted to apprentice under Lin Xian, but quickly dismissed the thought. This ability probably wasn't something that could be taught. He snapped back to reality and regained his composure. Alright, I'll arrange for maintenance operations right away. If we can get at least 20 units running, we should be able to complete all the repairs in under an hour. Lin Xian nodded and, without wasting words, immediately began working on the next unit. Chapter 147, Repairs Team Leader Bei, Captain Lin has successfully repaired the maintenance robots. The estimated repair time for the ascent elevator has been reduced to under an hour. Boom. Crack. The entire outer perimeter of the airport platform was engulfed in an intense battle, resembling a massive war zone. In various sectors, hundreds of thousands of zombies frantically climbed upwards. Flames roared, explosions echoed, and the fully automated machine guns were so overheated that their barrels glowed red hot. Each burst of firepower illuminated the endless surge of the undead flooding the city roads like a tidal wave. Among them, grotesque mutant insects, zombie ghouls, towering pale giants, and black centipede-like creatures crawled and slithered forward. The 1,130 close-in weapon system swept across the battlefield, instantly turning them into a rain of shredded flesh and viscera. Below, Iron Guard Brigade had to use trucks to continuously haul ammunition chains from the airport's military warehouse to keep the guns firing. Inside the control tower, Bei Shuang was leading the emergency response team, discussing evacuation plans. Upon hearing Wei Kex's voice over the radio, her expression immediately tensed. Good. Radar has detected a massive eerie entity in the air. It should be the S-class atmospheric mica. It hasn't revealed itself yet, but stay alert. Boom. A brilliant blue electromagnetic beam streaked across the night sky, fired from the railgun, piercing straight through a massive sky jellyfish drifting too close. A dozen of its tentacles snapped off midair, crashing down. Oh, gra! A terrifying wail reverberated, sending shivers down the spines of the resisting soldiers and survivors alike. Just catching sight of that colossal shadow looming in the sky made their hair stand on end. Night Falcon 12 anti-air missiles, launch parameters ready. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Iron Guard Brigade's anti-air missile launchers rose slowly, and two small air-to-air missiles blasted off, trailing white contrails before exploding against the sky jellyfish's bell-shaped body. Meanwhile, on the ground, a battalion of Iron Guard soldiers was advancing swiftly. Leading them was a middle-aged officer, clad in military uniform. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, his sharp features and rigid posture exuding the aura of a seasoned battlefield commander. General, Team Leader Bei just informed us, the ascent elevator repairs will be completed within an hour. The adjutant reported urgently, following closely beside him. Tell the convoys in the plaza to fall back into the port. The threats are reaching inside now. Zhang Dingzong kept walking, pointing towards the railway platform. Make sure Bei Shuang coordinates the evacuation. Everyone moves to the track platform. Most survivors had already picked up weapons and joined the Iron Guard Brigade in holding off the attackers. The thousands of escape vehicles still remaining were mostly occupied by the elderly, women, and children. Where the hell is the security regiment? They're still not coming to support? The federal investigation team hasn't left yet. They just contacted us, demanding we escort their aircraft out of the combat zone before they agree to leave. What? Escort? Bang. Zhang Dingzong came to a halt, letting out a cold snort. Ma Zedong, go tell that damn Taylor, I don't give a shit whose dad or son is on her damn plane. I'm giving her 20 minutes to get the hell out of my sight. If she doesn't, she's staying forever. Yes, sir. The adjutant saluted immediately. General, we've detected minor seismic activity southwest of our position. It could be related to an eerie entity. Another officer rushed up to report. How much time left for evacuation? According to the emergency team's estimates, once the ascent elevator is repaired, it will take at least 5 hours to complete the full evacuation of the airport personnel. 5 hours. Zhang Dingzong gazed at the dark, oppressive sky looming overhead. It felt as if a massive net was slowly tightening around the airport. Inside the port, more and more survivor vehicles were getting wrecked by eerie entities. Many survivors fighting in the defense lines were being killed. The air was filled with the screams of dying men and crying women, their voices drowned in desperation. Those who had lost their vehicles or their last hope had nowhere left to run. Watching the chaos unfold, Zhang Dingzong did not hesitate. Follow my orders. Unload all artillery and anti-air equipment from the vehicles. The logistics unit will be responsible for transferring the wounded and stranded survivors onto the Iron Guard's transport trains. Alert all battalions and units, prepare for a full-scale defense. Airship Squadrons 1 and 3, get all remaining aerial units in the sky to defend the ascent elevator from airborne threats. Yes, sir. The officers of Iron Guard Brigade 52 responded in unison. Maintenance Bay, ascent elevator back in the maintenance bay. One by one, the repaired maintenance robots hovered into the air. Under Wei Kex's operation, they entered the repair queue and flew upwards into the ascent elevator passage. As the system's error reports were gradually resolved, Wei Kek's tense expression relaxed slightly. Based on the current sequence, if all repairs are completed, how soon can we finish the full ascent transfer? The maintenance bay was eerily quiet, the sounds of gunfire and explosions now distant. As Lin Xian worked on another repair, he asked the question without looking up. The fastest possible time? Wei Kek took a deep breath. At least 5 hours, that's already pushing our limits. After speaking, he seemed to realize Lin Xian's intent and muttered, "You train operators are planning to use the Horizon clamp system to launch directly, aren't you?" Lin Xian didn't respond. Instead, Kiki asked, "And what's wrong with that?" "It's extremely risky." Wei Kexwa adjusted his glasses. "Not just for your train, 9 train convoys have entered the ascent sequence in the past few days. Without the traction platform, there's no reliable way to ensure safety in the high-altitude corridor." The traction platform was a flatbed transport system, but far more complex than a regular trailer hook. It connected directly to the rail track, essentially functioning as a ferry vehicle for the ascent elevator, integrated with the electromagnetic launch system. Vehicles and trains weren't required to self-propel. Instead, the system controlled the acceleration, handling the climb and subsequent high-speed transition into the low-pressure corridor. This setup maximized transport efficiency while ensuring automated regulation. Without it, using the Horizon clamp system to force launch the train meant it would be directly driving on the high-altitude rail corridor without any external assistance. In early operations, manual track routing could still push speeds to 500 km per hour, faster than most bullet trains. But under the current conditions? If the Doomsday trains launched without proper clearance, with other electromagnetically accelerated transports following behind them, any accident midair could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. The results would be unthinkable. We've actually considered increasing single-batch transport volume to improve efficiency, but... Lack of power? Lin Xian interjected. Wei Kex nodded. Besides the ascent elevator and electromagnetic acceleration systems, we also need power to maintain the anti-air defenses of the high-altitude corridor. In the dark of night, there may be fewer eerie entities in the sky than on land, but they are usually far more terrifying. Since Apocalypse Day, most aircraft and orbital satellites have been destroyed. The sky is not safe. Our Sky City King Lewin crashed 2 days ago, sinking into the western Pacific deep sea with 15,000 people aboard. Phoenix is still trying to rescue them. They say something horrifying was down there. What? Kiki frowned. Wait, aren't we talking about sky creatures? Why are you suddenly talking about the deep sea? Wei Kex pushed up his glasses. Does it really matter? He pointed to the sky. Some things that should have stayed in the ocean are now in the sky. And at 10,000-meter depths, there are horrors far beyond anything we can handle. Chapter 148, Earthquake. So, is Phoenix's headquarters now based in the sky? Lin Xian asked. Wei Kex nodded. Right now, Phoenix has 3 headquarters, all of which are constantly moving across the world. Headquarters 1 is Phoenix City, floating in the sky, currently positioned near Abyss Zone number 9 in North America. Headquarters 2 is Noah, a seafaring city traveling across the Pacific Ocean. Headquarters 3, our largest land-based mobile center, is Dawn, currently deep in the Yun Ridge. He shrugged and looked at Lin Xian. The land-based mobile center operates similarly to your infinite train. Our track-bound convoys move along the planetary orbital rail, but since we have all-terrain mobility, we don't maintain every section of the tracks. If an area is too damaged or has terrain fractures, we simply detour. Currently, Dawn coordinates all emergency response teams in Dragon Nation, providing survivor aid in areas not yet covered by the abysses, helping more people stay alive. Beep, program initiated. Another PX-05 engineering robot successfully came online under Lin Xian's repair. It wobbled slightly before stabilizing, then soared up toward the ascent elevator passage, heading to its designated area for maintenance. Just as I expected. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The top priority is ensuring the survival of as many people as possible. The polar night came too fast, the world collapsed before anyone could react. Yeah. I was just at work when it happened. By the time I got home, my wife and kid were gone. Wei Kex tapped at his keyboard, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. After that, I just kept searching the zombie-infested streets, wondering if they had turned, if they were suffering less, if other zombies were bullying them or something. Lin Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking in a calm but firm tone. No one knows what tomorrow will bring. Now that the world is on the brink of destruction, the only path left for us is forward. Exactly. Our abilities will grow stronger, and one day, the tables will turn. It won't be us being hunted in the dark. We'll be the ones hunting them. Kiki clenched her fists. I couldn't agree more. Wei Kex nodded. It's only been a few months, But Phoenix has already made breakthroughs in both theory invasion research and ability development. We constantly broadcast updates via radio to survivors worldwide. Our philosophy is simple: the more people who grow stronger, the more who survive. And one day, we'll stop running. From order to chaos, then from chaos back to order. Many convoys are now joining forces, improving survival rates. And as more people connect, information spreads faster. Lin Xian focused on repairing another robot, his mechanical manufacturing experience growing with every success. This support mission was turning into a major gain for him. He was already considering scanning the railgun blueprints, along with Iron Guard Brigade's battle armor and mesh. After reaching Jiazu City, he'd take the time to study and enhance them, arming both himself and his team. Right now, Phoenix's Nightwalkers division is led by former key personnel from the Angel Project. Their main focus is ability research, but they're also actively recruiting ability users. Wei Kexu explained. Recruiting? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. For research? That's just a small part of it. Wei Kexu replied. The Nightwalkers train ability users, dispatching them for rescue missions and eerie item collection. Compared to the early Angel Project, our research has already made significant progress. Captain Lin, your ability is extraordinary, and so is this young lady's psychic power. The Nightwalkers need people like you. Wei Kexu adjusted his glasses. Honestly, you could join us or at least partner with Phoenix. We can offer a lot of support that you might find useful. You're saying the Nightwalkers operate from your 3 headquarters? Kiki asked. Correct. The closest one to you is Dawn headquarters. After crossing the high-altitude corridor, you'd need about 2 days to catch up. Not that easy. Lin Xian mused. After Jiazu City, we'd have to cross Hangshan Pass, the Wei River, and Longjiang. But to the northeast, we've got Abyss Zone number 5 devouring West Gobi. To the southeast, there's Abyss Zone number 7 swallowing Haidong. To bypass those, we'd have to take the Parma grasslands route through Zhanhai and Xingqiang. If Dawn is taking the Yun Ridge path, that means they aren't using the transoceanic rail, which would have taken them across the northern continental shelf and through the Kai and Goose Strait. Teaming up with Phoenix could provide huge advantages. In this apocalyptic world, sticking together was the smartest move. Only bandits and raiders thrived alone. Even if Lin Xian didn't join, forming an alliance was far better than running blindly through the dark. But catching up to Dawn? That was another problem altogether. Exactly. Wei Kexu nodded. There are too many people, we can't move them all onto the transoceanic rail. Ground migration is the only viable option. Lin Xian asked, with satellite communications down, how does Phoenix coordinate its scattered emergency teams globally? There are several methods. It's complicated, but in short, unmanned aerial drones provide fixed path guidance. Teams pre-register location anchors before every mission. Relay points broadcast signals via saturation transmission. Courier networking, aka the postman system. For large-scale orders, we use long-wave radio with coded signals, but I can't share those details. Anchor points? Holy shit, that's like cyber-age signal beacons. Kiki exclaimed. Then why don't you just use the dark radio's blood crystal technology to amplify ground signal relays and extend transmission range? Wei Kexu's expression immediately darkened. Lin Xian sighed, giving Kiki a look. Hey. Do you even hear yourself? Everything is mobile, why the hell would we build fixed signal stations? And where are we supposed to find enough eerie blood crystals? Even if survivors don't steal them, monsters will devour them the moment night falls. Oh. Yeah, that's true. Kiki scratched her head awkwardly. Wei Kexu chuckled. Information transfer is a huge problem, no doubt. After evacuating from here, will you return to Dawn HQ? Lin Xian asked. No. Wei Kexu's face turned serious. Each emergency team has a one-time mission. If we survive, we'll reroute north from Jiazu City, we won't follow the Eastern Planetary Rail. Boom. Just as Lin Xian and Wei Kexu were finishing another robot repair, a deep tremor shook the entire airport. The vibrations grew stronger, lasting several seconds before fading. Outside, in the airport plaza, countless survivors felt the ground tremble, their heads spinning as dust clouds swirled up. Car windows rattled, then, chaos erupted. An earthquake. What the hell was that? What's going on? Aboard Infinite Train inside the research carriage, Ding Junyi sat by a dark radio, gathering Phoenix's intel while studying the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. As the tremors hit, she frowned sharply. She immediately stood, rushing to the front carriage. Ms. Chen, this quake reminds me of the underground creature we encountered last night in Underground City number 9. I suggest we contact Lin Xian and the airport emergency team, immediately. I'm already trying. Chen Xichuan was urgently calling the control tower via the responder, while simultaneously reaching Lin Xian on the radio. Chapter 149, Evolution. Zhongyun, that earthquake just now felt unnatural. It's exactly like what happened in Mount Daluo yesterday. Ren Huayan strode forward, raising a single hand and blasting apart a grotesque zombie charging toward her with an invisible force strike. Her expression remained completely unfazed. This situation. Could it be the corpse shepherds? Zhongyun turned his gaze toward the ascent elevator, his tone becoming urgent. It doesn't matter who's behind this, I have a strong feeling there's more coming. We cannot let them destroy our anti-air defenses again. Move. Zhongyun signaled to Bigelow and Lu Xingchen. Gather the ability users. We're shifting focus to air defense. The zombies are endless, ignore them for now. A deep unease nod at him. There was no doubt, something in the darkness feared the airport's heavy weaponry. If those defenses fell, their chances of survival would plummet. They'd be overrun long before the evacuation was complete. Airport Control Center on the other side, Wei Kex's face drained of color as he stared at his screen. This is bad. Railgun number 3 is offline. Lin Xian immediately stood up. I'll check it out. It's not just that. Wei Kex's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his expression ashen. He frantically tapped at his console, his fingers trembling as if searching for a miracle. Then, he froze, as if his soul had left his body. There's worse news. His voice came out hollow. The earthquake just severed one of our primary power cables. The remaining energy output is now too low to sustain the ascent elevator. The room fell silent for a split second, then Lin Xian and Kiki's faces darkened. What? Kiki frowned deeply. The power cables are down too? Then. What the hell do we do? I. Wei Kex was panicking, stuttering, unable to think straight. We'll figure out power later. First, I need to fix that railgun. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold as he turned to Wei Kex. The ascent elevator is nearly repaired, but without the anti-air defense system, we're screwed. If those things break through, we won't even have a chance to run. He turned to Kiki. Little miss. Yes. You're coming with me. Got it. Wei Kex forced himself to calm down, nodding repeatedly. Oh, okay. I'll head back to the control tower to discuss power solutions with Bei Shuang and General Zhang. Lin Xian wasted no time. He grabbed his gear and sprinted toward the elevator leading to the upper platform, Kiki right behind him. Upper platform, railgun station were. The maintenance elevator shot upward at high speed, carrying Lin Xian and Kiki dozens of stories up. As soon as the elevator doors slid open, a putrid stench assaulted Lin Xian's senses. At the same time, a swarm of black centipede-like creatures began crawling toward them. Kiki. Without hesitation, Kiki raised her hand, boom. A crushing force slammed down on the hundreds of writhing creatures, instantly reducing them to piles of green mush, crackling with tiny arcs of electricity. Lin Xian's brows furrowed. Outside, intense artillery fire lit up the night, streaking across the sky in flaming trails. Bullets howled, explosions roared, and the bitter wind carried flecks of snow. A blizzard was coming. Stepping onto the platform, Lin Xian's gaze immediately landed on a massive, grotesque corpse lying across the ground. Its head had been obliterated, its black blood pooling into dark, sickly puddles. One enormous black wing hung limply over the platform's edge, swaying in the wind. Beyond it, the anti-air railgun had powered down, occasionally sparking with electrical bursts. Holy crap! How did this thing even get in here? Kiki exclaimed. She turned toward the creature's remains, noticing dark mist swirling around it. Without hesitation, she raised a hand, a level 2 eerie blood crystal flew into her grasp. But Lin Xian didn't have time to focus on loot. He rushed toward the railgun, slamming his hand onto its metallic frame and activating mechanical scan. Scanning in progress. 1%, the difficulty level was much higher than with the maintenance robots. Lin Xian felt the strain immediately. Kiki. He called. This is going to take time. Cover me, and watch the other railgun too. We can't let any monsters near them. Kiki nodded firmly. She understood just how crucial these anti-air weapons were. Her entire reason for coming was to protect Lin Xian while he repaired them. Scanning progress. 20%, airport battlefield, D-zone on the platform below, Iron Guard soldiers and survivors were being pushed to their limits. More and more massive eerie entities were breaching the defenses. On the Silver Star, anti-air weapons fired relentlessly, guided by fire control radar. On the Dragon Mountain No. 1, anti-air cannons and rapid-fire machine guns unleashed waves of deadly firepower, sweeping through the onslaught of horrors flooding over the walls. Rah! A crimson skeletal horror lunged from the zombie horde, streaking like a red phantom. In a blur of motion, it leapt onto the Dragon Mountain No. 1's rooftop, ripping half the throat out of a machine gunner in a spray of blood. Shit, kill it. Survivors opened fire, But the scarlet entity moved too fast, dodging and zigzagging across the rooftops. It was closing in on another gunner, Dakka Dakka Dakka. The gunner tried to spray it down, but missed. Clawed fingers flashed toward his face, boom. A deafening gunshot erupted. The scarlet horror's head exploded, shredded into a bloody mist by a massive sniper round. Its corpse crumpled instantly, flung backward by the sheer force of the impact. Holy shit. That was too damn close. The surviving machine gunner turned, his mind still reeling. Far in the distance, peeking out from the black armored train, a massive anti-materiel rifle was still smoking. Infinite train, sniper nest inside the sniper carriage. Chen Sixuan let out a shaky breath, her A33K heavy sniper rifle still pressed against her shoulder. Pain radiated through her body, her arms ached, her shoulders throbbed. But something felt different. With every shot, her senses sharpened, her awareness, her reflexes, her clarity of focus. She felt stronger. You're surprised. Ding Junyi's calm voice sounded beside her. Hands in her pockets, she watched Chen Sixuan with quiet intrigue. Chen Sixuan steadied her breathing, keeping her eye on the scope. This is only my second time shooting. Is that so? Ding Junyi mused. That rifle is far from lightweight. Judging by its sound and recoil, it's no beginner's weapon. You're untrained, you're not a soldier, and yet, you're evolving. Chen Sixuan's brows furrowed. Evolving? Exactly. Ding Junyi's tone was matter-of-fact. The longer you survive in the dark, the more you'll adapt. Don't fear it, embrace it. Evolution isn't always a curse. Chen Sixuan paused, then her lips curled into a determined smirk. I'm not afraid. If evolution makes me strong enough to help everyone, then I'll gladly accept it. Chapter 150, Evolution to Yabai City Number 1 Spaceport, Intense Battle. Beyond the gates and towering walls, an overwhelming swarm of nightmarish creatures and zombies surged forward. It was as if all the horrors within Yabai City had emptied out, converging on this final refuge, Number 1 Spaceport. Buzz. Boom. Blinding blue beams pierced the darkness, streaking toward the sky above the spaceport. More than a dozen giant sky jellyfish, large enough to blot out the stars, drifted in. As the anti-air defenses roared to life, countless severed jellyfish tentacles rained down. Some fell directly into the survivor convoys, causing heavy casualties. It's over. It's over. We can't hold them off. A survivor sobbed in despair. The climbing elevator isn't fixed yet. Do we have any other way out? Run. There's nowhere to run. We fight. Block them. Has anyone seen my son? Please. Has anyone seen my son? The plaza was in chaos. Children huddled inside vehicles, crying. Many survivors, faces set with grim determination, gripped their remaining weapons and rushed toward the defensive perimeter. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. In Zone A, Luo Shasha's hands trembled as she frantically loaded grenades into her launcher. It was her first time experiencing a siege of this scale, and the sheer terror drained the color from her lips. With each shot, she fired desperately into the swarming zombie horde. Above, the wind howled as Zhang Yun conjured a localized hurricane, forming a wind wall to block the sky jellyfish from drifting further into the spaceport. Divine, fire a gun. From the fortress wall, Lu Xingchen raised both hands, forming sword fingers as white-hot flames erupted from his fingertips, incinerating a grotesque, tentacle-covered humanoid abomination. A towering inferno ignited atop the walls. Rat-tat-tat. Luo Yi, positioned nearby, emptied the last rounds from his M556 light machine gun. Tossing aside the spent magazine, he reached over his shoulder, gripping his steel-slaying greatsword, and with a powerful throw, whoosh! The massive blade streaked through the air like a meteor, impaling a black centipede-like creature that had lunged at Shasha, pinning it against the wall. Luo Yi charged forward, stomping down with brutal force to crush the monster's head, then wrenched his sword free, stepping protectively in front of his sister. "Brother, be careful!" Shasha called out in alarm. With their long-range weapons depleted, the fight was about to get even more dangerous. Shasha took cover behind Luo Yi, rapidly firing grenades into the fray. B-class Eerie entity detected. A comms officer from the Iron Guard battalion shouted the warning just before a spider-like limb plunged down from above, skewering him straight through the head. It's a fog spider. Gunfire erupted in unison. The fog spider, cloaked in dense mist, had silently scaled the fortress walls. AHH. Luo Yi roared as he charged forward, cleaving twice in quick succession, severing two of the fog spider's legs. Shasha fired a grenade launcher round directly at its torso, knocking the creature off balance. As it staggered, its eerie bluish-green body was revealed through the mist. Swish! A transparent spear shot through the air, piercing the spider's abdomen. Its insides spilled out in a disgusting heap. That's not a B class. Stay alert. Ren Huayan warned. Her words had barely left her mouth when a shadowy, tentacle-covered silhouette emerged from the fog-covered wall. Squelch. A sickening, wet sound echoed as 4 or 5 brownish red, centipede-like appendages shot out from the mist. Impaled soldiers dangled like skewered meat, lifted into the air as they screamed in agony. One of the appendages swept through the battlefield, knocking down Lu Xingqian and a wave of defenders like bowling pins. Shasha's eyes widened in horror. Her hands trembled as she scrambled to reload, accidentally knocking over her ammo bag. Grenades scattered across the ground. At that moment, 2 more tentacles lashed out. One shot toward Zhang Yun, attempting to skewer him midair, while the other barreled straight toward Shasha. This eerie entity wasn't just strong, it was intelligent, deliberately targeting the most dangerous combatants while hiding in the fog spider's mist. Zhang Yun's expression darkened. As the tentacle lunged toward him, he kicked out with a wind-imbued blade, slashing precisely at its base. Huayan! Protect Shasha! He shouted. Clang! Zhang Yun's wind blade struck the tentacle, sending a metallic ring through the air. It was tougher than expected. The furry appendage, deceptively soft, was even stronger than the red centipede's carapace. His attack only carved a shallow wound, failing to sever it. Below, Ren Huayan hurled 2 more transparent spears, detonating with compressed air upon impact, but even those couldn't halt the tentacle's advance toward Shasha. Shit. AHH. Shasha, still gathering grenades, froze in terror as the tentacle shot toward her at blinding speed. Splat. A massive figure suddenly appeared, shielding her with his own body, and took the hit straight through the chest. Brother. Shasha's grenades clattered to the ground as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Luo Yi gritted his teeth, blood gushing from his mouth. Even so, he grabbed the tentacle with both hands, refusing to let go as he was shoved backward toward his sister. Rah! His chest bled profusely, drenching his arms in red. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose, but he held firm, planting his stance, and yanked the monstrous appendage with all his might. With a mighty heave, Luo Yi ripped the creature from the mist, dragging it into full view. A massive, alien leech-like hairy entity, covered in writhing tendrils, thrashed violently as it was forcibly pulled into the open. You're dead. Lu Xingqian's eyes blazed with fury. With a furious stomp, he launched himself skyward, flames roaring around him as he summoned an enormous inferno, divine, sunfall blaze. Boom. A pillar of fire erupted, illuminating all of Zone. The tendril monster screeched in agony, its tentacles flailing wildly, knocking over ammo crates and vehicles as it desperately thrashed to escape the flames. But Luo Yi refused to let go. At the same time, Zhang Yun conjured a mini tornado, fanning the inferno into a blazing firestorm. Ah! Luo Yi, spitting blood, used the last of his strength to hold the creature inside the flames. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. Within seconds, the eerie entity's movements slowed. Its blackened body stiffened, then, it stopped moving. With a final yank, Luo Yi ripped the spear-like tentacle from his own chest. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed to his knees. Brother! Shasha rushed forward, tears streaming. Luo Yi tried to speak, but blood filled his mouth. His gaze wavered. Shasha. Just as all hope seemed lost, Lu Xingqian's expression changed. He gasped, watching in shock as Luo Yi's muscles and veins began to glow a deep crimson. Blood surged toward him. Even the black smoke from the burned creature was being absorbed into his body. He's. Lu Xingqian's eyes widened in realization. Shasha, get back. Your brother's ability, it's evolving. Chapter 151, System Restart. What? Hearing this, Ren Huayan's face immediately changed, and Zhang Yun also furrowed his brows. The group's gaze turned, and they indeed saw that something strange was happening to Dalu. Although Shasha was already on the verge of an emotional breakdown. But upon hearing the words from behind her, her tears stopped instantly. She sniffled and looked up, only to see her brother's entire body glowing with a crimson light coursing through his veins, making him look eerily unsettling. My brother. What's happening to him? Behind her, Ren Huayan quickly pulled her away. Be careful. Your brother's life force is surging. Then he won't die, right? This definitely means his ability is changing. Zhang Yun's expression was serious. Everyone, step back. Why? Shouldn't we do something? Shasha was visibly anxious. There's nothing we can do. Zhang Yun said, right now, he probably won't die. But we can't be sure if he's evolving. Or degenerating. Yes. Lu Xingqian's expression was solemn, he had seen this kind of thing before. Here, both Zhang Yun and Lu Xingqian were evolution-level ability users, having taken the first true step in developing their abilities. They had a keen sense of energy. At this moment, they could clearly feel that something was changing within Dalu. A massive surge of blood energy was gathering around him, as if an infinite life force was sprouting from within. Thump, thump, Danzō felt his heart pounding wildly. A bloodthirsty madness clouded his mind. The gaping wound in his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his bones and muscles were mutating at the same time. Beneath his already robust skin, his muscles twisted and writhed like living creatures, unnervingly grotesque. Pa! Pa! He knelt on the ground, his spine shuddering violently. The muscles along his back rippled in waves along his ribs, and his joints cracked and popped. The immense pain felt like it was devouring his sanity. The others watched with alarm, instinctively stepping back. At this moment, Danzō's presence was overwhelmingly terrifying, like a beast on the verge of mutation. Many survivors had experienced the Dark Invasion and knew that those severely wounded or killed by eerie entities often mutated into zombies or monstrous creatures that would then attack their own comrades. No one dared to be careless. Several people had already raised their guns, aiming them at Danzō. Seeing this, Shasha panicked and rushed in front of her brother, shouting at the surrounding people in distress, "No! He is my brother! Don't shoot him! Little girl, get out of the way! He's dangerous!" Someone in the crowd shouted. "Yes! Step back, now!" Shasha's voice was choked with tears. "No! He's a good person. He won't hurt anyone, he's my brother." Danzō was still kneeling, his fists clenched in pain. The blood energy around him roared like a storm. But deep inside his consciousness, he heard Shasha's voice. A sliver of clarity began to return to his mind. Shasha. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the small figure before him. "From now on, you two siblings will be on my train. We'll survive together." Lin Xian's words echoed in his mind. "Survive together. I can't die. I can't die." A surge of intense fury erupted from within, instantly washing away the pain and despair clouding his consciousness. Danzō took a deep breath, his eyes snapping shut. In that instant, everything around him became crystal clear, the gazes of the people, the worried Shasha, the anxious teammates, and the beasts that were about to charge over the high wall. "Ah!" Danzō let out a low growl. Under everyone's stunned gazes, he shot forward with explosive force. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the impact. He grabbed his steel-slaying greatsword, his entire figure turning into a crimson blur as he launched himself toward the high wall like a human projectile. At that moment, from the top of the wall, a crimson skeletal horror emerged, preparing to unleash a burst of fire to capture its prey. But just as it climbed out of the hail of gunfire and bullets, a blood-red shadow was already streaking toward it. Clang! The steel-slaying greatsword let out a piercing hum. Danzō charged straight ahead, his sword glowing red-hot. With a single horizontal slash, he cleaved the creature's skull clean off, slicing through the metal fence atop the high wall like butter. Boom! Only then did the shock wave from his rapid strike explode outward, sending several Iron Guard battalion soldiers stumbling back. "Brother!" Shasha cried out in shock. "Such speed!" Zhang Yun's eyes flickered. With Danzō's strength, if he has this kind of speed, his combat power is terrifying. "Haha! No doubt about it, he's evolved!" Lu Xingchen exclaimed with excitement. The surrounding people were left utterly speechless. For many of them, this was their first time witnessing an ability user's evolution, and the sheer power and eeriness of it left a lasting impression. And now, with Danzō having instantly slain the eerie entity, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, though some were left with lingering fear. Such a powerful ability user, if he had degenerated into a monster instead, Aizen would have been doomed. Huff, huff. Danzō panted heavily, his steel-slaying greatsword still vibrating in his grip. He looked at his teammates below and gave them a silent signal, then turned to Shasha. "Shasha. Get your gun. More monsters are coming." "Got it." Shasha wiped away her tears and nodded quickly. Without hesitation, she rushed to the ground, grabbing grenade launchers and stuffing them into her backpack. "All right, I'm in too." Lu Xingchen, filled with battle spirit, immediately joined. Zhang Yun and Ren Huayan exchanged glances and let out a breath before diving back into the fight. Mechanical scan complete. G3 land-based electromagnetic railgun blueprint acquired, detected mechanical failure in magnetic flux compression device and unipolar generator. Initiate repairs? Repair. From his vantage point, Lin Xian tensed up as he completed the scan. He looked at the colossal sky creature drawing closer, feeling a chill run down his spine. He activated his mechanical heart, pushing it to its limits. Woo! Elsewhere, the fire control radar on the electromagnetic railgun locked onto something. The turret base rotated rapidly, targeting a fast-approaching airborne creature. Buzz. Blinding blue light erupted, illuminating the night sky. A winged monstrosity screeched as it lunged forward, its eerie fangs bared. "Kiki!" Lin Xian shouted. Kiki was already reacting. Her eyes gleamed as she stepped forward. Finally. She thrust out a hand, and the flying monster slammed into an invisible wall midair, its body abruptly halting with a thunderous boom. At the same time, the two electromagnetic railguns locked onto the now stationary target. Boom. Twin railgun blasts tore it apart in midair. Nice work. Lin Xian let out a breath. Kiki quickly rushed forward, searching the remains for eerie blood crystals. Little money grubber. Lin Xian muttered. But just then, the entire spaceport suddenly went dark. What the hell? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The lights flickered back on seconds later, but something was clearly very wrong. And then came the urgent shout, all anti-air weapons have been reprogrammed. They're now protecting an aircraft fleet. Escaping from the inner port. Chapter 152, Federal Law Yubai City No. 1 Spaceport, Aircraft Inner Dock. A large Federation Operation airship was docked at the inner bay, alongside several smaller aircraft. The engines of the airship were already idling in standby mode, while numerous Federation investigation team members in black suits were escorting a group of special citizens aboard. Director Taylor, things have already gotten this bad, why aren't we taking off yet? A middle-aged man with streaks of black and white in his hair, his expression cold and sinister, sat in a wheelchair, pushed forward by a bodyguard. The powerful turbulence from the massive aircraft's aerodynamic flows made the hems of everyone's clothes tremble. His face was twisted with rage as he questioned Taylor Moreno, who was sending messages on her mobile terminal. Taylor Moreno glanced up at him. Senator Zhu, please return to the airship immediately. We cannot risk taking off until the airspace threats have been neutralized. Absurd. What about the Iron Guard Battalion, the security regiment, and, damn it, all the air defense systems in this spaceport? The Federation spent a fortune maintaining them, so why aren't they clearing the airspace for us? Senator Zhu ranted hysterically. A bunch of incompetent fools. Get this ship in the air, or you'll be out of a job. Taylor let out a disdainful chuckle and replied calmly, the Iron Guard Battalion refused to escort us. But I have overridden the spaceport system with my Federation clearance. The air defense weapons will clear a path for us. So, I suggest you stop wasting time here. Senator Zhu's expression darkened, his gaze shifting. He gritted his teeth and said impatiently, Humphrey. Then hurry up. If you delay me any longer, all of you can get the hell out. All flight squads, prepare for takeoff. Taylor handed her mobile device to her subordinate and issued a command. Yes, ma'am. Click. 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 Just then, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed through the bay. Taylor turned her head and saw Bei Shuang leading a group of emergency response team members and Iron Guard soldiers toward her, each of them wearing an expression of fury. Security regiment. At her call, dozens of armed security officers immediately stepped forward, raising their weapons. How dare you do this? Bei Shuang ignored the guns pointed at her, storming forward in rage. There are over 10,000 survivors here. Do you understand the consequences of what you've done? Taylor stepped back slightly, letting the security officers block her front. Adjusting her glasses, she sneered, according to Federation Law Article 332, all armed forces must ensure full escort measures for government officials' aircraft. I'm simply following protocol. Bei Shuang's eyes burned with fury. Did you conveniently forget Federation Law Article 1, the life, property, and freedom of all citizens take precedence over everything else? Taylor laughed coldly, pointing at the massive airship behind her. Do you even know who's on board? The escalating conflict quickly drew the attention of the survivors in the plaza. Upon recognizing the Federation investigation team, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. When they overheard the argument, their fury boiled over. What? They disabled the air defense system? Just to escort themselves? What the fuck? You bastards. I'll fucking kill you. Slaughter them all. Angry survivors began raising their guns, forcing the security regiment members to form a tight wall around Taylor Moreno and Senator Zhu, preventing the mob from rushing forward. Meanwhile, Shu Qin, Zhu Jin, and Old Mo were already covered in bloodstains, their weapons overused and scorched from battle. Yet, now they were being stabbed in the back by their own people. It was impossible not to feel rage. Senator Zhu's face grew even darker. He discreetly signaled his bodyguard, preparing to retreat. Facing the storm of curses, Taylor Moreno snapped, I advise you all to stop wasting your breath. This entire spaceport is Federation property. Do you seriously think these weapons and walls were built with your money? She trembled with frustration, her voice rising. The people on this airship are the most valuable assets of human civilization. It is everyone's duty to prioritize their safety. Bang. A gunshot ripped through the night, bringing the tense standoff to an abrupt halt. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Taylor Moreno, who had been shouting furiously just a moment ago, now had a perfectly round bullet hole in her forehead. Blood trickled down from between her brows. Her expression was frozen in disbelief. Then, thud. She collapsed backward, lifeless. Click. Click. Heavy footsteps echoed through the silent bay. The crowd instinctively parted, making way for a figure, Iron Guard Battalion Commander Zhang Dingzong, flanked by his adjutants. Senator Zhu's face twisted in horror as he glanced at Taylor's corpse, then at Zhang. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "General Zhang. How dare you fire on a Federation official? Are you declaring war on the Bang?" Zhang Dingzong wordlessly raised his handgun and blew Senator Zhu's head apart. Bastard. His bullets were precise, straight through the forehead, no hesitation. Senator Zhu's bodyguard stood frozen, his face splattered with blood. He looked down, Zhu's body had slumped over in his wheelchair, mouth agape, bowels released. He was dead beyond dead. Screams erupted inside the airship as passengers panicked at the gunfire. Even the furious survivors outside froze in shock. On board the Dragon Mountain No. 1, Shi Duan widened his eyes in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the Silver Star, Jian Xuai and Jian Zhang exchanged uneasy glances. Zhang Dingzong strode toward Security Regiment Captain Zhang Wei, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Zhang Wei. When you served under me, did I ever teach you to point a gun at women and children?" "Commander, I." Zhang Wei lowered his head, his expression full of conflict. The Security Regiment soldiers around him immediately lowered their weapons. They had never wanted to aim at civilians in the first place. Zhang ignored him and walked forward. He stopped beside Taylor's corpse, looking down at her terrified deputy. "You have 3 minutes to take off." What? The deputy's face turned deathly pale, and the other Federation officials scrambled toward the airship. "Go. Hurry. We're leaving." On board, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen clutched their computer bags, faces tense. Seeing the airship finally lifting off, they sighed in relief. "God, I thought they were going to shoot us. Phew. At least we're taking off now." The airship fleet ascended into the night sky. From the window, Zhao Yan gazed at the black armored train stationed on the rail platform, eyes flickering. "Director Ding. What a shame." Zhang Dingzong turned to Bei Xiuang. "What's the situation?" "Bad." Bei Xiuang's face was grim. "We never expected them to pull something like this. It completely disrupted our plans." Scientist Wei let out a bitter sigh. "This access was authorized by the original Federation. Our only options are negotiation or rewriting the system." The spaceport was in crisis. Their only lifeline was now cut off. The air grew heavy. Just then, "There's still one way." A loud voice rang from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned. Lin Xian and Kiki rushed forward, faces filled with urgency. "Lin Captain." Scientist Wei's eyes lit up. "Wait, can you rewrite the system?" "No." Lin Xian shook his head. "But I have a plan. In 2 hours, I can get everyone to the high-altitude corridor." Chapter 153, Traction Plan. What? Everyone can go up? What do you mean? No need to wait in line? 2 hours. Are you serious? Lin Xian's words were like a bombshell detonating in the crowd. The moment he spoke, chaos erupted, and all eyes turned to him in urgency. For the first time, a glimmer of hope sparked in their weary faces. Zhang Dingzong frowned slightly, eyeing Lin Xian. "What's your plan?" "Speak freely." "Captain Lin, 2 hours. Does that mean we don't need to overwrite the system?" Wei Kexu asked, his voice a mix of anxiety and expectation. His heart pounded, his instincts told him Lin Xian might actually have a way out of this. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. "If we overwrite the system, the power supply will still be limited to the anti-air defense and electromagnetic acceleration systems. If we divert energy to the climbing elevator, even if it runs, it won't carry enough people. It might even be slower than before. That means it would take way more than 5 hours, and our defenses would be weakened. The monsters are increasing by the second. At this rate, we'll never get everyone out in time." "That's true." Wei Kexu nodded. "The climbing elevator consumes the most power." After all, Lin Xian cut him off. "There's another issue. The more people we evacuate, the fewer remain to hold the line. If the airport defenses collapse, no one will be able to escape." "The best solution? We all leave at once." There was something Lin Xian didn't say out loud: order and control. If the front line fell apart, the survivors waiting at the back of the queue would be the first to be slaughtered. Chaos would spread like wildfire, and the situation would spiral out of control. "Wait, there are dozens of vehicles here, over 10,000 people. How can we all leave with a power shortage?" Shi Duan asked in confusion. "The method is simple." Lin Xian raised his hand, a flicker of light flashed, and a miniature metal model of the climbing elevator materialized in his palm. On it, 4 simulated metal trains represented the 4 trains currently docked at the spaceport. He looked toward Jiang Xuai and Shidoan, speaking rapidly. Longshan 1 and the Iron Guard Battalion's train are both intercontinental-class locomotives. Their engines exceed 150,000 kW each. The Silver Star, as an Eternal-class train, has at least 200,000 kW of operating power, correct? 220,000 kW. Jiang Xuai replied, her voice tinged with pride. Lin Xian nodded. My infinite train exceeds 100,000 kW. That means the 4 trains combined have over 600,000 kW of power. Since we're all heading to the orbital rail, I assume all these trains have horizon clamp systems, designed for situations where there's no external traction when climbing the climbing passage or entering the oceanic rail. If we load all the vehicles onto climbing traction devices and use mechanical winches, then we can link all 4 trains together with steel cables. We don't need the climbing elevator at all. We can haul over 2,000 vehicles straight up to the high-altitude corridor ourselves. A stunned silence spread across the entire spaceport. Everyone's expressions shifted from confusion to pure shock. Using trains to pull thousands of cars up a 4,800-meter high aerial corridor? It sounded insane. Bei Shuang stared at Lin Xian, then turned to Wei Kexu, whose face was equally stunned. Engineer Wei. Is this even possible? Wei Kexu's mouth opened and closed several times. His eyes flickered as calculations flooded his mind. This. He immediately pulled up his computer, rapidly running simulations. The climbing passage is 7,250 meters long, with a 90% incline, a vertical climb of 4,806 meters. The current queue has 2,696 vehicles, assuming a total weight of 10,000 tons when including trucks. If the trains accelerate to 100 kilometers per hour, with horizon clamps and mechanical traction, using a 3-stage acceleration track, we'd need a peak traction power of 408,000 kW. In theory. It works. It could even be faster. But the steel cables. Before he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in Lin Xian's hand. A 10-centimeter thick high-carbon alloy steel cable materialized, hitting the ground with a deep metallic clang. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The trains only need to link to the traction system. Once we reach the high-altitude corridor, the vehicles can transfer to the electromagnetic acceleration track, while the trains use rail acceleration, avoiding congestion inside the passage. Holy SHT. You really thought of this? Shiduan's eyes were wide. The engineers from the Silver Star were already running intense calculations, and the results aligned with Wei Kex's conclusion. Zhang Dingzong scanned the murmuring crowd before fixing his gaze on Lin Xian, his expression unreadable. This is high risk. It's only theoretical. Jiang Xuai's voice was cold and rational. First, the vehicle weights are estimates. There are many heavy trucks and modified vehicles. Second, you only calculated instantaneous power demands, but horizon clamps and mechanical traction have never been stress-tested under such extreme loads. If the horizon clamps fail, not only will we lose the cars, we'll lose our trains, too. Exactly. Ji and Zhang objected outright. This entire plan only benefits the survivors, it puts us at massive risk. The Silver Star carries 3,219 people. Why should we gamble with their lives? His voice darkened. Frankly, if other routes were open, we would have left already. We've lost enough people as it is. Worst case, Zhang. Jiang Xuai snapped, cutting him off. A heavy silence fell. Zhang Dingzong turned to Bei Shuang. Commander Bei, what's your assessment? Bei Shuang hesitated, her expression complex. There's risk. But this plan has the highest chance of success. We disagree. This plan only adds risk for us. Jian Zhang protested. Even if it takes 2 hours, if everyone loads vehicles, who will hold the defenses? If the airport falls, this plan will kill us all. The Silver Star should just take a few hundred survivors and leave. It's safer for us. His reasoning wasn't wrong, with over 3,000 lives on board, escaping alone would guarantee their safety. Boom. A thunderous explosion rocked the sky. Everyone looked up. The Federation's massive airborne transport ship had just ascended, only to be obliterated midair. A gigantic fireball engulfed the sky, while smaller aircraft plummeted like falling leaves. What the hell is the electromagnetic cannon shooting at? There's something up there. Lightning cracked, briefly illuminating the storm clouds above, revealing a titanic, circular, jet-black silhouette. Its bell-like structure loomed over them, rising like a mountain, an atmospheric mica. The color drained from everyone's faces. Dear God. It's that monster. It's right above us. Boom. Boom. The 4 electromagnetic rail cannons rotated upward, and fired directly into the sky. Bei Shuang's face paled. Shit. If we don't lure that thing away, it'll swallow the high-altitude corridor whole. Zhang Dingzong's gaze sharpened. He turned to Jian Xuai and Jian Zhang. We're going with Lin Xian's plan. But. Jian Zhang's face tightened, his voice filled with urgency. Ma Ziyang. Zhang Dingzong's voice rang out, firm and commanding. Here. The Iron Guard Battalion's deputy commander, Ma Ziyang, immediately stepped forward. 1st and 2nd Battalions, hold Zone A. 4th and 6th Battalions, along with the Armored Infantry Company, reinforce Zone B. 7th Battalion's Tank Unit, secure Zone C. 5th and 9th Battalions, support logistics in Zone D. 8th Battalion and Reconnaissance Unit, stay with me in Zone E. All airborne units, take to the skies and lure that thing toward the front of the spaceport. Protect the climbing elevator and the high-altitude corridor. Yes, sir. Ma Ziyang responded immediately. The entire battalion erupted into motion. Soldiers scrambled into position, the heavy sound of boots on metal echoing through the spaceport. The atmosphere grew grim, yet resolute. This was their last stand. Zhang Dingzong swept his gaze across the gathering forces before locking eyes with the other commanders. The Iron Guard Battalion will hold the line for 2 hours. Anyone else have objections? Silence. Jian Zhang's face darkened, his hands clenching into fists. He had nothing left to say. Jian Xuai stepped forward decisively. No objections. We'll start preparations immediately. No objections. Shi Duan echoed. The atmospheric mic loomed overhead, its monstrous shadow engulfing the spaceport. The air was thick with fear and urgency. But Zhang Dingzong had made his stance clear, they would fight to give the survivors a chance. Bei Xiuang. Zhang Dingzong turned toward the emergency response unit leader. Evacuate your personnel and wounded onto the Iron Guard's intercontinental class train. We'll be the last to retreat. Bei Xiuang's face hardened, and she nodded solemnly. Understood. Commander. A voice rang from behind. Zhang Wei, along with several dozen members of the Spaceport Security Regiment, stepped forward. Commander Zhang, we want to fight alongside you. Zhang Dingzong turned his gaze toward them. His expression shifted, slightly surprised, yet approving. That would be fitting. Without hesitation, he moved toward the perimeter defenses, Ma Ziyang and Zhang Wei following close behind. In an instant, the entire Iron Guard Battalion and Security Regiment mobilized. The spaceport transformed into a fortified war zone, every soldier bracing for the oncoming storm. Bei Xiuang turned to Lin Xian, her expression solemn. Captain Lin, I'll handle vehicle coordination. The traction system, that's your responsibility. Lin Xian nodded firmly. No time to waste. Let's move. Chapter 154, Emergency Deployment. The terrifying shadow in the sky loomed like a mountain. The momentary flash of lightning revealed its massive silhouette, sending an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure through the hearts of all the survivors. Oh my god, what is that monster? This is terrifying. What do we do? Look. The trains are moving into the climbing elevator's inner port. The survivors in the plaza, initially panicked, erupted into a frenzy of shocked chatter after learning about the emergency team's plan. As the Federation's investigative airship was completely wiped out, the spaceport's anti-air defenses readjusted their targeting to focus on the eerie entity above. Boom, the remaining 3 Warhawk-class aerial gunships and several Lightning II aerospace fighters from the Iron Guard Battalion took off simultaneously, heading toward the massive creature hidden within the clouds. Warhawk 0203, take note, do not engage in prolonged combat. Draw the target's attention toward the front of the spaceport. Warhawk 02, received. Warhawk 03, received. Hiss, the missile bay doors of the aerial gunships slowly opened, launching several large air-to-air missiles. At the same time, the gunship's front-mounted I-17 multi-leaf plasma cannons began charging with crackling electric energy. Boom. Boom. 2 brilliant plasma blasts streaked across the sky, exploding within the clouds. The glow illuminated the outline of a massive jellyfish-like bell that pulsed and slowly ondulated. At the center of the spaceport, in Zone E, where the main axis faced Yubai City, Zhang Dingzong led his troops into position. Below the elevated railway and along the wide boulevard stretching for miles, an endless tide of zombies swarmed. Among them, grotesque bugs and eerie humanoid creatures skittered through the horde. Every time the 1130 close-in weapon system, cooled down, it unleashed another devastating metallic storm, obliterating wave after wave of corrupted creatures. Ma Ziyang. Deploy those Iron Guard 3 and Destroyer meshes to zones A, C, and here. Even if they're still under maintenance, get them operational. As long as the weapons can still fire, they'll serve as fortifications. No matter what, hold the line for 2 hours, even if we die to the last man. Yes, sir. Zhang Wei. Where are your security team's patrol meshes? Deploy all of them. We lost most of them during the last EMP attack. Only one is left. Zanwei strode forward, machine gun in hand, and unleashed a burst of fire, mowing down a wave of zombies attempting to climb up. Commander, I'll pilot it. A towering white armored mech was delivered by a transport truck. Without hesitation, Zanwei climbed in, entering the cockpit and powering up the rear-mounted engine. Vroom, the engine roared to life. Zanwei raised the mech's massive arms, its left equipped with a 6-barrel rapid-fire Gatling gun and its right fitted with a 16mm heavy grenade launcher. He immediately jumped down from the transport truck and charged toward the front lines. The battle escalated into an all-out inferno. Hold the line, brothers. Don't let these beasts break through. Watch out for the eerie entity's flame jets below. Boom. Boom. Gun emplacement number 2, reload. We need flamethrowers. Tracer rounds streaked across the sky, and the blazing fires lit up spaceport number 1. Meanwhile, inside the climbing elevator's ascending track hall, 4 massive mechanical trains were lined up side by side on 4 separate elevator rails. Behind them, large yellow traction platforms, resembling conveyor belts, were in place. Each modular traction platform was 100 meters long and could secure around 20 vehicles. At the front of the platforms, 4 large climbing traction devices connected the vehicle traction platforms to the trains. Once they successfully reached the high-altitude corridor, the traction platforms would engage electromagnetic acceleration to propel the vehicles forward. Inside the preparation hall, under the emergency teams and convoy leaders' coordination, a long line of vehicles waited to enter the traction system. Thousands of people busied themselves in the hall, some assisting others, young men stepping down from their cars to help different convoys, and volunteers working with the emergency team to secure vehicles. Outside, explosions raged relentlessly, and the electromagnetic rail cannons fired continuously into the sky. Due to unstable power supply, the lights in the ascending track hall flickered intermittently, dimming before restoring their brightness. Faced with the monstrous entity looming above, some prayed while others trembled in fear. Everyone's fate teetered on a knife's edge, yet they could only push forward with this near-suicidal plan. Attempting to reach the high-altitude corridor without using the climbing elevator, it was a gamble filled with danger and uncertainty. If the traction cables snapped? If the climbing elevator and high-altitude corridor collapsed? If the zombie horde breached the hall? No one could predict what they would face in the next second. For all the survivors here, this was destined to be a long, harrowing night. On the front train tracks, Chen Sixuan held a flashlight as she and Luo Yi inspected the horizon clamp system of the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. The train's onboard systems were running self-diagnostics. The Infinite Train team, aside from Ding Junyi, was gripped with tension. Compared to the other 3 massive trains, the Infinite Train looked much more slender. Though it had a near intercontinental-class Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, its power and onboard systems were clearly inferior to the others. As a result, it was assigned the fewest traction platforms. Following Bei Shuang's emergency team's allocation, based on each train's remaining power load, the Silver Star was assigned 1,000 vehicles with over 50 traction platforms. The Dragon Mountain No. 1 took 700 vehicles. The Iron Guard Battalion's Intercontinental-class train carried 600 vehicles. Lin Xian's Infinite Train was left with just over 400 vehicles. Convoys led by Shuqin, Zupu, Old Mo, and Zhang Yun were all assigned to the Infinite Train's traction platforms. According to the plan, once they reached the high-altitude corridor, all 4 trains would detach from their traction platforms and merge into parallel tracks, allowing the vehicles behind to accelerate first via electromagnetic propulsion. The trains would then separate again and rely on their own engines to speed through the Dazhu Plateau. Lin Xian, assisted by Kiki and Zhang Yun, was busy assembling and connecting the train's traction cables. Wei Kex deployed a dozen maintenance robots to assist with welding and reinforcements. I set up a decoupling mechanism. Once we reach the corridor, we can detach quickly and save time. Sweat dripped from Lin Xian's forehead as he frequently checked his watch. Kiki, we only have one horizon clamp system on board. Unlike the Silver Star, which has 8 high-powered drive units. If things get critical, you'll have to help stabilize the train, or the ascending traction hooks might break. I got it. Kiki nodded. Don't worry. Zhang Yun walked over. You have ability users here to help. If the situation gets out of hand, I'll step in. Wind-based abilities were indeed a great asset in this scenario. Lin Xian nodded. Much appreciated. This plan had been brewing in his mind for a while. When he discussed it with Wei Kex, he knew it carried enormous risks. If it weren't for the desperate situation, who would willingly gamble with such a high-stakes move? Noticing Lin Xian's tension, Kiki's eyes flickered. Lin Xian, I believe in you. This plan will succeed. Thanks. Lin Xian took a deep breath and kept working. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. As Jianzhang said, if it were just us making the climb, the chances of success would be high. But with thousands of lives at stake, there was no room for hesitation. Boom. Just then, an even stronger earthquake shook the entire spaceport. Chapter 155, Resistance. The Iron Guard Brigade 52, a heavily armored interstellar military composite brigade, boasted formidable combat power. However, under the oppressive presence of that colossal sky creature, their overwhelming firepower felt as futile as striking a towering mountain, leaving them with a sense of helplessness. Buzz. A deep, resonant sound reverberated through the sky, shaking the clouds apart and sending violent tremors through the air. The atmospheric mica, towering like a mountain, gradually emerged from the dissipating clouds, revealing the majestic edges of its bell rim as it slowly drifted toward the spaceport. Inside the Warhawk aerial gunship, the pilot stared at the massive silhouette looming in the darkness, cold sweat running down his face. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Target successfully locked onto us. All flight units, retreat immediately." Boom. A brilliant blue electromagnetic beam streaked past the cockpit, just as the radar blared frantically with alarms. Unidentified biological entity detected approaching. Unidentified biological entity detected approaching. Damn it. The pilot desperately pulled the aircraft up, the Warhawk gunship's engines roaring. But before he could even turn, a massive tentacle came crashing down from above. From within the misty airspace behind them, an atmospheric jellyfish suddenly darted forward at high speed. Its tentacles swept across viciously. The close-in weapon system, on the gunship blazed for a few seconds, but in the next instant, the entire aircraft was obliterated in an explosion. Boom. A massive fireball engulfed the sky. Warhawk 03 is down. Warhawk 03 is down. Engage aerial situational awareness. Emergency evasive maneuvers. IT's behind US. Ratatatata. Boom. 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 4 blinding electromagnetic railgun blasts shot into the sky, shattering several black-winged deer entities. However, more grotesque flying creatures began emerging from the clouds, swarming toward them. Meanwhile, as the earthquake from earlier subsided, all the zombies on the ground seemed to grow even more frenzied. General. Our aerial formations have suffered heavy losses. Sector D is on the verge of collapse. On the high walls, Vice Commander Ma Zietang, his face streaked with blood, had already fought to the brink of madness. What about Bei Shuang's team? They're still loading. There are too many people. Zhang Dingzong turned back. In the plaza, most of the survivor vehicles had already entered the ascending track hall, leaving behind only corpses of fallen soldiers and civilians. A blizzard howled, mixing red blood with white snow, painting a scene of tragic devastation. His gaze shifted to the endless zombie tide swarming from the city. With a grave expression, he muttered, "These monsters. They've gone completely insane." "Yeah. But why?" Ma Zietang said hastily. "It's like they know we're evacuating. Every time we speed up the process, they get even more aggressive. It's the same in the sky, underground, everything is coming at us." Another officer chimed in, "Could it be that the zombies and the bugs can actually predict our movements? We encountered the same thing in Maple City, Chang'an, and Xinglong. Every time our forces move in large numbers, we're met with even larger scale attacks. It's like some kind of nightmare." Zhang Dingzong's gaze sharpened. "The more desperate the enemy, the more they want to wipe us out. This only proves that our resistance matters." Inside the ascending track hall, the traction cables for all 4 trains were now fully connected, with only a few remaining vehicles still loading. Inside the Silver Star's high-level management carriage, a dozen well-dressed executives sat in a tense emergency meeting. The engineering team has pre-checked the Horizon clamp system's condition. "I propose that if the system detects any anomalies during the ascent, we must immediately cut the rear traction cables, to ensure the safety of everyone aboard." A middle-aged man of noble bearing spoke first. "I second this." "Agreed." Jianzhang raised his hand as well, then turned to Jiangxiui, who held the final decision-making authority. "Sis, we've done everything we can. If something goes wrong, it means the plan itself was flawed. Using an emergency failsafe is the most logical choice." Jiangxiui remained silent for a moment, her expression slightly tense. "I just discussed this with Captain Lin of the Infinite Train. He suggested that if the clamp system's high-voltage threshold doesn't exceed 30%, we should not cut the traction cables." 30%? That's too risky. Even 15% is already pushing it. "Exactly." The executives murmured in protest. Jianzhang scowled. "He suggested it? What gives him the right? Infinite Train is carrying the lightest load among all 4 trains. Their setup is a joke. They're running a rusty gas turbine locomotive, completely obsolete. It's useless. Chairwoman, we can't take that kind of risk." "Yeah, this is madness. Many board members voiced their opposition. Jiangxuai's cold gaze swept across the room. Your concerns are valid. However, let's make one thing clear. Silver Star will deploy a special air defense squad to suppress the airborne threats. That will buy us enough time to safely enter the high-altitude corridor. She paused, then asked, now, who among you is willing to lead this glorious mission? The room fell silent. The executives glanced around nervously, some swallowing hard, others avoiding eye contact as Jiangxuai's gaze swept across the room. Zhang. Jiangxuai's eyes landed on Jian Zhang. He froze immediately. Do you know what made Fingal Group so successful? Jian Zhang opened his mouth but quickly looked away. Jiangxuai smirked coldly, rising to her feet. Her piercing gaze swept across the board members. Success comes from continuous progress. It also comes from the dedication of our 500,000 employees worldwide. A business that only clings to its foundations will never thrive. Human civilization advances through courage. With success comes failure. With ambition comes sacrifice. The traction cable behind our train carries the lives of 4,000 people. These lives were bought with the blood of the fallen Iron Guard soldiers outside. We are entrusted with their final chance at survival. This is an adventure. And every adventure requires courage. She let the words settle before continuing. Some have already stepped forward to bear this burden for you. Do not feel ashamed, just do your part. A heavy silence filled the carriage. Notify the engineering team. Jiangxuai turned, her high heels clicking against the floor as she strode forward. The rear traction cables can only be severed under my direct authorization. Meanwhile, the emergency team worked swiftly to finish loading the last few vehicles onto the traction platforms. Hundreds of lost and injured survivors were being transferred onto the Iron Guard's intercontinental train. Team Leader Bay, we're almost ready. Hueco tapped furiously on his computer. The 4 train engines are running test cycles. The corridors are clear. Spaceport radar shows the atmospheric jellyfish moving away from the high-altitude corridor. Bei Shuang nodded, notify all convoys and team members. As soon as the Iron Guard and security personnel evacuate, we move. Boom. 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 Outside the ascending track hall, the battle raged on. Explosions and gunfire shook the air, the deafening roars of battle merging with the howling wind. Inside the hall, however, all survivor convoys had already driven onto the traction platforms. Fear and tension spread through the crowd like wildfire. Sitting inside an off-road vehicle, Shu Ken clenched her hands tightly, her gaze shifting between the long line of vehicles and trains and a steeply rising ascending passage ahead. Her expression was grim. Beside her, Old Mo, Zuko, and the others were equally tense. All the trains were fully powered up, their engines humming as they prepared for departure. Many survivors inside both the trains and vehicles pressed their faces against the windows, staring at the massive convoy stretching endlessly before them. It looked like an army of ants, disappearing into the distance. Their hearts pounded faster in anxiety. Aboard the infinite train in the cockpit, Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan stood side by side, staring at the massive ascending passage leading into the sky. Their expressions were tight with anticipation. Are we about to depart? Waiting on the emergency team's final coordination. The Iron Guard hasn't fully withdrawn yet. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. The Iron Guard's intercontinental train is staying at the rear to facilitate their evacuation. Chen Sixuan sighed. There are so many people. Once we reach Jiazu City, things should be safer, right? Lin Xian shook his head. I wouldn't be so sure. Jiazu is just as big as Yubai. Even if it isn't surrounded by zombies in an endless polar night siege, it's unlikely to be any better. In fact, we may need to avoid large cities entirely moving forward. The scale of this Orientity assault was nothing short of cataclysmic. It shook Lin Xian to his core, just as Apocalypse Day had years ago. And worse, he was beginning to suspect something disturbing. The nightmare creatures didn't seem like mindless beasts. It was as if they had an agenda, a coordinated effort to exterminate humanity. Old Mo and Hueco's words echoed in his mind. If they followed their original route and successfully reached the oceanic rail, they'd still need to consider future travel logistics. If they continued on land, they'd have to upgrade their train for all-terrain traversal. If they risked the oceanic tracks, they'd need to prepare for even worse threats, because whatever lurked in the endless abyss of the Dark Sea would be far more terrifying. Chen Sixuan's voice pulled him back. No one expected Yubai's situation to be this severe. Lin Xian's expression remained grim. If we want to upgrade the train's mobility, we have 2 choices. 1, we go through Jiazu and take the northeast route toward the Phoenix Dawn Center. 2, we stick to our original plan and follow the Huangxing line to Xinjiang. But the remnants of the old Federation government might not welcome us. Chapter 156, The Corpse Chaser General. The Ascension Rail Hall is fully prepped. On the high platform of Zone E, the adjutant rushed forward, his voice urgent. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire ripped through the battlefield, but more and more human Eries and eerie entities surged forward. These creatures were far deadlier than zombies, their attacks devastating, leaving nothing but carnage in their wake. Boom. A missile streaked across the sky, slamming directly into a fog spider perched atop a skyscraper. The massive creature let out a shriek as it collapsed, crashing into the adjacent building. The glass facade shattered, raining debris onto the streets below. Zhang Dingzong stood firm, his machine gun blazing, mowing down one monster after another. Thud. 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 Above the city, the colossal tentacles of the atmospheric mica slowly descended, dragging entire buildings into ruin. The spaceport's floodlights scanned the night sky, but even then, the full scale of the entity remained unseen. Vroom. Suddenly, a pale white light flashed across the battlefield, illuminating the darkness for a brief moment. General, look. What the hell is that? The Iron Guard battalion soldiers, engaged in fierce combat, turned ashen-faced, their eyes shifting to Yubai City's center. Zhang Dingzong's trigger finger halted. His gaze snapped to the distance, his pupils contracting. From within the darkness and swirling fog, a humanoid shadow slowly emerged. At a rough estimate, it stood at least 100 meters tall. Its arms nearly dragged along the ground. Strange, wing-like bone structures jutted from its neck. It loomed in the heart of the city, its gaze seemingly fixed upon Spaceport Number 1. Zhang Dingzong's voice was grim. The corpse shepherd? His eyes narrowed. Just like the intelligence reports described. The monolithic figure exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, a presence so alien, so incomprehensible, that it made one's blood run cold. From atop the fortress walls, Zhang Dingzong and the other Iron Guard officers stood frozen, staring at the colossal humanoid. It was like a being from a higher dimension. Even looking at it sent a shiver down their spines. And the moment the corpse shepherd appeared, the battlefield shifted. The creatures changed. The countless eerie entities, zombies, and even the skyborn jellyfish began to move in unison, as if they were being herded. Their target, Spaceport Number 1. Is it coming for us? A nearby officer's voice trembled. All previous sightings occurred within the polar night zone's active periods. Another officer suddenly realized something horrifying. It's treating us like prey, driving us toward the slaughter? No wonder the zombies are all swarming in one direction. Zhang Dingzong's eyes flickered with realization. He stared at the corpse shepherd, his voice calm yet chilling. Doesn't it feel like it's casting a net? Silence. The officer's expressions darkened. A net. Zhang Dingzong continued. In deep-sea fishing, several boats work together to cast massive nets, gradually narrowing their formation to drive the fish into an enclosed space, until there's no escape. His gaze swept over the battlefield. This horde of zombies and eerie entities. They're like an ever-tightening net. And that corpse shepherd, it's driving us straight into it. The realization hit like a thunderclap. The battlefield wasn't chaos. It was a hunt. Now that you mention it. It does seem like that. Fishing? A heavy silence settled over the officers. One of them gritted his teeth and whispered, "We always assumed these creatures just hunted in the dark, aimlessly preying on survivors. But if this is true..." His voice trembled as he looked toward Zhang Dingzong. "Then the 13 abyss zones on Blue Planet, aren't they just 13 colossal, ever-expanding fishing nets?" Silence. A suffocating pressure filled the air. The implications were terrifying. The polar night wasn't just some environmental anomaly. It was conscious. It was hunting humanity. A wave of fear crashed over them, followed by a surge of fury. "Fuck this. They're treating us like fish?" A furious officer cursed. "Goddamn it. Where the hell did these things even come from?" Anger spread like wildfire. But Zhang Dingzong. His voice remained calm. His gaze remained firm. He looked directly at the corpse shepherd, and smiled. "You want to treat humans like fish? Then let me show you what a torpedo looks like." Boom. The infinite train and the evacuation convoy surged forward. The rails trembled, and the traction clamps locked into place, glowing faintly as the engines roared to life. Inside their respective trains, Lin Jian, Jian Xuai, Shiduan, and Bei Shuang simultaneously gave the command, "Initiate ascension." The trains tilted upward, their momentum accelerating skyward along the ascension rail. Spaceport battlefield, the last stand. Boom. 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 The Iron Guard battalion continued their desperate battle. Zhang Dingzong stood unwavering on the fortress wall, scanning the battlefield below. The human Eries, grotesque entities, and the unrelenting zombie horde were closing in. The sky was a war zone, atmospheric mica tentacles lashed through buildings, fog spiders leaped from skyscraper to skyscraper, and winged horrors circled overhead. Despite the relentless anti-air fire, The monsters kept coming. Then, an unnatural stillness settled over the battlefield. Zhang Dingzong's instincts screamed. He turned his gaze toward the corpse shepherd. The massive humanoid figure still stood in the center of Yubai City, watching. Observing. Calculating. Zhang Dingzong's fingers clenched. Then, the corpse shepherd moved. Not an attack. Not a charge. It simply raised one arm, and pointed at the ascension rail. A silent command. In an instant, the horde went berserk. Every zombie, grotesque entity, and human eerie rushed the spaceport. A tidal wave of death, racing toward the last defensive line. The Iron Guard soldiers knew what this meant. There was no surviving this. But not a single one hesitated. Zhang Dingzong exhaled, gripping his machine gun. He turned to Ma Zietang, who was still loading the final rail cannon shell. Their eyes met. Ready? Zhang Dingzong asked. Ma Zietang smirked. Born ready. The cannon was loaded. Zhang Dingzong gave the order, fire. Boom. The final shot of the Iron Guard battalion. A blinding shockwave tore through the air, aimed directly at the corpse shepherd. Above the battlefield, the infinite train inside the infinite train, Lin Xian's grip tightened on the control levers. The train shot upward, leaving the battlefield far below. In the cockpit, Kiki watched the battlefield shrink beneath them, her voice barely a whisper, "They're not coming back." Chen Sixuan and Shasha sat in carriage number 1, holding on to their seats. Daluo and Blue Xingchen were strapped in inside the nuclear-powered locomotive. Ding Junyi sat alone in the research carriage, hugging the nearest handrail. Zhu Jin, Shu Qin, Old Mo, and Zhang Yun clutched whatever they could. Their breaths were shallow. Then, the sky flashed. A brilliant white explosion consumed the battlefield. The rail cannon's final shot. Followed by, a deafening silence. Spaceport, the Iron Guard battalion's final stand was over. The corpse shepherd remained standing. The zombie tide had overtaken the last defense line. There was no one left. And yet, the corpse shepherd did not chase the train. It simply watched. And then, it turned. And vanished into the fog, aboard the infinite train as the train soared through the atmosphere. Bei Shuang's voice echoed over the communication channels, "We move forward." A beat. Then, softer, for those who stayed behind. Chapter 157, Reaching the Sky Beep. Inside the ascending track hall, 4 heavy-duty train engines roared to life, pulling all the traction platforms into motion. The survivors in the convoy behind felt the ground beneath them tremble before everything suddenly started moving. Why are we departing now? The Iron Guard battalion hasn't retreated yet. What's going on? Are we leaving early? It's moving. It's really moving. Ah, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. We can make it up there. Inside the Iron Guard battalion's military train, a young girl who had just been rescued onto the train clung to her mother's hand, her eyes filled with confusion. "Mom, where are the soldiers?" The woman looked at the train full of injured soldiers and survivors, her eyes turning red. They'll be taking another train. Really? They'll be coming with us? Yes. Whoosh. A staggering 620,000 kilowatt surge of power pulled 2,696 survivor vehicles forward, rapidly accelerating. In just a short sprint, they broke past 200 kilometers per hour before entering the gradual ascent track. The horizon clamp system latched onto the rails as the engines pushed even faster. Aboard the infinite train, Silver Star, Dragon Mountain 1, and the Iron Guard battalion's military train, everyone suddenly felt the ground tilt. The trains lifted into a steep incline, sending any unsecured items sliding toward the rear of the carriages. Within seconds, the trains transitioned into the steeper climbing passage. Mechanical winches extended, latching onto the horizon clamp system beneath the trains, initiating secondary acceleration. Boom. Boom. Thousands of vehicles behind them felt as if they were suddenly yanked off the ground, rocketing into the sky at incredible speed. Ah! Screams filled the climbing passage. Inside the infinite train, everyone clung tightly to the handrails. Chen Sixuan shut her eyes, heart pounding wildly from the immense acceleration. In the cockpit, Kiki and Lin Xian sat firmly in their seats, laser-focused on the controls. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. The altitude climbed rapidly. Lin Xian's voice rang out sternly, "At 2,000 meters, we enter the third acceleration phase. If the horizon clamp system overloads, keep the train locked to the rails." Kiki's expression was tense. She stared wide-eyed at the controls, exclaiming, "Got it." On the Silver Star and Dragon Mountain 1, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. On the Silver Star, every passenger had secured their seatbelts in perfect unison, well prepared. But on Dragon Mountain 1, chaos erupted. Screams filled the air as personal belongings tumbled everywhere. Inside the Iron Guard Battalion's train, Bei Shuang stood in the cockpit, watching the ever-deepening tunnel behind them through the monitors. Her face remained calm, but her eyes carried a resolute determination, like a silent elegy burning in her heart. Bang! 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 Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! At the spaceport's high walls, gunfire raged. Countless rounds of metal-jacketed bullets rained down onto the horde of zombies below. The 1,130 close-in weapon systems and electromagnetic rail cannons roared, playing a grim symphony of death. Above, massive atmospheric jellyfish floated in the sky, casting an overwhelming pressure over the battlefield. Below, the endless sea of zombies surged forward like a tidal wave. At that moment, a transport truck sped into the battlefield, carrying a cylinder-shaped weapon covered with a tarp. Soldiers rushed forward, yanking off the cover. A massive silver missile slowly rose from its cradle, glowing ominously with the unmistakable yellow markings of nuclear weaponry. Zhang Dingzong strode over, his face brimming with excitement. "We've been fighting and running for too long, I've been itching to use this. Let's see what kind of monsters we're really dealing with." His deputy, Ma Zietang, grinned. "Ha! Free cremation service. This is gonna be satisfying. Hell yeah. Let's tear a hole in this fucking net. Who's with me? Hell yeah." At that moment, a towering patrol mech came to a stop. Zanwei stepped down, eyeing the nuke in front of him with astonishment. "Damn. This thing's got some serious power." Zhang Dingzong smirked, then asked, "Zanwei, are your legs steady?" Zanwei let out a determined laugh, snapping to attention. "Commander, I can still stand strong." Then, after a brief hesitation, he looked at Zhang Dingzong with pride and said, "Commander, fighting alongside you until the very last moment. It's the greatest honor of my life." Zhang Dingzong paused, then clapped him on the shoulder. His gaze carried admiration. "Good man. That's the kind of soldier I trained." Hook! A sharp, piercing whistle echoed. Soldiers of the Iron Guard Battalion turned to see the massive convoy charging up the climbing passage, shaking the very air with its momentum. "Look! They're making it up!" Deputy Ma Zietang shouted in excitement. Thousands of soldiers gazed toward the track that led to the sky, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence. The ascending trains were living proof of the battle they had fought to protect humanity's hope. At that moment, some survivor vehicles turned on their hazard lights, their golden flashes flickering in unison. More and more vehicles followed suit, creating a chain of golden lights stretching toward the heavens. A beacon of defiance against the darkness. Zhang Dingzong watched the scene unfold and chuckled softly. "They're cheering us on. Let's not let them down, brothers." "Yes, sir." A deafening war cry erupted from the Iron Guard Battalion and Security Regiment. Woo! Back in the climbing passage, the four trains neared 2,000 meters, the third acceleration was imminent. The kilometer-long train chain surged forward as the engines roared like beasts. "Prepare for third acceleration." Boom! 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 The four trains engaged their high-speed traction systems, engines screaming as they pushed into the final acceleration phase. Whoa! Speed is picking up. Lin Xian stared at the Horizon Clamp System status monitor, pushing the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive to its absolute limit. Just then, a blinding blue light erupted from the atmospheric jellyfish core above the port. Boom! A massive electromagnetic pulse exploded outward. Bzzzzzt. Instantly, every light in the climbing passage flickered violently, sparks flying everywhere. The spaceport's electromagnetic rail cannons went dark, and the four trains lost power, their systems shutting down. Passengers inside the trains were suddenly thrown into darkness. The drive motors let out a dying whine before grinding to a halt. Shit! Electromagnetic pulse. The engines are down. Inside Dragon Mountain 1's cockpit, Shiduan's eyes went wide with horror as he shot up from his seat. "Restart the systems now. We can't lose our momentum." Inside Silver Star, Jian Zhang's face turned deathly pale. "How long?" 10 seconds. The engineers shouted in panic. "Not enough time. If we lose this much speed, the Horizon Clamp System will fail." Jian Zhang turned to his sister, Jian Xuai, shouting desperately, "Sis, we have to detach the train now, or we're all going down." Just as she was about to issue the order, bang! 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 "All trains, do not detach." A deep, commanding voice boomed over the radio. It was Lin Xian. And in the next moment, the infinite train surged forward, roaring against the impossible odds. Clang! 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 The sharp sound of metal clashing rang through the comms. In the next second, several traction steel cables suddenly latched onto the mechanical traction systems of the other three trains. Inside Silver Star, Dragon Mountain 1, and the Iron Guard Battalion train, Jian Xuai, Jian Zhang, Shiduan, Bei Shuang, and Wei Kexwol stared in shock as a massive black heavy-duty train surged ahead, roaring like a beast unleashed. Its engines howled, the ground shook beneath it, and it dragged all three failing trains along with it. Push forward. Inside the infinite train, Lin Xian's eyes burned crimson. His mechanical heart roared at full capacity, pushing Wei 03E's 10-cylinder gas turbine engine to its absolute limit. The power turbines screamed, burning through the last reserves of fuel in a desperate final sprint. Despite the weight of 3 other trains and 2,696 survivor vehicles, Infinite Train refused to slow down. On the other side of the cockpit, Kiki's silver hair fluttered as she clenched her teeth, straining her mind. Her psychic power surged, pressing the train down onto the rails while simultaneously pushing it upward. Whoosh! Inside the climbing passage, a powerful updraft erupted. In the rear convoy, Zhang Yu, sitting inside his off-road vehicle, unleashed every ounce of his wind ability, sending a ferocious tailwind surging behind the train. Boom! 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 Inside Whale 03E, the turbine pressure spiked dangerously. The Infinite Train's carriages groaned under the immense strain, the steel framework creaking as it fought against gravity. Hold on. Lin Xian's entire body felt like it was about to burst from the pressure. He knew Infinite Train alone couldn't pull this off. All he could do was buy the other trains enough time to restart their engines. Against all logic, against all probability, the descent finally slowed. Inside Silver Star, Jian Xuai gasped, chest rising and falling in shock. On the screen in front of her, the Horizon Clamp System's high-voltage threshold had skyrocketed to 28%. 10 seconds had never felt so long. Then, beep. The engine reboot sequence completed. Boom. The Eternal Class train, Silver Star, roared back to life, unleashing a surge of power. Simultaneously, the Iron Guard Battalion train and Dragon Mountain 1 reignited their engines, firing back into full acceleration. The speed climbed again. We're stable? Bei Shuang and Wei Kex stared in disbelief. Impossible. Shi Duan's entire back was drenched in cold sweat. Full power sprint. Jian Xuai barked the command. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. The air pressure climbed, making everyone's ears ring with pain. Inside the roaring tunnel, gravity twisted and turned, but the 4 trains refused to falter. Then, they finally broke through. As the incline suddenly leveled out, the survivors saw it. A massive floating tunnel stretched endlessly forward, vanishing into the horizon. They had made it. They had reached the sky corridor. Behind them, every traction platform successfully followed into the sky corridor. And then, a thunderous cheer erupted. We did. Holy shit, we made it. We're in the sky corridor. We survived. We survived. Chapter 158, Dawn will come on the high-altitude corridor. Thousands of cars erupted into a deafening wave of cheers, like mountains crashing and seas roaring. Some roared in rage, some gasped in shock. Some wept in pain, some panted for breath. The only thing they shared was the sheer awe from that death-defying sprint. At this moment, the 4 locomotives responsible for traction did not stop. They were still being dragged by the mechanical traction system on the track, merging onto parallel lines. Finally, the rear hooks were released, and the yellow traction platforms carrying the survivor convoys were activated by the system, entering the electromagnetic acceleration sequence. Captain Lin, thank you. Zhang Yun's voice came through the walkie-talkie. On Infinite Train, Lin Xian was drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing. That last push had made him feel, for the first time, as if his mechanical heart was about to overload and explode. He had almost blacked out. At this moment, the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive's power turbines emitted a hollow cooling sound, and waves of scorching heat surged out from the engine compartment. Gasping for breath, he lifted his head and looked at the densely packed convoy ahead. Among them, he saw Zhang Yun, Shu Qin, Zhu Jin, and Old Mo sitting on a heavy truck, all nodding at him through the windows. Captain Lin, we'll be waiting for you in Jiazhou. Shu Qin sat in her vehicle, her voice trembling with excitement as the traction platform moved past Infinite Train and slowly advanced forward. Thank you, Captain Lin. Without you, we would have been finished this time. If we ever get the chance, we'll definitely repay you. Zhu Jin added, deeply moved. Thanks, kid surnamed Lin. See you next time. Remember to upgrade your train's propulsion system, the tracks ahead won't be easy. Old Mo reminded. Goodbye. I wish you all luck. Lin Xian picked up the walkie-talkie and responded, looking at them one last time. One after another, the crowd expressed their gratitude to Lin Xian. Thousands of vehicles started moving forward, while many aboard Silver Star and Dragon Mountain No. 1 waved from behind their windows. Woo! One by one, the traction platforms raised their metal windshields. With the electromagnetic acceleration engaged, they shot forward at high speed. The nearly vacuum-like environment inside the high-altitude corridor allowed these vehicles to reach unimaginable velocities. On the Iron Guard Battalion's intercontinental military train, Bei Shuang watched as rows of departing cars faded into the distance, a look of relief on her face. Team Leader Bei, we did it. Wei Kex was drenched in sweat, slumping into his chair with a complicated expression. Wiping his forehead, he muttered, "This is definitely the most thrilling thing I've ever done in my life. It's not over yet. Get the other trains onto separate tracks now." Bei Shuang remained calm. Wei Kex nodded and quickly regained focus, resuming his work on the dispatch system. Many people had yet to make it through the high-altitude tunnel. Breaking through the first barrier was just the beginning. Beep. Soon, all the traction platforms had entered the electromagnetic acceleration passage, swiftly departing. The spaceport's dispatch system began guiding the 4 trains onto different tracks, unlocking their restraints, and notifying them that they were free to proceed. At that moment, Lin Xian's walkie-talkie crackled to life with a transmission from another train. "Lin Xian, this is Jian Xuai. On behalf of Silver Star, I want to thank you. I owe you one." Jian Xuai's usually icy tone carried a rare hint of acknowledgement. She hadn't expected Lin Xian to act so decisively in that life-or-death moment. More importantly, it seemed as if he had anticipated it all along and already had a contingency plan. This forced her to reevaluate this man. A mysterious mechanical ability, the bold traction plan to save everyone, and at the critical moment, the sheer power of his heavy gas turbine locomotive. His move had secured a vital boost in climbing speed, giving the other trains the precious time they needed to reboot their systems. This man was far from ordinary. Behind her, Jian Zhang sat pale-faced on the floor, his expression frozen in terror. He looked like he had just escaped the jaws of death, muttering in disbelief, "A gas turbine? How is that even possible? This is unreal." "Thanks. You guys played a huge role too." On Infinite Train, Lin Xian responded. Both Silver Star and Dragon Mountain No. 1 had been absolute pillars of support in the traction plan. If it had been just Infinite Train alone, he never could have pulled this off. "We'll see you at the orbital ring." "See you." Woo. Silver Star's futuristic engine lights flared to life, carrying over 3,000 passengers as it sped away into the distance. "Good kid, Shidoan, will remember you. If we ever meet on the orbital track again, I'll buy you a drink." Shidoan's bold voice rang out. Lin Xian had a strong impression of this man. In the apocalypse, few dared to stand up without hesitation. Other than Zhang Yun, Shidoan was probably the second one he had seen. "Safe travels." Lin Xian replied. Dragon Mountain No. 1, the massive moving fortress, also began accelerating, surging forward. Within moments, its dozens of carriages had vanished from sight. Neither Silver Star nor Dragon Mountain No. 1 wasted any time. Both trains swiftly entered the railway lines, activating their engines and accelerating toward the horizon. "Captain Lin, thank you for assisting in this evacuation. I will report this to my superiors. If you ever need help, you can always seek aid from Phoenix's rescue organizations across the region. The spaceport is about to fall, evacuate immediately." On the other end, Bei Shuang's voice came through, followed by Wei Kex. "Captain Lin, good luck. See you again someday." "All right." Lin Xian immediately responded as the 2 trains branched onto different tracks and began accelerating. Without electromagnetic acceleration traction platforms, all 4 trains could only rely on their own engines to move along the high-altitude corridor. Although this made them slower, compared to matters of life and death, it was a negligible issue. Each train had a different speed, and with everyone worried that the atmospheric jellyfish above might attack the high-altitude corridor, no one dared to delay. They all pushed their engines to maximum speed, racing to escape Yubai City No. 1 spaceport as fast as possible. Among them, Infinite Train was the slowest. Before long, the 3 trains ahead had already disappeared at the far end of the high-altitude corridor. As the train continued forward, Lin Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. "How are you?" Chen Sixuan walked over anxiously, seeing both Lin Xian and Kiki drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Lin Xian stood up and asked, "Is everyone okay?" "We're all fine." That was way too close. Kiki fanned herself with both hands, her face still full of lingering fear. "For a second, I really thought the train was going to fall. If the horizon clamp system had shattered at that moment, and if the train's engine had shut down, the fate of these tens of thousands of people would have been unimaginably tragic, plummeting from thousands of meters in the air. The consequences would be unthinkable." "Don't say that. We're not out of danger yet. Ms. Chen, use Gemini to push the train to maximum speed." "Got it." Chen Sixuan immediately nodded. Lin Xian's face was pale, his head spinning with dizziness, but there was no time to think about resting. That massive clustered cloud was still in the sky, and with the eerie siege happening tonight, those countless aerial creatures could attack the high-altitude corridor at any moment. Though the corridor's defenses still had enough energy to power the anti-air weapons, all the survivors were currently 4,800 meters above the ground. How could he possibly feel at ease? Just as Lin Xian took a deep breath, preparing to activate mechanical heart again to accelerate, a deep rumbling sound echoed through the air. Boom. Everyone on the train felt a numbness wash over their faces, as if struck by a shock wave. At once, everyone turned their heads toward the train's side windows. From within the corridor, a distant roaring noise was rapidly approaching. What happened? An earthquake? No, it's an explosion. Lin Xian's pupils shrank sharply as he immediately shouted, "Everyone, hold on tight." At the same time, he activated mechanical heart again, pushing infinite train to accelerate. Boom. A massive shockwave instantly swept across the train, causing the entire high-altitude corridor to shake violently. Ah! Chen Sixuan and Shasha screamed as everyone instinctively dropped to the floor. The immense corridor trembled like a ship tossed in stormy waves, rising and falling in chaos. As the violent shockwaves struck, Lin Xian felt the train engine roaring at full force, his body quickly reaching its limit. In that instant, time seemed to slow down. He could hear his own breathing, his heartbeat. His lips tingled, his vision blurred. Accelerate. Faster. In the sky above the Abyss City #1 spaceport, atmospheric jellyfish and countless sky jellyfish floated, while millions of zombies swarmed below. In the heart of the city, an eerie corpse shepherd stood still, staring eastward. Suddenly, in the sky above, a brilliant blue sphere of light ignited. This light was unimaginably bright, like a newborn sun blooming over the land. It was so blinding that it could pierce through human vision. In that moment, Abyss City was engulfed in pure white. Then, a massive shockwave erupted from the center of the explosion, expanding outward in a ring-like pattern. Wherever it reached, the ground trembled. Sand and dust were hurled high into the sky, forming a suffocating curtain that blocked out the heavens. The air itself seemed to ignite, unleashing a deafening roar, a sound like 10,000 war drums struck at once, or a thunderous detonation reverberating through the world. Moments later, a gigantic mushroom cloud began to rise. Its base was vast, and its top unfurled like a colossal umbrella. It rolled and expanded upward, its color shifting from pale gray to deep black, resembling a devil's flower blooming from the depths of hell, radiating pure destruction. Under the force of the shockwave, millions of zombies were vaporized in an instant. The sky jellyfish were immediately swallowed by the dazzling sphere of light. Above them, the clustered cloud let out an eerie, tremulous cry, but no one could hear it. Its mountain-sized bell began to burn. Countless massive tentacles shattered and crumbled like falling boulders. "General, will we win?" On the high platform at the center of Zone Ni in the spaceport plaza, Zhang Dingzong stood amid the countless fallen soldiers of the Iron Guard Battalion. The last dozen survivors surrounded him as he gazed at the massive humanoid shadow in the city center. The shadow seemed to be staring back at him. The song of humanity is a song of courage. No matter how dark the sky, one day, it will be illuminated. Boom. The light sphere exploded. Everything was consumed by blinding white. At the very edge of Abyss Zone #3's polar night, spanning thousands of kilometers, a blazing light erupted, burning away the eerie creatures lurking in the darkness. On the high-altitude corridor, thousands of survivor vehicles sped forward. The 4 trains roared through the skies. Nearly 20,000 people were racing for their lives. Aboard Infinite Train, the dark radio crackled with static. Lin Xian, exhausted, walked over. Around him stood the entire team, Chen Sixuan, Kiki, Luo Yi, Shasha, Ding Junyi, and Lu Xingchen, all watching the radio with heavy expressions. A voice echoed through every survivor's radio. Phoenix Global Broadcast, based on the latest Abyss research analysis, Dark Night is expanding due to the influence of the Abyss tides. However, its spread will gradually slow as it moves away from the abyssal center. According to Phoenix's calculations, Blue Planet will enter a global night in 1 year and 96 days. This polar night may last over 571 years. For the survival of human civilization, Phoenix now issues an urgent global notification: all survivors must follow the escape routes farthest from the abyss. Head east, toward the dawn. No matter where you are right now. Survive. Believe, dawn will come. Chapter 159, Dead City. This was the first time Lin Xian's mechanical heart had completely consumed his energy. The sensation felt as if it had triggered some kind of self-protection program, forcibly shutting down. When his mechanical ability began running again, he immediately felt a chilling sensation on his skin, along with weightlessness. The infinite train was descending rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tracks hummed, and the train trembled slightly. Lin Xian opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed in car number 1. From the cockpit, he heard Chen Sixuan's crisp voice, decelerating. No obstacles ahead. Hold on, everyone. Shasha, make sure your brother Lin doesn't fall. Turning his gaze, he saw Wo Shasha pressing down on his shoulder, her small face tense as she stared out the window, afraid he would roll off the bed due to inertia. Sister Chen, no radio broadcasts about Jiazu City so far. Kiki's voice came from car number 2. Lin Xian's mind was still groggy, but his subconscious told him, this descent angle. It had to be the climbing passage. Had they already arrived at Jiazu City? Ding. A notification from the mechanical heart snapped him back to reality. He realized that several hours ago, the Research and Development Center had completed research on the M556 light machine gun, and a new blueprint was now available. A flash of light. Inside the Research and Development Center, a brand new blueprint appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for the Roaring K-23 electric Gatling gun. Lin Xian craned his neck to look at it, his pupils trembling slightly before he collapsed back onto the pillow. Am I seeing things? What the hell is this? I wanted firepower enhancements, and it just throws out something like this. After pondering for a moment, he became certain, the Research and Development Center wasn't merely upgrading blueprints. Just like how it had created the A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier out of thin air, it was manifesting new technology altogether. At this point, he even started to suspect that the endgame of the Research and Development Center wasn't limited to creating things that existed on this planet. No time to dwell on it now. Lin Xian shook off his dizziness and sat up. Wo Shasha gasped in surprise. Brother Lin. You're awake? Where are we? On the descending tracks of Jiazu's number 2 spaceport. We've been flying through the high-altitude corridor for about 7 or 8 hours now. Shasha replied. Lin Xian sat up straight. The entire train was tilted downward. He activated his mechanical heart and quickly sensed that Chen Sixuan was using the horizon clamp system to control the descent. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The black armored train continued its descent toward the ground. In the cockpit, Chen Sixuan looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. You're awake? Is everything under control? Lin Xian asked, seeing that the train was still charging forward at high speed. He cautiously began adjusting the train's trajectory. So far, no issues. I pushed the train to max speed in the high-altitude corridor, but compared to others, we're still a few hours behind. That's fine. Lin Xian's voice was deep. As long as we made it. This is already the fastest we could escape the dark night while covering the greatest distance. All the traction platforms had used electromagnetic acceleration to reach 1,000 kilometers per hour. Trains like the Silver Star and Dragon Mountain No. 1 had far superior configurations, so it was natural for the Infinite Train to fall behind in speed. But for a team that had just crossed 4,500 kilometers over the Danzō Plateau, they had, at least for now, escaped the threat of the polar night. I wonder if anyone else stopped at Jiazu Spaceport. No idea about others, but Shu Ken's group should be waiting for us. Lin Xian replied. After what had happened at the spaceport, he decided that, like Silver Star and Dragon Mountain No. 1, he would expand the train on a massive scale, bring in more passengers, and fully tap into the potential of his mechanical heart. At the same time, he had another critical issue to resolve, the train's all-terrain mobility. The orbital rail passed through major cities and extreme regions alike. He needed multiple route options, just like Phoenix's Dawn Center. At that moment, the slope leveled out, the train shot down the climbing passage, and a massive track hall appeared in view. The train's powerful rumbling echoed through the vast hall. Ipti. Jiazu's No. 2 spaceport was built into a mountain, with its tracks running through underground tunnels. As the Infinite Train followed the tunnel along the subterranean tracks, a beam of light suddenly appeared ahead. Without stopping, the Infinite Train burst out of the tunnel. In an instant, blinding sunlight flooded the train, illuminating every carriage. Along with it came a distinct warmth. It's daytime. The sun's up so early. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan squinted against the glare. Shasha and Kiki came running in as well. Through the glass viewport, a silent metropolis unfolded under the morning sun. It was 7 a.m. The sunlight was still cold, but compared to the blizzard conditions of Yubai City, this warmth felt almost comforting. Wow! It's been so long since I've seen the sun this early. Kiki gasped. Chen Sixuan's gaze softened. Feels like coming back from the dead. Our daytime hours just increased a lot all at once. Shasha beamed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The train glided swiftly along the high-speed elevated tracks of the spaceport. Beyond them, the cityscape stretched into the distance, both familiar and alien. 4,500 kilometers. Lin Xian murmured. Jiazu to Longjiang is near the middle ground between Abyss Zones number 3 and number 5. Shasha admired the view. The people here are lucky. They get longer daylight than most places. That's one way to put it. Kiki frowned, pressing closer to the window. But why? Does this city feel way too quiet? Looks like a dead city. Shouldn't there be lots of survivors in a middle zone between abysses? Lin Xian shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Abyss Zones number 3, number 5, and number 7 are all close together. Even if there's temporary livable space, it's just boiling frogs in warm water. The dangers of the dark night are the same everywhere. The farther a city was from an abyss, the more time and space it had to survive. But the Black Knight infection was just as lethal. With abysses expanding at different rates, some regions were slower to be covered and thus had higher survival chances. Jiazu City was far from the rapidly expanding Abyss number 3, but it was dangerously close to Abysses number 5 and number 7. If both those abysses expanded at full speed, this entire middle zone would be swallowed in no time. Population and city structure are major factors. Ding Junyi stepped forward. Abyss number 3 is in Lukang and Dingzhou, the most densely populated area of the Oceanic province. It's just like Abyss number 1 in North America, number 2 in Asia Pacific, number 9 in Europe, and number 11 in the Republic continent. These areas saw the fastest dark tides expansion. That's why Phoenix promotes mobility for survival. She continued. For example, the Arctic ice cap, influenced by the polar day, is estimated to be one of the last places covered by the polar night. Lin Xian nodded. Not bad. For humanity, that's a shrinking safe zone. Something about it reminded him of an old game, where you had to keep running from the shrinking zone. You call that a safe zone? Kiki was dumbfounded. That place is the freaking Arctic. There's nothing there. How the hell are people supposed to survive? Lin Xian turned to look at her, his expression meaningful. Trust me, when the entire planet is covered in an endless polar night, and monsters roam every inch of land, a sunlit wasteland will become the most desirable refuge imaginable. Chapter 160, Corpse Grove. Jiazu City was located on the western edge of the Dazhu Plateau, part of the Yunjian Plains. It was a major transportation hub. From here, heading northeast led to Zilan and Quancheng, while further northeast lay the western Gobi, which had already been devoured by Abyss Zone number 5. To the southeast, one would find Hong, which was adjacent to Abyss Zone number 7. The orbital rail network passed directly between Abyss Zone number 5 and number 7, cutting through Jiazu City, Hangshan Pass, Wei River, Longjiang, and stretching across the Parma grasslands to Zhanhai and Xingcheng. The Jiazu City Orbital Rail Station was a massive structure built on a hillside, offering a commanding view over the entire city. Unlike other places, Jiazu City had not yet been engulfed by the dark tides. The skies remained clear, and the temperature was comfortable. There were no blizzards or extreme cold like in the Dazhu Plateau. Whoosh, the infinite train slowly rolled into the station platform. This was a passenger terminal, a place that should have long been overrun by zombies. Yet, as Lin Xian and the others cautiously drove in, they found the station completely empty. Not a single person. Not a single corpse. If not for the scattered luggage, the dried bloodstains, and the buzzing flies, Lin Xian might have thought they had stepped into a pre-apocalypse train station that had never even opened. Strange. Chen Sixuan frowned. We're only a few hours late. With so many survivor convoys passing through, wouldn't at least some people have stopped here to rest? Why isn't there a single person? Lin Xian also found it bizarre. He remembered that Shu Ken's convoy had planned to wait for them here. But now, everything about this place reeked of something unnatural. Too quiet. Where are Luo Yi and Lu Xingchen? They stood guard all night. They're still sleeping. Wake them up. Lin Xian's voice grew heavy. Everyone, stay alert. Something was wrong. If all the survivor convoys had vanished, something was definitely off. Logically, this place should have been a temporary rest stop. It was far from the polar night of Abyss Zone number 3, and after surviving the brutal battle at the spaceport, people should have wanted to stop here and recover. Zhang Yun and his group should have arrived a few hours earlier. Chen Sixuan analyzed. At that time, it would have still been dark here. Could they have encountered a near entity? Lin Xian nodded grimly. That's a possibility. BZZZT. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Lin Xian stiffened. This was the same frequency used during the spaceport's traction operation. Could there still be survivors from the spaceport here? Lin Team. Lin Team. Can you hear me? Shukin? Chen Sixuan exclaimed in shock. Lin Xian immediately pressed the talk button. I can hear you. Where are you? Lin Team. Be careful. Whatever you do, do not open the doors or windows. This place is infested with, crackle. Caw, before Shuken could finish, a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out in front of the train. Thump. A black crow landed on the windshield, letting out a piercing shriek. At the same time, its head tilted unnaturally, peering inside the carriage. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The crow's eyes were gone. In their place were writhing, black tendrils, thin and elongated like parasitic worms, twisting and twitching in the empty sockets. The crow seemed to sense the presence of humans inside. It cocked its head, then suddenly lunged forward, slamming its beak against the windshield. Bang! The impact was so powerful that it echoed crisply through the train. This thing is infected by the Dark Knight. Lin Xian scowled. Kiki stepped forward, lifting her hand to clear it out, but before she could act, the crow suddenly went berserk. Bang! 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 It frenziedly pecked at the window. Crack! Crack! Its entire beak shattered, yet the creature didn't stop. Instead, dozens of black tendrils wriggled out from its broken skull, latching onto the glass, making an eerie squeaking sound. And then, above the station platform, more crows began descending. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. Some circled in the air. Others perched on the platform roof. As if triggered by the first crow's actions, the entire murder of crows began to descend upon the infinite train. Bang! 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 The sound of countless beaks striking metal echoed like raindrops against the train roof. Inside the carriage, passengers looked around anxiously. Lin Xian took a deep breath, then immediately shut all the blackout panels and disabled the ventilation system, sealing the train into an airtight space. Disgusting. Someone muttered. Lin Xian turned to Ding Junyi. Have you seen anything like this before? Ding Junyi scanned the crows, hands stuffed into his pockets. Never. The Dark Knight creates far too many mutation types. In the biological research lab, we receive new samples every single day. The infections, aggression, and attack methods are completely unpredictable. Her eyes narrowed. But for this place to be completely void of zombies, it's likely a full-scale biological outbreak occurred here. Biological outbreak. A wave of unease spread among the crew. An outbreak so severe that it wiped out all the zombies. BZZT, Lin Team. Shuken's voice crackled back through the walkie-talkie. Can you hear me? I hear you. Where are you? We're hiding in a train maintenance warehouse. Over there. Chen Sixuan pointed towards a black warehouse at the far end of the station's side track. Outside the warehouse, an overhead gantry crane loomed over a cluster of rusted gas turbine locomotives. Through the static, Shuken's voice continued. Last night, many survivor convoys were attacked by some kind of unknown creatures. BZZT. The skies are filled with them. BZZT. Any sound attracts them. Sound? Chen Sixuan's face changed. She pointed toward the city streets in the distance. There, hovering above the buildings, was a massive, writhing black cloud. It moved. It wasn't a cloud. It was birds. Holy shit. Owo Xingchen staggered out, rubbing his sleep-deprived eyes. That's way too many birds. They look like a swarm of mosquitoes. Shasha scrunched her face, visibly disturbed. Bang. 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 The pecking grew relentless. Lin Xian immediately gestured for silence. He quickly scanned the area, spotting an old metal water tower near the station. His gaze shifted to Kiki, pointing at the cylindrical water tank on top. Then, he gestured for it to be pushed over. Kiki understood instantly. She focused her psychic power, the metal frame groaned as bolts snapped, and the water tank began to tilt. Creak! The noise immediately drew the attention of the crows. With a sharp whoosh, countless crows abandoned the train, flocking toward the collapsing tower. Kiki gave one final push, and sent the entire water tank tumbling down the slope. Chapter 161, Joining the New Team. Boom, dong, dong, dong. The water tank crashed to the ground like a giant metal drum, producing a deafening roar that instantly startled every corpscrow on the infinite train. In an instant, an overwhelming chorus of ear-piercing caws erupted. The swarm of black corpscrows, like a tidal wave, frantically surged toward the rolling metal tank. Meanwhile, the tank tumbled down the slope, its loud rumbling echoing through the air. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others suddenly realized that the entire platform's roof and the passenger terminal above them were densely packed with these black corpscrows, blotting out the sky as they came swooping down. So, there were this many of them above us the whole time. Kiki muttered, feeling a chill run down her spine. Lin Xian wasted no time and immediately started operating the train. Little girl, switch the track for me. We're heading into the maintenance depot to rescue Shuken and the others. Got it. Woo, the infinite train roared to life once more. Taking advantage of the distraction, it sped towards the maintenance warehouse while the endless swarm of corpse crows was fixated on the noise. Inside the warehouse, Shuken's convoy spotted the approaching train and immediately rushed to push open the massive workshop doors, clearing a path for Infinite Train to enter. Hurry! Get inside, quick! Shuken stood at the warehouse entrance, waving her hand frantically while speaking into her walkie-talkie. Clang! Clang! Bang! As soon as the Infinite Train made it inside, Shuken's men swiftly shut the sliding doors behind it. Boom! The heavy doors slammed shut, the sound echoing through the vast maintenance depot. You guys okay? Seeing that the Infinite Train had safely arrived, Shuken finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the train doors opened, Lin Xian and the others stepped down, their flashlights sweeping over the scene. Shuken's convoy was still intact, all 7 vehicles were there, but their exteriors were covered in black bloodstains and scattered corpse crow feathers. It was clear that they had barely survived an onslaught the previous night. Lin Xian glanced around the large train hoisting workshop. Its arched metal ceiling and full metal structure seemed sturdy enough. Most of Shuken's 30-some survivors were still huddled inside their vehicles, too exhausted or traumatized to move. What happened? Why are you hiding here? Lin Xian asked. Shuken looked drained. It's a long story. Last night, we made it down from the high-altitude corridor and planned to stay outside the city, find a safe place to rest, and wait for you. But as soon as we left Jiazu spaceport, those monstrous birds attacked. It was chaos. Many convoys crashed in the panic, and most people didn't even have time to stop before they were forced to flee. These things are fast. I don't even know how many people managed to escape. She pointed toward the distance. We only survived because we stumbled upon this place. And because the commotion from Silver Star and Dragon Mountain 1 drew most of the birds away. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Lin Xian frowned. So, they attack at night too? They don't care if it's day or night. A terrified young man from Shuken's convoy walked over, his face pale. They're everywhere up there. We saw people get eaten alive in seconds, nothing left but bones. It's terrifying. They eat people? Kiki sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder we haven't seen a single zombie around, they've all been devoured. That's probably right. Ding Junyi, wearing disposable gloves, carefully picked up a small, wriggling black worm from one of the convoy's shattered windshields using tweezers. She examined it with a calm expression. This thing eats inorganic material, too. She pointed at the barely visible scratch on the windshield. Originally, she had prepared a test tube, but after seeing that, she opted for a reinforced metal container instead. Sealing the black worm inside, she immediately took it back to the train for further analysis. That powerful? Chen Sixuan was stunned. Wait. Then those black worms on the corpse crow's faces, were they trying to devour our windows? It's possible. Lin Xian's gaze fell on the bullet-riddled and scarred vehicles of Shuken's convoy. His expression darkened. But from the looks of it, these corpse crows rely on sound, not sight. If that's the case, we might have a way to handle them. He turned toward Kiki. The girl's unique ability had already proven to be an invaluable asset, saving them from a lot of unnecessary trouble. So, what's our plan now? Oh, right. Shuken suddenly turned around and gestured toward the far end of the maintenance depot. We found something here. Not sure if it's useful to you guys. Lin Xian followed her gaze and saw 2 trains parked on the repair tracks, 1 city passenger train and 1 freight train. Both had their locomotives lifted onto hoists for maintenance, but they didn't look too old. Whenever Lin Xian reached a major station, he always checked for usable train carriages or locomotives. Earlier, he had scanned the passenger terminal and side tracks, but all he found were rusted-out oil tankers and decommissioned freight trains, overgrown with weeds, resembling a train graveyard. Most of those scrap trains were useless. But here, Shuken had actually found some decent ones. The freight train wasn't the main focus, the city passenger train was the real gem. It still had a clean, white exterior, a 5-carriage setup, and relatively modern amenities inside. Wow! The carriages look amazing! Shasha exclaimed. This is a premium-class passenger train. High-end features, but... Chen Sixuan turned to Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled. You're about to say it's too fragile, right? Shuken's gaze flickered as she looked at him. Captain Lin, my convoy and I have talked it over. If possible, we'd like to join your train. Lin Xian saw the hopeful and expectant gazes directed at him from all directions. Some people stood outside, while others peeked from inside their vehicles. From the campfire at Kuguan, to the battle at Mount Daluo, and the journey into Yubai City, Shuken's Bigfoot convoy had been through hell. They were down to just a few vehicles and 30-some people. If they hadn't formed an alliance with Zhu Jin's convoy and followed Infinite Train into Jiazo spaceport, they wouldn't have made it this far. Zhu Jin's convoy still had over 100 survivors. Old Mo's group was a family alliance, so they weren't in as dire need of protection. But Shuken's convoy. They needed a stronghold. Lin Xian nodded without hesitation. I said before, if we survive the journey across Danzō Plateau, we'll merge into a single fortress train and survive together. I wasn't joking. Hearing this, Chen Sixuan, Kiki, and the others visibly brightened, their eyes filled with excitement. For real? Shuken stared at Lin Xian in shock before grinning with excitement. Thank you, Captain Lin. Seriously? That's awesome. Shuken's convoy cheered in excitement. Thank you so much. We have new comrades now. Hope flickered in Shuken's eyes. She turned to her people and declared, from today onward, the Bigfoot convoy officially joins the Infinite convoy. Every one of us, including myself, will follow Captain Lin's command. Yes. No problem. Captain Lin, we're all at your command. Chapter 162, Black Chrysanthemum of Hell. Lin Xian's gaze swept over Shuken's convoy. He was familiar with most of the people inside, many of them he had met before at the Kuguan Bonfire Mutual Aid Gathering. But along the way, their numbers had dwindled significantly. Survivor convoys were usually formed by small groups of refugees banding together. At first, they weren't particularly close, but after facing life and death crises repeatedly, they naturally grew familiar with one another. In the face of such an existential threat, sticking together for survival was the only choice. However, when it came to personal life or death decisions, not everyone possessed the self-sacrificing spirit of the Iron Guard Battalion. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Taking in so many people would undoubtedly increase the burden on the team's survival resources, but at the same time, it could also enhance their combat strength. The outcome would depend on both the leadership at the core of the team and whether the group could unite as one. He could see that Shuken, as the leader of her convoy, protected her people like a head of a large family. However, Infinite Train had faced countless dangers along the way, he couldn't possibly watch over every single person. I welcome everyone to join us, but there's something I need to make clear up front. Lin Xian said. The train is a closed environment, unlike cars, which are more flexible. While it provides a greater sense of security, any issue that arises could cause a chain reaction of problems. I know that each of your vehicles represents a household or a close-knit group of friends. But once you board Infinite Train, everyone becomes one unit. I won't tolerate cliques or people who refuse to consider others. If anyone like that exists, I will kick them off the train myself. Or you can take a moment now to think it through, because once you get on board, many of your vehicles will have to be abandoned. There will be no turning back. Lin Xian's words earned approving looks from Chen Sixuan and the others. Allowing new people onto the train was a decision Lin Xian could make. However, Infinite Train had survived this long because of the cooperation of every squad member. The more people there were, the more it would resemble a miniature society. The train was like a moving city. If the teams lost their previous unity, it would be disastrous in the face of danger. Shuken nodded in agreement. She swept her gaze over the people behind her. Captain Lin is asking for your opinion. If you want to join, speak up for yourself. She understood Lin Xian's reasoning. Joining a team meant entrusting one's life to the decisions of others. Since it was a matter of life and death, merging convoys wasn't a decision she could make alone, the final choice had to be in each person's hands. I agree. I want to follow Sister Shuken and join Infinite Train. A lively young girl was the first to raise her hand. Lin Xian looked at her, and she quickly added, flustered, and my name is Miaolu, but everyone calls me Lulu. I'm in charge of logistics and cooking for the convoy, and I know some basic medical care. I agree too. The short young man who had opened the door earlier also spoke up loudly. I'm Lu Chang. I don't have many skills, but I'm fast and a good shot. Me too. My name is He Feng. Xian Yao. Zhu Yixuan. Our entire Zhongjia family agrees. Count me in. One by one, the survivors voiced their agreement. Lin Xian listened carefully to each introduction, gradually getting a sense of their capabilities. Chen Sixuan glanced at Lin Xian, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. From the first time she had contacted him, she had seen his ruthless decisiveness. But after surviving so many crises along the way, she could tell that Lin Xian's philosophy on survival in the apocalypse was changing. At first, he was extremely cautious, unwilling to let just anyone on or off the train. But now, he was willing to take in a team of 30 people. That alone showed how much stronger his mentality had become. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan asked as she scanned their surroundings, what's the plan now? We leave the city. Lin Xian's decision was firm. Originally, I planned to resupply and upgrade the train in Jiazhu City, but given the current situation, we need to get out of here as soon as possible, shake off these crows first. Initially, he had been tempted to stay in Jiazhu, where the sun was shining brightly, to upgrade Infinite Train. Back at Yubai #1 spaceport, he had scanned not only robots but also obtained several useful blueprint components. For instance, automated blast doors from the spaceport, the sentry monitoring system for the traction device, and a lifting base from the maintenance workshop. With these, he could convert an entire carriage into a weapon station, build an 1130 close-in weapon system, and even create an engineering robot for precise welding and ammunition chain maintenance. But all those plans had been thrown into chaos by the appearance of the massive flock of crows. Even behemoths like Silver Star and Dragon Mountain #1 hadn't dared to linger here. Who knew how much worse the crows would become after nightfall? So Lin Xian decided to take the 2 trains Shu Ken had found in the maintenance workshop and get out of the city first. They could deal with upgrades later, once they were safe. "We'll drive alongside you on the tracks," Shu Ken said. Lin Xian nodded. For now, their only option was to leave Jiazu City first. Infinite Train had only 1 carriage that could store vehicles, and the 2 additional trains they found, one a passenger train and the other a freight train, meant they couldn't just abandon their transport and flee. "Everyone, get ready. We leave in 30 minutes. Lin Xian gave the order. "Got it." The crowd responded in unison. The tense atmosphere spread quickly. Lin Xian immediately began offloading the maintenance locomotive from the crane, attaching it to Infinite Train for future devouring and modifications. Once that was done, he returned to the train. At that moment, Director Ding called him over the communicator, summoning him to carriage #3. "What's up?" "There are 2 things we need to go over." Ding Junyi replied without looking up, still peering through a microscope. This parasite exhibits a clear photophobic response, which aligns with the traits of nocturnal eerie entities. It lacks a visual system. If it detaches from its growth host and is exposed to sunlight, its activity rapidly diminishes. "So, you're saying that if these corpse crows attack at night, they'll be far more dangerous?" Lin Xian asked, realizing his suspicions were correct. "Exactly. If these black threadworms use the crows as carriers to attack survivor convoys at night, they could detach onto vehicles and chew through them at an alarming rate, consuming both the vehicle and the people inside." Lin Xian frowned. "They can chew through anything?" "Judging by the damage to the portals, their devouring ability is quite strong. Our train's high-strength alloy should slow them down a bit, but if they attack in large numbers, they'll pose a serious threat. This just keeps getting worse." "There's some good news, though," Ding Junyi said calmly. "Besides their inability to see or smell, meaning they rely on air vibrations to detect prey, I discovered a second weakness." "What is it?" "Fire." Ding Junyi turned to him. "They fear both light and fire. I cut off a piece and ran a division test. It contains a flammable substance. If ignited, it could cause an explosive reaction." Lin Xian immediately understood. "That's much better than relying on guns." "What's the second issue?" he asked. Ding Junyi raised a hand and pointed to a plant incubation chamber. Inside, Hell's black chrysanthemum was glowing a deep red. "I've been monitoring the growth of Blood Scourge Flora #1, and it's undergone 2 changes in a short period. One happened after we escaped Underground City #9. The other was last night." Chapter 163, "The fire is not big enough." "What do you mean?" Lin Xian's gaze shifted to the eerie Blood Scourge Flora. He had never paid much attention to it before, but after Ding Junyi's reminder, he noticed, the flower did look redder. "It's not your imagination." Ding Junyi seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian was about to say. She picked up her mobile terminal, pulled up a set of comparison data, and handed it to him. "The red glow, the blooming of the stamens, both have changed significantly." Lin Xian frowned as he studied the surveillance comparison on the screen. "So, what does this mean? That the flower is blooming?" Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses. The #1 Blood Scourge Flora remained unchanged for 21 days after it was sent to the laboratory and then transported out of the underground city. The first change occurred the night we left Underground City #9. At first, I thought it was entering a growth stage, but that wasn't the case. Then, just last night, after we left Yubai Spaceport, its stamens expanded dramatically, and the red glow intensified by at least 50%. Lin Xian was confused. "And then?" "That's it." Ding Junyi casually put her hands in her pockets. "The #1 Blood Scourge Flora is a valuable asset on the train, so I had to inform you. If you're asking me for an analysis, I can only say there are many possible explanations. For instance, as you suggested, this might be a sign of plant maturity, which I'm inclined to believe. However, both changes coincided with major events we experienced. The fluctuations in the red glow aren't continuous or predictable, so there are other possibilities as well. It could be related to environmental changes or even linked to eerie entities and dark energy." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the Hell's black chrysanthemum. As long as it doesn't turn into a monster on the train, I guess I can accept it. After speaking, he suddenly recalled something and immediately headed to car number 1. There, he retrieved a plastic bottle of water from a storage cabinet. Before entering Yubai City, he had Chen Sixuan use the water purifier to fill this bottle. His intention was to test whether the Eerie Cube could block the pollution from the Dark Invasion. But after entering Yubai City, one problem after another kept cropping up, and he had completely forgotten about it. Now, he opened the bottle and took out a water quality detector to check it. Beep. A green light flashed on the detector. Lin Xian's eyebrows shot up. As expected. His gaze locked onto the Eerie Cube mounted on the wall, eyes burning with excitement. It really can block the pollution of the Dark Invasion. This thing is a treasure. If that's the case, then no matter how many people are on the train, we shouldn't have to worry about anyone getting infected and going rogue from corruption. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Xian checked the time and returned to the driver's cabin to prepare for departure. Everyone, listen up. These crows are afraid of fire. Don't fire your guns, or you'll attract more of them. Keep all windows shut and just follow the infinite train closely. His voice echoed through the convoy's walkie-talkie channel. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Xingchen, it's your time to shine. The moment Lin Xian heard that the crows feared fire, the first person who came to mind was Lu Xingchen. Shu Ken's convoy didn't have any flamethrowers, and using bullets on these beasts was a complete waste, not to mention the gunfire might trigger a chain reaction. Afraid of fire? Kekeke. Fire is the ultimate nemesis of all demons and evil. It is my duty to purge these wretched creatures. Fear not, I will take action. Hearing his cocky voice over the walkie-talkie, Kiki and the others couldn't help but frown. This guy is way too full of himself. In car number 5, Dialu turned to look at Lu Xingchen with an exasperated expression after hearing what he said over the radio. At that moment, Lu Xingchen stood before a large mirror, constantly striking different dramatic poses. Divine, crossfire. He interlocked his fingers and made a cross shape, but then shook his head. No, no. Not good enough. Then, he shifted the cross to his left eye. Looks a bit creepy. Next, he placed it over his chest, but still wasn't satisfied. Too sinister, not fitting for my style. Finally, he flattened his hands and pointed forward in a cross-like gesture, only to burst out laughing at his reflection. Why does this keep looking more and more flamboyant? Next one, next one. Dialu, clang. The iron gate of the maintenance workshop slowly opened. Infinite Train pulled 2 other train cars along as it gradually rolled out, the rusted tracks letting out a sorrowful screech. Shuken's 7 vehicles also revved up their engines, their passengers tense with apprehension as they steered onto the roadway. At the junction, they turned onto the tracks. The Huangsing main rail was built with a wide, hard metal track surface. Some sections allowed for direct electromagnetic acceleration and maglev travel, making the drive smooth and effortless. Caw, caw, the trembling tracks immediately startled a massive flock of black corpse crows below the hillside. They erupted into the sky like dark dust, swarming toward the train in an overwhelming black tide. Everyone, speed up. Stay in formation and don't fall behind, we'll handle the crows. Vroom. The Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive's engine roared to life, and the whale gas turbine engine began its mad acceleration. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already stationed Lu Xingchen at the rear to cover the convoy. Thud. 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 The corpse crows lunged at the infinite train's front, their black feathers and shattered bodies scattering in all directions. Their ear-piercing screeches filled the air as they kamikazed into the train. From within the splattered remains, countless black worms wriggled free, latching onto the train's hull and windows, making everyone's skin crawl. Kiki. Lin Xian had specifically called her to the front for this. You. Kiki grimaced at the dense swarm of wriggling bugs. With a push of her hand, an invisible telekinetic shield swept them away. The next wave of crows slammed into the force field, unable to get any closer to the train. Good. Keep it up. Lin Xian ordered. With Chen Sixuan and Kiki handling the front, Lin Xian rushed toward the rear. Whoosh. The corpse crows filled the sky like an avalanche, their bodies slamming against the train's sides and roof. Overhead, Shu Ken's convoy was completely engulfed in a storm of wings. Fire fist. Boom. A massive pillar of fire erupted from the train's rooftop, unleashing scorching flames. The crows caught in it burned like gunpowder, igniting in white-hot flames with sharp popping noises. Boom. 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 A chain reaction of explosions spread through the sky, engulfing the crows in a sea of fire. Ah! Shu Ken's convoy members screamed as the intense heat pressed down on them. Clang. 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 Several grappling hooks shot out from the train, precisely latching onto the vehicle's tow bars. Lin Xian opened the empty carriage doors at the rear and hooked every vehicle onto the train's tow hooks. Not enough fire. Lin Xian shouted at Lu Xingchen. Then let's burn the whole damn city down. With a wild grin, Lu Xingchen leaped out of the train, stepping onto the tow chains Lin Xian had secured. He thrust his hands downward, spewing fire to propel himself into the sky. Suspended above, he looked down at the endless black tide of crows, his eyes sharp, lips curling into a smirk. He crossed his arms over his chest. Divine, incinerating heavens. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted outward in all directions, sending waves of flames surging into the sky. Lin Xian frowned at the spectacle, muttering, "This guy might as well give up on wearing clothes in the future." Chapter 164, Escape from Jiazu. A sky full of corpse crows devouring everything. What might be an apocalyptic disaster for other convoys was nothing more than a battlefield of fire for Lu Xingchen, whose fire-based ability made this the perfect domain for him. Above, the black cloud of corpse crows erupted into flames, each one bursting into ashes and raining down like gray snow. Yet despite this, waves of crows continued to take off from the roadside, slamming into Shuken's jeeps and off-road military vehicles, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Clang! 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 Seeing this, Lin Xian's heart burned with urgency. He immediately forged layers of metal plates, shielding the vehicles from the onslaught. But some still managed to break through. Boom! Boom! Standing shirtless atop the train, Lu Xingchen continuously unleashed fire, incinerating the swarming crows to protect Shuken's convoy. Divine, fire wall. Looking at the barrier walls flanking the railway, Lu Xingchen unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting both sides to form a blazing firewall that shielded the convoy. Finally, as the train picked up speed, the corpse crows began to fall behind, their relentless impact diminishing sharply. When the infinite train finally left the outskirts of Jiazu City, the ear-piercing screeches of the birds gradually faded into silence. At this point, Shuken's convoy had been forcefully dragged out of the flames and the swarm by Lin Xian using tow chains, but they were in complete disarray. The outer armor and windows of their vehicles were coated in thick layers of blood and black feathers, with various bird remains piled up like smeared tomato paste. The overwhelming stench of blood stung the passengers' eyes, making it impossible to keep them open. Had he not been tethered to the train, the entire convoy might have already flipped over and perished. Lin Xian surveyed the vehicles and noticed that large sections of paint and coating had been completely stripped away, revealing the bare silver metal beneath. The sight sent chills down his spine. These parasites. Horrifying. Even in the darkness, creatures like this exist. Thankfully, the black worms had been burned away. Without fire, even if they had escaped the corpse crows, they would have been forced to abandon their vehicles and flee on foot. Shuken, how's the situation? Lin Xian picked up his walkie-talkie. We're okay for now. Shuken responded, her grip tense on the wheel. Checking the rear-view mirror, she confirmed that none of the vehicles had been lost, and finally exhaled in relief. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. He quickly released all the tow chains connecting the convoy. Vroom. Vroom. Just then, the last off-road vehicle suddenly lost control, veering straight into the railway's metal wall. Something had gone terribly wrong. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he accelerated the train immediately. At the same time, the Shuken convoy also noticed the anomaly and quickly hit the brakes. Everyone rushed toward the wrecked vehicle. Shuken flung open the door, only to be met with a scene of pure carnage. The entire interior was a blood-soaked mess. The 3 passengers who were supposed to be inside were gone. Ah! Someone gasped, covering their mouth in horror. They were eaten by the crows. Oh my god. Lin Xian stepped forward. Shuken's eyes widened as she turned to him, her voice heavy with shock. It's Zhang Jiahao's family. The car has been chewed through. Lin Xian observed grimly, taking a step back. There could still be black worms inside. He turned to Lu Xingchen. Burn it. Lu Xingchen let out a deep sigh, raised his hand, and unleashed a blazing inferno. Boom. In an instant, the vehicle was engulfed in flames. The others watched in silence, their expressions a mix of grief and numbness. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the convoy. Many people's faces were blank, as if they had already grown accustomed to death. Every battle for survival came with casualties. Their convoy had suffered so much loss and pain that people were no longer even shocked by it. Shuken's eyes flickered with sadness. But she quickly turned away, forcing herself to remain focused. We need to keep moving. We might not have completely shaken off those corpse crows yet. Lin Xian glanced at her but said nothing. Instead, he restarted the train and climbed onto the roof. Pointing at Lu Xingchen, he gave another order. Fire god, disinfect the train. Burn off any remaining worms. But be careful not to start a fire. This so-called disinfection was a necessary cleanup, ensuring that no black worms remained on the infinite train, preventing future threats. Leave it to me. Lu Xingchen nodded. Meanwhile, Lin Xian ran back to the driver's cabin, where Chen Sixuan was monitoring the route. Lin Xian, about 100 kilometers ahead, there's a small station called Puku. It's a level 3 station, so mainline trains don't usually stop there. Should we pull over and check the vehicles? She was clearly concerned about the black worms and felt a deep scan was necessary. Alright. Lin Xian agreed. If we've shaken off the crows, we'll use the daylight to do a full maintenance check. Shu Ken's group should stay inside the train for safety. Feeling mentally drained, Lin Xian grabbed a water bottle and chugged it down, letting out a long sigh. The team had just expanded, and they had already lost people. It didn't sit well with him. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan studied him. You don't need to blame yourself. You did everything you could. I know that if you had more time, you'd make this train safer and protect more people. They just joined us. We couldn't fit their vehicles onto the train. Look at Jiazhu City, there isn't a single living soul left. The fact that we escaped those corpse crows at all is already a miracle. Lin Xian nodded, then stood up. Watch the road. I'm going to check on things. Inside car number 1, Lin Xian opened the Research and Development Center, placing Shash's Vogue grenade launcher into the upgrade system. Select an upgrade path: firepower, 13 hours, mobility, 12 hours, firepower or mobility. Lin Xian pondered. He ultimately chose firepower. Upgrade in progress, Vogue grenade launcher blueprint, 12, 59 remaining, a day's wait for a powerful weapon upgrade, a solid trade. He had also acquired PX-05 engineering robot blueprints, G3 land-based railgun blueprints, and a mechanical arm from Goer, but since his mechanical manufacturing skill wasn't high enough, those upgrades would have to wait. Right now, the priority was arming his squad for immediate survival. Kiki floated over, curious. Lin Xian, didn't you scan the railgun at the spaceport? Why not install one on the train? I will. Lin Xian replied. Just. Not yet. Kiki grinned mischievously. You should build a robot. I'll program it to maintain the train for us, then you won't have to work so hard. I do plan to. Lin Xian nodded. But it's complicated. I'll build one when I get the chance. Kiki pouted. Then hurry up. Lin Xian flicked her forehead. Idiot. Can't you see we're still running for our lives? First, we reinforce the train armor, then we build the fancy tech. Alright then, but I want to renovate my number 2 carriage too. Kiki huffed, floating beside Lin Xian with a determined look. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. How do you want to modify it? Beds, a bathroom, and that nuclear-powered locomotive central control server. We need to move it over and set it up properly. The whole layout has to be redone. Lin Xian considered her words, then nodded. Fair enough. If we have enough time, I plan to redesign the interior of the train as well. Kiki's face lit up with excitement. Hee hee, you're the best. Just then, Lu Xingchen strode over, still shirtless, his bare upper body covered in soot and ash from all the flames he had unleashed earlier.